that sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I will lose control. Love you every night, not checking the time, 'cause I'm loving you all night long. I miss that sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I will lose control. the storm that hit us, we are still on board. Dancing in the moonlight, the world just stop and stares. We got no destination, I'll take you anywhere. All the doors we've opened and all the books we've closed, words just come together, story that we never told. So far it's saying for my own, you said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, oh, I always
such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in...
Hello. We are back with Pinnacle Cup 4. Just a small little issue right there, but we are back with Yellow Submarine versus Level Up. Well, this is the schedule for today. You guys can see that we have Yellow Submarine versus Level Up, Moneymakers versus Mars Bet, followed by KZ Team versus Sibe, and Vivo Kid Stars versus 4 Zoomers. We are approaching the time of the tournament where the group stages are ending. This is pretty much, there's only one series left for each team in each group. Group A is this one. You can see Sibe and Marsbet doing really, really well. Moneymakers, KZ, overall pretty close, and the South Americans and North Americans are in struggle town. There's still, let's say, a chance for Kid Stars. They're doing slightly better, but I think they need to win. They need a 2-0 win, and they also need other teams to possibly get some bad results for them to stay in that top 4. That's the teams that go towards the next stage of the tournament. We actually have a draft right now, but let's take a look before we look at the draft. Let's take a look on the teams. So Yellow Submarine Level Up. Let's check the players and see what they look like, because I think a lot of people don't know Yellow Submarine. They are a bunch of very promising players, Satanic being the biggest of them. He is this 12K MR player, 14 years old. I actually watched a couple of his games in this tournament, and they looked really good. Their results in this tournament aren't, let's say, as impressive as one would expect, but they're a really new team. Everyone else in that team I have never heard of. I do feel like they are promising, and maybe not this tournament, but soon you're going to be hearing of them. We have Bibli in the mid lane, Pigeon in the off lane, and Rue as their support 4, and Ike as the position 4. Now, for level up, they are a much more known team. V-Tune was playing for Bates during the NA qualifiers, is now playing as their carry. And, it's crazy because I think they've been playing so well, but they didn't really achieve the results that I expected. So, yeah, Lauren off in the mid lane, Odme in the off lane, Sweden Strong for position 4, and Milan as a 5. They... It's weird. I cannot really explain why their results has been lackluster. I feel like they were a little bit unlucky in some of their series, but this is definitely a match where they are supposed to be the favorites here. I think if for some reason Yellow Submarine takes this, not only this is going to be a big breath of fresh air for them, but a big bucket of cold water players. We do have a draft ready, actually, so we can probably just jump in and take a look on what is going on right there. And all right, level up, going for that Lone Druid first phase ban. Not a common ban at all, but yeah, we'll see how that's going to shape up. I think Yellow Submarine played one match of off-lane Lone Druid, maybe. And so it's just going to be removed right from the get-go. That's a hero that's growing a lot of popularity recently. I was checking Immortal Pubs and all. Heroes already picked like 1,000 times, which is on the upper echelon of pick rate for heroes. Didn't really show up a lot in Dream League. Didn't really show up a lot in Bad Boom Dacha, but it's probably a hero that will make its splash during TI and possibly this tournament as well, as we still have a fair amount of games left. PA is the second one that they take away. And Yellow Submarine, yeah, a lot of emphasis here on the cores being removed. I wonder if we're going to see maybe some unconventional carries. And that also allows the meta supports to be picked up. The only one that was removed so far is Treant Protector now that this Sven gets removed. And we still have, the NPs, Grimstrokes, Warlocks, Shadow Demons, all that beautiful stuff. Last ban here for Yellow Submarine. And they take away the Brew. Okay. As we said, tons of really strong support still left. And just going to be a kind of a different... I haven't seen a lot of drafts like this with the Sven and the PA ban on both sides. That Lone Druid is super unconventional. But level up definitely did their homework, as the Void ban is going to be not at all. Like first phase Void ban, this is really uncommon. They feel like maybe that would be a response for this Razor that could be carry, could be offlane. A lot of times is offlane. I think Maureen is one of the few mid players that consistently run Razor. And now Yellow Submarine, you've got to find out a carry that can stand up to Razor. Not a lot of those available if you take away the Void. Like Anti-Mage used to be known as one of those heroes, but you don't really want to first phase an Anti-Mage. And they instead just grab themselves a Primal. Flexes to mid, flexes to offlane. Stable hero. I like it. No real problems here. As now level up, they have another ban here. Warlock being taken away. Yeah, Warlock would be really good because it allows people to disengage from the static link. You can also sustain people through your Shadow Ward. I wonder if this is also a game where I take away Shadow Demon. It's really good versus Razor and against... actually, like, there's an argument for level up picking up the Shadow Demon, but if they don't want it, you also want to ban it, because it is one of those heroes that are quite annoying for the Razor to deal with. Even with BKB, you're still going to be kited. No real way out of that, as they are definitely taking their time here. Yeah, I think out of the very strong meta supports, Shadow Demon is probably the one that you're scared of. But they do take the Dark Willow instead. That's another popular one. And for Yellow Submarine, what is he going to be next? Finally, some supports being taken out of the pool. Invoker. Okay. So Primal Grimstroke was a very common combination. It's a very strong combination. I've seen tons of teams run, but you can't really pick it too early, or else it's easy for the enemy team to get an Enchantress, get an Oracle, get something that deals with the Inkswell in lane, and it doesn't really shut down the combination, but makes the combination quite weaker than it had to be. So for y'all, Submarine will probably pick by 5 right now. You keep the flex up. Yeah, they get the Shadow Demon. That's nice. I really like what they're doing here. I'll level up with the double pick. Do you steal the Grimstroke for yourself? Do you just go a different route here? Because in terms of the meta pick, meta supports being left, there's only NP and Grimstroke out of those like really popular ones that are still available. Yeah, no, never mind. There's still Venge. Venge is still available. Yep. There you go. Venge gets picked up instantly by level up. And the next one, you can probably... Yeah, I mean, you can probably pick another support here. Because showing up a carry now doesn't really make sense. There's not a lot of those very meta heroes left as carries. Like you have the Sven and the PA and the Void already out of the pool. And you'd have no idea where this Primal Beast is going to be. So it's probably... Yeah, just pick... Okay, this is kind of a flex pick. Can be 4, but more than likely going to be mid. But I think they can flex it back to any other role. The Earth Spirit, I wonder if you could say it's 100% mid. But it is like for sure the most common role this year has been playing this last couple of weeks. I rarely saw any Air Spirit playing other positions. You know, it could be a position 3. I've seen people playing as a 4, but it doesn't feel very impactful, to be honest. Although maybe it's the Razor. You can roll, you can get a kickback, you can increase the duration of the static link because of it. As we do see Yellow Submarine. Is that the Prodigy Kid Satanic? Yes, you are correct. He is exactly that player. Oh, the Water Boy. Okay. That is definitely one hero that can stand his ground against Razor in lane. You just quickly disengage with the waveform. I like it. It's not like they have a huge amount of burst damage. Urspert is actually quite slow with the way he deals damage. Venge has only a stun that's very easy for the Morphling to either attribute shift or waveform through. And finally, they can pick another support here if they want to. The Grimstroke we talked about still available. You could potentially go for... Yeah, I guess it's hard to pick the Grim because this Earth Spirit makes it still possible for level up to pick this spell in lane to deal with it. So you either... I mean, you can go for it anyways and force them to pick this Dispel because Oracle and Ench, not that common of a pick in Dispatch. You can still get value out of the Grimstroke later. Yeah, I mean, I honestly feel like Grimstroke is probably the best hero you have available. Morphling combos well with it. Primal Beast combos well with it. But instead, it's a Marcy. So probably a Shadow Demon 4 with a Marcy 5. I do like this combination. Getting the lifesteal on Morphling in the lane. He's always going to be topped off. Always going to have a lot of damage. I have no problem whatsoever with that. That's another support that's mobile. That can deal with the Razor. Like, he's not going to be, let's say... 100-0 by the Razor of level up. And they can probably now pick their support if they want to. I see a lot of value for the Grimstroke, especially the Verse Spirit. Easy, very easy to Inkswell him and initiate. Even Inkswell in the Razor doesn't feel bad. Yeah, to me that is the most common pick that they can go for. But if they want to go for something different, Phoenix is available, although against Morphling, it's honestly quite bad. And P is available, although against Primal Beast and Morphling, you get pretty much no value out of it. And the other options are like Undying. I'm sorry, AA. AA is a classic Morphling counter. At the end of the day, they did go for the super early Morphling on the Yellow Submarine side. And if the Earth Spirit is going to be mid, you can still pick the AA. It's just that your lanes are quite weak. With the Primal Beast and the Shadow Demon, you can consistently kill this AA throughout the laning stage. And it might be too hard of a game. As they do pick the Slark, still actually waiting to pick this support of theirs. Although maybe there's a chance this Earth Spirit is going to be support. For level up, you want to be banning mid heroes or offlane heroes. It really depends on what they think Yellow Submarine is going to do. I think the Primal Beast being mid when the Earth Spirit's mid is fine. So you can probably... I think there's a higher likelihood that they will pick an offlaner for Yellow Submarine. I think you want something that can now stand up to the Slark. It's not the easy lane for Primal Beast. So maybe just deal with the Vipers and the Lone Druids. Oh, Lone Druid is banned, by the way. But yeah, just deal with those types of heroes and you should be fine. Yeah. They banned the Kunkka, a hero that can be both mid and off lane. So this is probably one of the best bans they could have went for. On the side of Yellow Submarine, I think you ban supports. I would definitely ban AA here. I mean, you're playing Morphling. Why like bother taking away anything else before that gets taken care of? I think AA and possibly maybe a Jakiro. I think a Jakiro's Lark lane would be very powerful. I think you can easily set up those ice paths, cancel the pulverize from a distance. They actually take away the Doom. Interesting. So I guess, Doom against Morphling is pretty much the same thing as AA. Maybe they expect this Earth Spirit to be... Maybe it can be a mid-Razor. Like, are they going to play like a mid-melee hero, which means they are afraid of the Razor being in that lane against them? Oh, take away the puck. AA still going to be viable. That's why it's taken out. The silence against Morphling, the silence against the supports, they really cannot do anything when they are silenced. Well, level up. Still thinking here about their last ban. In terms of possible offlaners that they can take out. Dawnbreaker still available. Legion, Axe. I've seen some teams mess with the Bristleback, but against Lark it's definitely a little bit scary. They take away the Lycan. And Quap is going to be picked up. So it is a support Earth Spirit. I like this. So the Primal Beast, even though it has the flex, it actually is screwed in whatever lane it goes for. Primal can probably withstand the Quap in the mid lane, but it's not easy. It's not fun. And now you have to choose what's the best lane for this Primal, and what is the other hero we need for the remaining lane. Do we Savage our mid lane? Do we sack our off lane? It is the questions that they have to ask themselves, as they only have 18 seconds left here for Yellow Submarine. I would probably prefer the Primal to be mid, and then that they pick something against Slark. I think there's still a fair share. Well, that's not what they do. They're going to pick Alina, a hero that can hold its own against this Queen of Pain, but could definitely struggle against Sweden Strong. This hero suffers a lot against mobility, against displacement, and they have a lot of that. Both Razor, Venge, and Earth Spirit are going to be bringing exactly that in those games. As we can see, the beautiful players here. Lorenov's ankle, V-Tune's hair. He has a lot of hair. That's a very beautiful face right there. Just flexing his shoulders, making sure he's ready. Rue also ready to play some Dota 2. Milan, they're all in their level up house. Look at Milan. Look at that beautiful male model. He could be anywhere in the world, and he's here entertaining us with the best Dota 2 possible. Own Me with the very minimalistic background right there. Rue with his pretty beautiful hair. All right. I mean, Yellow Submarine, I think they had a really. Every series that they played, that they lost, they look good. I know that people are gonna be like, "Oh yeah, Satanic, such a promising player, he's getting destroyed." Like this is his first competitive appearance ever, with a bunch of no names. With all due respect, like none of their players is really that well known, and yet they are still holding their own against very strong teams. I think that whatever happens here, it is going to be a lot of learning for them. And this is a level up that I had big hopes for that is underperforming for the most part. So we'll see how Yellow Submarine is going to be looking here. Even against Team Tickles, Yellow Submarine were relatively close to taking most of the games they played against them, and now against Level Up. I think they have a fine draft. This Lina is probably the one thing that I'm a bit scared of. It can look amazing, but it can also like get killed 3 times after the 10-minute mark, and then the hero is dead. The hero is just gonna be instructed. We'll see exactly what's gonna
30
happen.
seconds to battle.
Patent Slark ready here to make some moves and showcase. Because that's another thing to level up. They swap their carry again. This time for V team expecting good results. So far, they are yet to really click with each other. One of the top 2 teams in this tournament, but the Miga and Team Tickles just looking a little bit higher in the list. But this could be the series that allows them to increase their position in this tournament here. As we get a pretty normal start of the runes. There you go. Level up gets 2. Yellow Submarine gets 2. I really want to watch this mid lane. I think that is probably the most important lane because this Lina is supposed to destroy the co-op. You really need to get a good start on the Lina, or else the support rotations, they could mess you up real hard. And Lina, definitely supposed to do well in this lane. You just have so much harass. Looks like Loranov, though, holding his own here, getting a fair amount of denies. The bottom side, classic lane. This is Marcy Morphling. They synergize really well. Morphling has high damage. Getting the lifesteal on that hero really allows him to flourish. And now that he actually stays throughout the entire laning stage, Morphling is probably one of the best heroes to benefit from it. As Sweden Strong just tipping his friend a little bit. Looks like kick there onto Satanic. We don't really get sidekick learn on Marcy, but it's probably the spell that you get level 2. I don't think they really want to play aggressive or go for kills. Not in the first levels. I think you want to get sidekick to the Morphling, and then maybe level 3, level 4 is when you could see those 2 heroes working together for a kill. That's just a disruption. He's using the top lane. A lot of poke. In terms of kill potential, I do feel like maybe the Venge could die. If Milan misuses his magic missile, there's a chance that the Primal can get a kill. But you need level 2, need level 3. And right now, they are being massacred by this V-Tunes Lark. 8-1 against the Primals 5-1. And we do have a pause going here. Hoping that it's not a long one. But yeah, I mean, as I was saying, I think Yellow Submarine, despite their lackluster results, they really looked good. The losses, like the score of the matches, they don't tell the whole story. And we'll see if they're going to be able to keep it up. I think Satanic has played, it's not like he's been a one-trick pony. He played a fair amount of heroes, some with better success than others. I think his Bloodseeker was a little bit lackluster, but it was against a PA. So any hero really feels lackluster if you cannot get your hands on this fan, which they could not, as Sweden Strong just poking the king. In fact, Satanic. He just has this king name for some reason. Classic Sumail style. Absolute massive. Actually having a decent lane here against the Stark, but it gets scary. Oh, Sweden Strong, very low. Ike. First blood in the bottom lane. Not sure what happened, but just this Earthspirit being a bit too careless. And see, Yellow Submarine, they get first blood, and these guys are very scary to play against. And this is also a lane with the creeps pushing, which means Satanic will probably be able to secure the Lotus. He is chilling nearby, but I'm expecting them to use the Marcy to get that as absolute massive. Are they fighting for the Lotus? They are trying to, but Milan picks it up nonetheless. So massive, just using that uproar. Really good to learn it against the Slark. It allows you to live for a little longer, to keep your distance with that slow. You know, as much as Slark does well against Primal, Primal is one of the best laners in this game. Just very scary to handle him as a roll away from Student Strong. One of the reasons why this Earth Spirit hero is not picked as a support very often. He needs levels, and position 4, especially roamers, they don't get those freely. It definitely, takes a while to be able to get those, as Milan will die here for absolute massive. Level 3 is the timing. Level 2 trample, way too scary for the level up heroes. And Yellow Submarine having a really good start. Maybe better even than I expected. Kills in the side lanes, in both side lanes, mind you. Just allowing them to start the game with the right foot. Ike pretty low here, probably gonna be forced to go back to the base. Did fare himself some items, but it's just a clarity. His HP is really lackluster right now. One roll off that Earth Spirit could be enough for them to find a kill. As Satanic doing pretty well, but the Lina is really like, even this Primal, he's ahead of this Lark by 5 CS. How is this even possible? There's still so many creeps in this top lane. I did not expect this lane to go the way that he did. Obviously, killing the Venge allows them to get a little bit of extra farm because the Slark can't really 1 versus 2. But yeah, this is a massive win in my opinion. I felt like that Slark plus Quap lane that level up tried to pull off was going to be something Yellow Submarine wouldn't really be able to prepare when they had to go for their last pick. But the Lina plus Primal in the offlane looking pretty good, quite solid. And there you go. Slark dies in the top lane. Mr. V-Tune will be killed as now Sweden Strong will be pummeled down by the bot lane. He has to disengage because of Static Link, but Ike still fighting strong here. Will eventually jump towards Satanic. Plasma Field, not enough to find the kill. And they will be satisfied with the fight so far. Sweden Strong. Yeah, Ike just zoning him away from this rune. Both supports trying to rotate to the mid lane, and Ike will be the only one allowed to do so as Sweden Strong forced to rotate towards his base. Level up. Yeah, that rotation by itself allows Vendetta to get the Arcane Rune because Quap knew that it would be problematic to just go for Rune if the Marcy is in the mid lane. Yeah, big wins here. Primal Beast about to crack level 5. Another big timing here for Yellow Submarine. So we could potentially see this Primal rotating to the mid lane in case Quap dives or misuses her spells. And even in the bottom lane is possible. This Lina going for the Aderlands build, and no surprises there. And top lane, they're trying to go for this Primal Beast, but the Uproar, as we said, way too annoying for them to deal with, and with the Phase Boots already up on the Primal, good luck getting on top of him. It's just annoying here for Absolute Massive to stay in the lane, because the Slark has that Essence Shift. Only 1 point though, so they don't really last that long. Just gonna be watching Vendetta farm some creeps. Ooh, nice row here. In terms of Wisdom Runes, how are we looking? Ruwe got 1, and Sweden Strong got the other. So I think that was an attempt to steal the Wisdom Rune, but Ike not successful as he actually gets a stun on Sweden Strong. Doesn't get the dispose of own middle, sapping a lot of the Morphling's damages. He actually becomes the Razor and will do the same thing to him. That's some suck against suck action right there. Not enough to kill the Razor though. and they will be fine. I guess fine is a strong word, but they will be alive. Oh, top lane though. Rue will fall in yellow submarine. Starting to bleed some kills. That's the first kill that level up was able to acquire in the game. And yeah, there you go. Morphling with that Falcon Blade. Now seems like Manta is the item. We're going to see Satanic build. Vendetta gets another rune for himself. This time is a haste rune. And yeah, that's a scary one. It allows the squad to rotate to pretty much any lane and get a kill. We'll see what the plan is going to be. If they are trying to rotate someone to kill Lorenov, or if instead Vendetta will aggressively try and kill someone in the side lanes. He's been farming so far, and that's pretty much what Lina does. Just finishing that Aether Lens is usually like the first big timing you have in mind. We'll see what exactly is going to be the plan there, as the Primal working out towards a Blade Mail. Pretty common item on the Primal, especially against the heroes that they have. Vitun did crack level 6, so has the Shadow Dance to work with. Just going for a standard Diffusal Blade. I'm actually unsure who this favors. When we check the win probability, it's still a 50-50. So no real surprises there. Well, there you go, the haste rune rotation. They're gonna find Old Me, and Vendetta finally gets a kill in those side lanes. Usually would expect the co-op to be even more active, but the squad definitely a little bit behind. Fourth in net worth, because this Razor got totally destroyed. And that's kind of a problem when I look at all of the level up heroes. They are all heroes that want to play tempo. They are all heroes that want to have a good laning stage. And they kind of snowball out of kills rather than farm. And none of them is having a really good game. Even this co-op struggling a lot, as they will find Primal Beast. And there's no way, even with this disruption, Mr. Absolute Massive will survive. As I say that, he actually gets a really good uproar. He's somehow alive. Lorenov needs to find that kill, the roll. Can they get the beast? Yes, they will. Nicely done by the co-op, but on the sidelines, I hear some other spells being cast, and Poor Venge from Mr. Milan will be killed. Ike taking some hits, as will try to disengage here. Lorenov, nice Scream of Pain, but they're still poking, still trading. LSA up the mark, Rune on the bottom side. They will disengage as Yellow Submarine. Good TP from the co-op, actually allowing her to get the double damage. Lorenov being very smart there. Those runes, they make all the difference. You don't want to give away anything to the co-op, and he is able to snatch that rune as the waveform, finding O and B. Alright, so Absolute Massive still having a good game despite that death. He is 1,000 gold ahead of that Razor. Razor known to be a lane dominator, but also, you know, the first pick on the side of level up, so it's kind of expected that you're going to be sacked to some degree. Like you're just first picking a Razor. That's kind of bound to happen. This Morphling was a really good response, despite that Void ban we talked about. Ike will get his level 6 pretty soon. Definitely struggling a little bit here in the level department. But when we look at the heroes on the side of level up, Earth Spirit also level 5, Student Strong. And Milan. Everyone's struggling levels. I guess only Rue is the support on the side of Yellow Submarine with his ulti, with his Demonic Purge. Lorenov did finish his Kaya. Feeling pretty strong now with that Sonic Wave. We'll see if level up's going to try and set up a kill anywhere. But with level 5 on Earth Spirit and all these weird cores that they have, it's not easy for them to find any kills, as poor Absolute Massive gets pounced. But Tanky Boy shouldn't really be struggling here. Oh, mid lane. Lorenov got collapsed upon. There's a rune in the top side. LSA actually does find Lorenov, and he's not going to be able to secure the mid rune this time. It's actually the Lina that picks up the shield rune. I really like that the Lina is giving Ike the lane just so he gets the experience towards his level 6. Whereas Lina is a hero that can already farm the jungle very fast, and that can also rotate. Right now, Lina just chilling here in the top lane, hiding through the camp, but there is a ward in the lane that will scout exactly where Vendetta is. Good road though. They're looking for someone, and they will find good disruption, buying time as they're gonna trade Rue's life for that Earth Spirit. Rue eventually falls as they find a really good pulverize. The Vengeful Spirit will fall. B-Tune trying to disengage, but way too much stuff, way too much garbage thrown on top of him. And that is a 3k gold lead for Yellow Submarine. And dude, we talked about this. Sure, level up, lots of big names, lots of history, I guess. But Yellow Submarine playing really well. They won all of their lanes. They drafted nicely. And now they're going to get this tower. 3k gold lead once it falls. And very impressive showing so far. Not saying that level up doesn't have a way back into this game. It's just that all of their heroes, they don't have a lot of late game, and they don't have a lot of, like, their heroes don't farm. They need to get kills. But for them to get kills, they need those level 6s, which, by the way, the Earth Spirit still does not have. 13 minutes in. I think that was the biggest mistake of level up, by the way. Flexing this Earth Spirit. It's just not a good flex. I think this hero is a bad 4 right now. And he's also a big reason why the Razor lost the lane. If they got a strong 4 to pair with this Razor rather than the Earth Spirit, we would see Razor having a better game, and we would probably see a position 4 that has OT already. So could have probably rotated, could have fought better. Instead, like, I don't know, just not really looking that good. And even the hero, like, you flex the Earth Spirit, and you still lost the mid lane anyways, because they could pick this lane of their last pick against the co-op of Lorenov. And usually Lorenov is a player that rarely loses lanes, but struggling a little bit right now. Alright. Vengeful Spirit just playing with her Tumbler's toy here. Sweden strong, maybe looking for a roll. Will find Vendetta, but he has that shield rune. He's a very tanky gal. Okay, LSA finally lands Venge. And they keep on fighting Lorenov with the Sonic Wave. A lot of damage being done. Vendetta is still alive, but eventually will fall to level up. Rue shows up as well as Satanic. And now they're fighting B-Tune on the right side of this fight. 2 for 1, as they did find the mid players on both sides. But it's once again Yellow Submarine getting a tower. Yellow Submarine getting real estate from a fight that is also to their advantage. Odmi did go for Midas. We talked about these heroes being bad farmers, and Midas is the only other thing that you can use to offset it. But remember, Vitun did not go for one. He just went for the Diffusal Blading to Echo Saber. But I gotta say, maybe it was better if he went for Midas. I really feel like they're gonna struggle to recover this experience advantage that they have going on the side of Yellow Submarine. Okay. You'll see the Primal Beast working now towards either Eggs or BKB. Eggs is really good against Lark. It's one of the best items that you can pick up, as Rue will be found, and the Scream of Pain secures that kill. Some wards placed in that vicinity, probably surprising the Shadow Demon a little bit. Lorenov does pick up Regen Rune, and the game is, you know, relatively even. It's only a 2k goal lead, but the momentum is really what I'm scared of when we check the win probability. It is on the side of level up. It's a 54% for them. I wonder why. But yeah, so far, that's the position they are in. A lot of damage done to this Mitron Tower. Some TPs are going to be used. No glyph on the side of Yellow Submarine. So can they still get this fight? Onslaught a little bit too late, as the Slark will be able to pounce out, and Lorenov in a good position. Roll away as the King, as Satanic, looking for anything, but does not find an angle. And level up, they get the tower and they disengage. Exactly what they would liked in the first place. But they are kind of trying to wrap around Vendetta. He does read their movements though, and should be just fine. Yeah, he had that ward to work with. Anyway, exactly what was happening. Shadow Demon just chilling, and the Lina, that's really the timing that they want to be playing with. It's the eggs on the Lina. Very close to that, by the way. V-Tune also going for an eggs once these the Echo Saber is done. Can even disassemble the Echo Saber for the eggs and then get the Echo back. Pretty solid normal build coming from the carry of level up. As Absolute Massive did commit for the point booster, by the way, so he is going for that egg. We'll see if this is going to be the right move, as you cannot deal with the pounds when you don't have BKB. The sun's going to be there, and the Blade Mail preventing Vtune from getting the kill. They did get the Demonic Purge, good swap, buying time, but Vtune is still slowed down, uses the pounds to get out, and a good shard of the Earth Spirit actually saving Vtune's life, as Mr. Earth Spirit looking for anything satanic, does not find Lorenov, blink out from the Quap, but they get the silence. Very nice performance here from Satanic, but will not find any kills. Really interesting that Vtune did not die, but it was just good play. Sweden Strong with the shard, the swap from Venge. They're definitely utilizing that Earth Spirit shard nicely, as Rue will dodge this row, and Sweden Strong is actually stuck there, but will be able to row himself out. Yeah, Earth Spirit shard. Wait, he doesn't have the shard. How did he... What? I thought he used the shard there. Am I crazy? Well, I have to be. He doesn't have it. Never mind. Yeah. Maybe it's just too early for me. I was pretty sure Earthspirit had a shard there. Axe is up for Alina, and this is a huge timing. I really want to see that shard plus Axe timing being used on the Lina. That's when she looks the strongest. Eventually, you can get a Kaya, you can get the level 20 talent, and that's even more burst damage. But at this moment, I think you can pretty much solo kill anyone on the side of level up. Even this Lark, only 14k HP. Not really a lot of HP items. The Razor is not that tanky either. It's only Lorenov that has 2k HP. Every other hero on their side barely has more than 1600 HP. Yeah, pretty chill game right now. Pretty much all of the tier 1 towers fell, besides the offlane towers on both sides. Both Yellow Submarine and Level Up holding on their towers there. As Arcane Rune gets spawned, can they pick it up? Absolute Massive still waiting, still holding on that rune, as Rue will be forced to pick it up just in case your spirit got it before he died. Would have been nice to give it to the Lina, but better than it getting denied, as only with that Midas. He's been farming a lot, and now his BKB is ready. It's flying out to him as we speak. Vendetta is working towards Boots of Travel, also having pretty much a free game. I wonder if this is going to be a clean Lina game, because I've seen a lot of Lina games, and sometimes, as good of a laning stage that you have, you can still struggle so much if you get killed a couple of times in the mid game. And they have the heroes for it. You have this Venge, you have this Earth Spirit, you have the even Slark and Quap. Pretty much everyone there can have gap close, as Milan using the damage reduction of his swap to get this shard here. It's very slow, but they're gonna get it. They are saving that Wisdom Rune, I'm assuming. Yeah, maybe for the Quap, as now the Earth Spirit has the shard, so I'm not going to. Now I'm sure that he has that shard, and we should be fine. No? Eggs on the Lina, just so they can get this shard. Pretty much mirror movement right there. And it is going to be Rue getting that one. Very good as well. The Dispel and the heals against what they have on the side of level up is never bad to have. Satanic with the Manta, Dragonlance up, going now for that Skadi, and that's when the Slark is going to feel pretty bad about himself. Okay, win probability still on the side of level up by about 12%, which is honestly higher than I expected. But it seems like this gold lead that Yellow Submarine is holding on for a while, not enough to really convince Gaben that they are going to be the winners here. Smoke, they're gonna go through the portal, and they might find that Razor. He's been farming this Radiant jungle side for a while now, and this is gonna be big if they can get the Razor. He's already on the other side of the jungle. Was he spotted? I don't think he was, and he seems to be reading this perfectly. Okay, Primal Beast looking for Own Me. BKB gets activated, but they have a way to counter that. But the BKB TP cannot get countered since the Pulverize was used so early. But Razor will survive, and not only he survives, they will smoke straight after that on the side of level up. They don't have their Razor, though. They don't have that BKB, whilst Yellow Submarine have pretty much everything that they need, and they are Roshing. This is not only a smoke for a kill. This is a smoke to stop the Roshing attempt of Yellow Submarine. They do it very quickly. They have this super farmed Morphling with the lifesteal of the Marcy. So this is going pretty fast, but is it fast enough? Still 20% of the HP left. This is so low, and I think they're gonna get it. Just a little bit of hesitation coming from level up. The Razor was not there. They knew this is a 5-4 as the Primal Beast engages, still using that Blade Mail. Then it's gonna be the first one. Can they get anything else? The eggs on the Primal Beast makes it so hard for the level up heroes to really engage, and now a lot of TPs. They will not bleed any extra kills. It's just Avenge the Falls. All right, not too bad here for Yellow Submarine, but the gold advantage still not super convincing on their side. It did feel that, for the most, but the biggest part of this game. Oh, wait a second here. As the row is looking for this Primal Beast, the silence is there, but he will still be able to onslaught away as Ike TPs just in case. Yeah, like they've been doing most of the proactive moves. They've been getting a lot of kills, but overall, the good advantage not really where they want. Vendetta with a good LSA, nice kickback. He does not hold the ages, and even if he's eggs, he's not going to be able to stand his ground. Absolute massive, almost dead as Ike goes in, and King is dominating Satanic, having a hell of a game. Can they get anything else? Primal Beast will fall as they have to TP with Own Me, but it doesn't matter. He's going to fall nonetheless. This Morphling is a beast, and they keep on moving. The row is going to be stopped by Satanic. Nice waveform on top of him. Triple kill for Satanic and level up. Despite finding the 2 cores at the beginning, will lose 2 core themselves as well as the Vengeful Spirit of Milan. Aegis still on the side of Yellow Submarine, but they are not going to pressure any towers. They're going to be chilling here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right. Looks like Marcy is going straight up BKB after the 4 staff that she bought. We do see this Primal Beast also going for a BKB next. So overall, once those I think the BKB timings on this Primal Beast is really going to be when they are more comfortable fighting. Still a fair amount though, so I don't think we're going to see this BKB before the Aegis expires. Whereas the Lina is going for a Blink followed by a BKB as well. Those are really the timings Yellow Submarine wants to hit. But they're going to fight nonetheless. They have that Aegis. Ooh, the LSA not going to find Lorenov there. That's really scary. Once the Lina pops the eggs, you gotta be so careful. But Lorenov, you already used your blink. The LSA is gonna find you with the Pulverize as well. Good kill. 4 staff allowing them to disengage. And V-Tune, he's gonna be broken by Absolute Massive. You gotta be so careful. They do use Shadow Dance, so for V-Tune to come back in, it's not easy. He gets LSA'd, and they will bleed another one. It's Milan that falls as the Primal Beast looking for V-Tune, but High Ground here is going to keep level up alive. Just barely, though.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yellow Submarine slowly but surely convincing Gaben that they are the ones that should be winning this game. And they are now with a positive win probability, 62% at their side. They were able to get some tier 2 towers. They got that Aegis, and I think they're pretty much where they want to be. This is how I expected this game to look like. Maybe even a little bit earlier than now. But after the Aegis, they are definitely solidifying their position in this game. Only 1 tier 2 tower remaining. They have the scaling with most of their heroes. And they have the heroes that can also go high ground. Both Lina and Morphling are so good at going high ground that, okay, Sweden strong. Gotta say off the mark, by the way, but good silence kick. Can he roll out? He's trying to TP. No cancel on Vendetta when the LSA is on cooldown. Onmi is he's sad
Is under attack.
and AFK. Will eventually TP to the mid lane, but definitely in a funny position right there. Satanic gets a tier 2 tower. The Aegis is pretty much expiring here, 24 seconds, but he is so farm. He's going to finish a freaking butterfly. And who is going to handle that butterfly? They do not have the the magic damage necessary to burst this Morphling, and the right clicks are going to be lacking. You know, Slark is a hero that can sometimes go for MKB. Oh, wait a second. Lots of TPs on that top side, but yeah, they're expecting the Slark to steal the Wisdom Rune, and they were right, but he was a little bit late, and Vendetta will get that Wisdom Rune in return. Vitun, though, should be able to get a tier 1, so at least a small consolation prize here for level up, as they are pretty much all together here, only the Razor away from them. And that's pretty much what this Razor has been doing the entire time. Onmi has been AFK farming with his Midas, and once that refresher is up, that's when we're going to be seeing this Razor shine again. He is very close to it, about 400 gold away from the refresher. We'll see if they're going to hit that timing. But, you know, they're smoking without this Razor. I hope they don't YOLO too hard on it, because Yellow Submarine pretty much all together right now. BKB is going to be ready here for the Primal Beast. Do see most of the Yellow Submarine players together. They're going to go up the high ground here. They do have one ward in the high ground, as I hear. Disruption, they found someone. It is this poor Quap. Nice shard with the kick. Beautiful save. Can Lauren not survive, though? Big jump from Satanic. They find the Quap, though. The LSA is going to stop her in their tracks. And now the swap. So many saves. But even with all of those saves, you cannot stop the yellow train. They get so many kills. At least we can see the Earth Spirit cutting the wave bottom, so they don't have the Creep Equilibrium in the bottom side to go for a high ground. But in the mid lane, they hold enough control that they could pressure level up just a little bit. The Glyph is available, and that's probably what they can get. They can force the Glyph, and that's already a win, at least in my book.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right. Time for the high ground.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, they're actually holding on to the Glyph here, level up. They don't want to use it. Well, I wonder if this was... Okay. They finally use it. Melee barracks are going to be fine. Still very scary. Any fight that they win now is probably 2 sets of barracks, because there's no Glyph, and there's already one exposed with this Morphling and Shadow Demon. It's just way too much damage when the Manta gets popped up. Level up, they're going to go for a smoke, but losing this smoke could honestly lose them the game. This is how scary of a smoke this is. Win probability is still pretty much kind of even, you know, not that massively towards the Yellow Submarine as maybe I would expect. But, yeah. We'll see here as Ike, the most aggressively positioned hero, maybe expecting to break a smoke or something. There's like Yellow Submarine. They're not going to be caught off guard with Roshan. What's the timer for it? It's about 2 minutes. It's a long one. This fight's not going to give the enemy team Roshan, but it could potentially give them a breath of fresh air if it's level up that wins the fight. Good smoke from level up as well. Both sides chilling here as some Lotuses are going to be acquired. And look at that. Even though they're smoked as level up, for Yellow Submarine, they can just start pushing the wave. They're going to send 2 heroes to deal with the wave there. And level up, they need to respond. Even if they cut the next wave, it's not going to matter. There's no Glyph on the side of level up. They could just force the tower, even collapse mid. Yellow Submarine, I think that's what they're going to be doing. Look at that. They're going to force so many TPs from level up. This play is definitely the right one as they are hitting the towers. The tower has fallen. Satanic, he's just doing so much. They're going to take the barracks here. If level up doesn't respond, V2 trying to fight the backlines. At the same time, Venge forced to buyback. Can they take this fight? Strong's going to roll away as Onmi still alive. Venge nowhere to be seen. Eventually, Disruption's going to buy some time here, saving this Primal Beast, actually lasting for so long. And not only they save the beast, but they kill this Earth Spirit. 2 buybacks on the side of level up as no one from Yellow Submarine has fallen. The map control is theirs. The siege is just so much easier for them. And finally, there's a wave coming in. I wonder if they're going to try and force this or if they're just going to try and get Roshan for themselves, because the Slark from VTune is also dead. They will retreat and consider Roshan, but unfortunately, it's not up. It's actually a super long respawn. I wonder if they're going to be a little bit sad about that. Still, all they have to do is wait 49 seconds until it is up. Still a very comfortable position here for them.
Dire are scanning.
Satanic with the high fives, definitely. They're probably feeling very happy here. They're playing against one of the best teams in this group and just doing really well. And we talked about this. This is a team with 5 unknowns. Sure, you can say, a lot of people know who Satanic is right now, but at the grand scheme of things, he's still an unknown. He's so new. This is the first tournament he ever played in his life with 4 teammates that I have never heard of. And they're still doing amazing. Like, these players have been playing Dota for years, 5, some players 10 years. And if they actually take this game one, this is going to be a big boost for them. And it probably means the Yellow Submarine stays in the run for this tournament, for the next stage of the tournament, which would be awesome. I really want to see more games from Satanic as he claims the ages. And now they feel ready to go high ground. Still no glyph on the side of level up, mind you. One fight that they lose. Remember, no buybacks on both Venge and Sweden Strong. 70% win probability. Still, a lot of respect here being given by Gavin to level up. We'll see if he's right. Or if maybe he is underrepresenting the newcomers a little bit. No buybacks, by the way. Literally no one. Both sides have no buybacks. Doesn't really matter for Yellow Submarine. It's too early for them to have travels or for them to really be able to quickly buy back and be in this fight. But for level up, they would love having some buybacks. But literally no one has it. Oh, looks like the illusions here. Not only they get the range barrier. Dude, look at those illusions. What is this? This is 40% of the barracks HP with just the illusions. And now Satanic is back up. Glyph still... I think it's like 1 or 2 minutes for the Glyph to be back up. Milan uses nice Manta dodge. First in the barracks, down. No response. The only hero that's smoked right now is the Earth Spirit. But what does he even do? Like, what's the play for this Earth Spirit? You cannot engage on this Morphling because he has Aegis. If you go on the Lina, there's Disruption save for her. This is such a hard game. What they do have is Blink Refresher on Razor. That's the big play that they have, and utilizing that to its full potential is the most important thing that they can do. Oh no, they find this Lark. Good pulverize the silence onto this Primal Beast. Blade Mail still alive. Student Strong's gonna be found. He doesn't roach a high ground. He gets killed. He's dead with no buyback. 70 seconds. That is Satanic on a godlike streak as he becomes the Earth Spirit. He is the actual Earth Spirit of this game. V2 cannot stand his ground, and they are diving tier 4s. Your refresher on me means absolutely nothing. Get back to the fountain, get back to the kitchen, wash me some dishes as Absolute Massive just goes in. They find another one. The 2 supports with no buybacks. The barracks have fallen and only the top lane stands, but for how long? Level up, you are out of your depth right here. Okay, own me. With that second BKB, it actually means nothing. They're gonna get 1 kill, but can they get anything else? The Pulverize holding Lauren off in place as the Razor gets smashed down to smithereens. This is a disaster for level up, and I don't think they have any business playing this game anymore. Lauren off knows, GG gets called, and we're going to game number 2 with Yellow Submarine, the underdogs, actually taking it to game 1. Really good showing, crisp game. I think they made pretty much no mistakes. It's a 36-minute game that they quickly took away from Yellow Submarine, from level up. And honestly, when I look at their draft, I can see why. I think this Razor first pick was a little bit forced. The Earth Spirit that they tried to play in the position 4 barely had any impact. I think It's not really Sweden Strong's fault. This hero is really hard to execute as a position 4. They tried to be cute with the flexing of that hero, but it just did not work. I think moving forward, you need to enable that offlane just a little bit more. And I think that that's the biggest thing that I can take away, because everything else, I don't see how they could have countered Yellow Submarine. They just played solid Dota. They just played really well. They have this white hero pool. Lina is not a hero you see very often, but against the co-op, it can definitely do a lot. And we saw all 3 cores. It's not really just Satanic playing amazing Dota. So kudos to them. They are going to be going to a game number 2, and I am going to go on a break for about 10 minutes. So stay tuned. We're going to be right back.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
I miss that sexy smile, looking for to see you. I hope I will lose control. Love you every night, no checking the time, just us loving you all night long. I can let you go, baby, it's the right thing, I'm ready to know. And we feel it. I really do, I said the truth, we can't go any wrong. Need you now. I'm your queen and you the king right now. It's a kingdom, let's play it how you like. How does it make you feel? Or you wanna change? I'll be whatever, watching my weekend dance. You got to move tonight. Stars are watching us in the sky. I wanna last it forever. It's a sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I won't lose control. Love you every night, no checking the time, just us loving you all night long. I can let
We are back with Pinnacle Cup 4, Game 2 between Yellow Submarine and Level Up. This was such a good start from Yellow Submarine, and I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to keep up. A lot of people were interested on whether Satanic was going to have, a good start when it came to professional Dota. And sure, they lost a couple of series, but they're against some big dogs. Both Namiga and Team Ticos are scary opponents, and Level Up shouldn't be no different yet. It is Yellow Submarine that starts with the 1-0. We'll see if they're going to be able to keep it up, because game number 1 was impressive, but I think the drafting on Level Up was lacking slightly. We'll see if it's with some adjustments, Level Up is going to be able to show the newcomers who's boss and who should be going to the playoffs. Because, Level Up already not having the best start here in this tournament, losing to Team Tickles and Amiga, and even Navi Jr., I want to say. Losing this series pretty much puts them in... I don't want to say they are disqualified, but I think they have to be 4th place. Maybe we can check the groups and just take a look on how they're looking before the draft starts. There's still a lobby created, so looking at the groups is probably a good idea in terms of predicting how the groups are going to shape up after this series, after the next one as well. We do have a draft, so no groups, guys. Let's just watch the draft. Yellow Submarine, no problem. Yellow Submarine, I think they banned... I remember Level Up banning Lawn Druid. This TA ban did also come through. But there you go. They banned the Lawn Druid. They also banned Pango, maybe not in this order, but overall, that is pretty similar to what happened in game number 1. As now, we'll see what they are going to be banning. I remember seeing a lot of cores being taken away. Sven and PA got removed in the first phase. There was probably only one support ban in the entire first phase, which was Treant, I think. Venge, though, is going to be taken away. Interesting. Different, I like this. Like, the team that was winning, respecting the Venge nonetheless. Maybe that's also about the first pick they want to pick here. They feel like this Vengeful Spirit will be too much of an issue. Maybe they don't like playing it. Regardless, we'll see if they're going to be able to get another good draft here, because Yellow Submarine looking very promising. Level Up takes away the Primal Beast, Brewmaster as well. And Yellow Submarine now, they could potentially, let's say, ban PA and pick Sven. Or they could ban Sven and pick PA. Definitely 2 possible scenarios here. But if they don't want to go for this YOLO, let's pick our carry first, they could just... I guess then you don't ban either one. Because if you cannot ban one, then not go for the other and give Level Up that second hero. There you go. No, that's exactly what they do. Well, as a Treant player, you would expect this hero to be good versus PA, right? You would expect the armor, you would expect the overgrowth, a lot of those things to be good against PA. But then you play it, and she gets eggs, and she can even get Manta, and you feel totally useless. So I'm not sure I actually like this path. I kind of like the idea of not going for the early carry, but then I think I will not ban both of them. Just banning the Sven is kind of weird. I guess they feel like the Sven is the strongest one, and I agree. But PA, when you don't have Sven to play against it, also feels super, super strong. We'll see what level up's gonna do. They're considering here if they take the bait, if they get the PA, or if there's a better path for them. Honestly, not sure. They get the Grimstroke instead. We actually talked about this hero. Got totally ignored in draft number 1. Now level up. Already picking it from the get-go. Yellow Submarine. What is your trajectory now? Because I've seen Grimstroke own PA in the lane at least. You get something that has gap close, you get the Inkswell, you get the bug, and PA just dies. Like I've seen PAs dying 4 or 5 times in the lane. Is there a way out here for Yellow Submarine? Do you even ban PA now because you have the chance to, or do you want to possibly still get it depending on how this draft unfolds? Lots of questions. So far, not a lot of answers. Okay, they did ban the Doom in the first game as well. Maybe they want to be running that Morphling we talked about. Although Grimstroke, if he ever gets that Aghanim Scepter, very scary against the likes of Morphling. Very scary. It's one of the... It's probably the best illusion you can get, the Morphling one. Is there a better one? Maybe TB, but Morphling is definitely up there as one of the better ones. By the way, I just checked that Sumail played a core Grimstroke game. He's the only, like out of 2,000 games, he's one of the only core Grimstrokes. Actually, the only right now. I know this is not going to happen here, but interesting to see. Because I do feel like the Ag sometimes could be a response to heroes like PA, to heroes like TB. In fact, the PA will be removed here from Yellow Submarine. So they actually, even the playfield, they remove the PA. They don't want it to go past this stage of the draft. I am not sure I like that. Like, you're just banning 2 heroes here. Sure, they're very good, but I'm sure that they can also play them. So yeah, I do have my doubts about wasting 2 bans like this. But now the Gyrocopter gets taken away. Shadow Demon is going to be picked up on level up. They steal the Shadow Demon, and I think that was a big part of how Yellow Submarine was able to do well in game number 1. You're going to have that kiting, so whatever hero you're going to have to pick up here either needs some mobility or needs to not care about Shadow Demon, maybe range heroes that can actually stand their ground and just output damage regardless. Morphling is not a bad one, but then you're playing Morphling into Shadow Demon, which is kind of... It's not awful, but it can be hard. Now for Yellow Submarine here. What's your response? They don't really have any stuns between those 2 heroes. Like, Disruption is barely a stun. I wonder if they can draft some gap closing, some heroes that can just jump these supports and get kills. Well, Willow is definitely one of the heroes that can deal with what they have there. Becoming untargetable allows her to do pretty well against both Grim and the Shadow Demon. And as their third pick, are you just picking your offlaner here? You definitely want something that has a little bit of flex. So possibly an offlaner that flex to mid. It's not a bad idea. Your primals, the primal is banned. But maybe Shaker, maybe... I guess Shaker is the biggest one that can flex. I guess Kunkka, but they go Invoker, so no flex. They just get a strong hero, high value hero that is going to be given. Okay, I like it a lot. Tornado EMP with Brambles, Tornado EMP with Nature's Grasp, followed by Overgrowth. They have a lot of AoE damage here on Yellow Submarine. TA did get banned, which means this Invoker is going to have a good laning stage. The only other, let's say, counter is available is Kunkka. It did get banned in game number 1. I kind of expected maybe Yellow Submarine to go for it, but level up, they could even pick it and flex it. Although with the Dawnbreaker, that's for sure going to be in the off lane. They can still pick that Kunkka we talked about. Another tanky boy. I think in terms of damage, Yellow Submarine could be lacking if they get 2 strength melee cores. Just got to be careful about the Timber Saws and some of those counters. So maybe it's a little scary to pick the Kunkka right now. We'll see what the approach is going to be like. Okay, so they ended up going for this DK. I've seen level up play this DK, and I think they're good at it. I think it combos with the Soulbind. You can get Dragonite Illusions with your Shadow Demon, which is nice. You're probably not going to lose this DK because you have Solar Guardian to protect it as well. The lane versus Invoker is okay, although getting your mana drained is kind of a pain in the ass for level up in general. Both these cores, since they are strength, as we talked about, could struggle. I wonder if we could see that Timber Saw. You just go Timber and you ban, Slark plus something, but instead they go for PL. I like it. I think Grim, out of all the carries Grimstroke can counter with his eggs, PL is not one of them. It just, you don't really get that many. It's weird. The PL Illusion is not bad, but definitely not the best one that you can get. As now, Yellow Submarine here trying to figure out how they're going to approach this draft. So we talked about mana drain, right? PL kind of gets that a step further. I do like that a lot. They're going to ban the Bloodseeker. Level up, you're going to ban some offlaners. What would be good here for Yellow Submarine? I like Mars with Dark Willow, but in general, Europe just considers that hero to be trash. So if they just want to ban high-value offlaners that are common, Legion still in the pool, Axe still in the pool, Tidehunter still in the pool. I kind of do like the Tidehunter here against Dawnbreaker. Just get the... Actually, Tide against Grimstroke's not that good, and against Shadow Demon because you have the OT. So maybe don't ban Tide, even ban the Beastmaster. Not a hero that's been that popular in pubs. It's even actually behind Night Stalker in pick rate. But yeah, they take away the Night Stalker, the Lycan, the Beastmaster. Night Stalker is still available for both sides. But against PL, I definitely don't want to be running Night Stalker. I think Tide is not going to be picked up here. This ban on Yellow Submarine. Are you scared of the Slark? I guess maybe. Yeah, it's definitely comfort for V-Tune. Chi and Protector actually struggles against it. Even the Willow could struggle to some degree. And they will take away this Larky boy. Now for Yellow Submarine, what is it going to be? Razor was taken away. I guess Centaur is available. I kind of like Centaur. It's a strong laner. You counter Demonic Purge. You can disengage from Soulbind. You get on top of those supports, and it's just a strong hero. You could be Monkey Kinged. You could be Ursad. But, they go for the Tide regardless. Interesting. I expected that maybe the Grimstroke bug would be too big of an issue. But they still go for the Tide. Interesting. Okay. Oh, whoa. Anti-Mage being picked up. Now, that is not a common hero whatsoever, but you have Dark Willow, you have Invoker, and you have this Watermelon that will be struggling against you in the lane. I like this a lot. I don't know where to place Anti-Mage in this patch, though. I barely see this hero. I think this hero is not in a great place. I think this hero he's weird, but V-Tune is very good at it. and the lane is not bad for it. We'll see how things are going to unfold. Definitely after Manta, it's going to be hard to kill V-Tune, but now with the Anchor, I wonder if, like, that's definitely a problem for Antimage. He cannot Manta that out. Yeah, that's definitely a game where you kind of need to start, like, you need to win your laning stage and you need to offset the possible problems that are going to come with Blink and Shard on the Tidehunter. I feel like that could be a big problem. Sure, you can reflect the Anchor usage, but if he ravages and then uses the Anchor, could still be quite problematic here for V-Tune. I don't know. I think I was liking Level Up's draft quite a bit until the Anti-Mage. Despite it being a V-Tune AM, I'm not sure I'm ready to say that I support that in my live here with all of you guys. We'll see how that's going to unfold. I do believe PL should have a really good time against Anti-Mage moving forward. Like, if this goes too late, and that's the problem. Can they close this game out quickly? Sure, you have a DK, but they don't necessarily roach that well on the side of Level Up. They don't necessarily go high ground that well Level Up. Like, they need Aegises on side of Level Up, or else I don't know. I have my doubts. We'll see if they are warranted or if this is for sure going to be a 3-game series, because that's how I expected this series to go down. But his Anti-Mage might not really be what they need. Well, enough of Debbie Downer moments. Let's begin game 2 between Level Up and Yellow Submarine.
30 seconds to battle.
Some decent wards being placed here. One in the mid lane, one in the big jungle. Level Up chilling. They're slightly aggressive here with their positioning, but they're now scouted. You know, look at that. Ike already aware of the exact position they're in. Tries to bait for the rune as the Brems are going to be placed. Ike taking so much damage. Can he get the leech seed off? He will, and that buys some time. The Spirit lands. They will get first blood, but it's still a good trade here, as that's a 1-for-1 with a lot of damage being done by Yellow Submarine. But still, it is Level Up getting the first blood. Not a bad start for that Grim. Well, another thing that we maybe didn't talk about is the fact that Grimstroke and Anti-Mage is a very strong lane. You're talking about someone that can use the Inkswell, just be enabled by the Grimstroke, and Anti-Mage is one of the best ones. It's just that this hero doesn't necessarily want to fight early. I wonder if they are trying to go for a different build. Well, no, never mind. He has Battlefield kit up. We're not going to see anything too different coming from this Anti-Mage. He will go for that Ring of Health before the Cornucopia. Sometimes we see builds like this, and against the heroes that they have that pretty much only have a lot of poke but not a lot of kill potential, you can definitely get the Ring of Health. I wonder though if he's gonna struggle with right clicking, because he already has very low base damage, and the Anchor Smash does not help in that regard. As we do see Onmi having a good time here in the top lane, whereas this PL only 2-0. Mama Dawnbreaker very good at CS, and this is a big wave. He's gonna be dragging it under the tower just to kind of offset that push, because you can. They're gonna get level 2. They already have level 2, in fact, and they could dive you. As Satanic will take a lot of Inkswell damage. It will be offset slightly by the leech seed, but still super scary here. At least Level Up did take a fair amount of tower damage as they attempted this play. Oh, lots of denies though from that Grim. He has a lot of stats with the branches and the circlet, so you do gotta be careful about that. V-Tune having the time of his life here, 9-2, already has that ring. Unlikely that he's gonna fall, but maybe I'm jinxing it, as now it is Yellow Submarine going very aggressive here, trying to get some denies going. The Anchor Smash is not gonna land, so V-Tune will get the following CS. Overall though, pretty chill game. He's going to be draining all of the Tidehunter's mana eventually, and then should be super sustainable. Like there's this early aggression, but I don't think that Tide's going to be able to sustain mana. Not even near close to his arcane boots, as Sweet and Strong will be slowed down, poked a little bit, and that's why Chien is so good. It's just way too strong in lane, as he is also gonna get the Lotus, or attempt to own me with the Inkswell, and so much damage coming from the Starbreaker. Still though, they steal the Lotus. Oh, the King trying to save his Treant Protector, but maybe slightly late there, ends up using it on him, and the Treant Protector falls.
It shall not be.
Alright. Yeah, V-Tune, that's when this hero is going to start looking really strong. You don't really kill the Tidehunter, but you definitely annoy him a lot. That's why I'm surprised he ended up going for this Ring of Health build. Because sure, he's going to be sustainable, but I honestly feel like they could kill all of those heroes if he starts with, let's say, Treads. But just making sure that his lane's going to be stable. You know, before you think about kills, you have to think about staying alive, getting CS, and he is definitely doing that at the moment, as in this mid lane. Overall, slight advantage to the Invoker, but ever so slightly here. Vendetta just poking Lauren off a little bit. Once you get level 2 on the passive, you're not really going to kill that DK unless a rotation happens. Treant still level 2 because of that death, and they really need level 3 on him. I think that's when the Treant can trade properly. You can use that level 2 Leech Seed. Level 1, it's definitely nerfed quite a bit with the cooldown changes. So once you have that level 2, and by the way, they don't want to wait for it. They're going to go aggressive. Nice Doppel will be able to dodge the Inkswell. And now level 3 on the Treant, they will try and get a counter kill. How much damage are they doing? Not that much, as only will be able to hammer himself out of that sticky situation. All cars on the side of level up ahead of the Yellow Submarine counterparts. Definitely a better showing in terms of laning stage. And that was one thing we talked about in game number 1. The lanes just didn't really work out that well for Yellow Submarine, as Vendetta just using some weird cold snaps here. Not getting as much CS as maybe he would have liked. And absolute massive. No mana to speak of. No fun is going to be had at this lane. It's just the problem that you face. Oh, look at that pull. That's a stacked small camp. It's going to deny the entire wave. Oh, baby. Ooh. All right. Rue finally gets that last right click, the last creep, and they have to deal with this. If they don't, it will be a... Okay, top lane. Treant Protector is going to die again. I mean, that's problematic to say the least. I think all of the lanes are just a little bit too good for level up. This could be exactly what they need, as one disruption is going to be used just to zone Absolute Massive from the bounty rooms. They're stacking some of those Shadow Poison stacks, and I did hear a rotation from the Willow. Yeah, they're trying to go bottom. They get the Brambles. Milan's going to be slowed down. And the damage from Milan, not enough to stop the Watermelon. In fact, he is the one that gets the kill. And now we see Ike in the mid lane just to stop that Dragon form from doing any funny business, from really poking at this tower. Vendetta not really able to stop this DK by himself. Okay. V-Tune, highest CS by a big margin. Already working towards his treads, and I mean, this is a fine position to be at, but I don't think this Tidehunter really got shut down as much as maybe they would have liked, because I feel like if the Tide just gets Blink Shard, this could be so hard for V-Tune to deal with it. In terms of the item build that this Tidehunter has queued up, he's going for Phase Boots first, so we're not going to see any Arcane Boots, as Rue will fall. Sweet and Strong did get one of the Wisdom Runes, and the other one will be picked up by this... wait a second. Who got the other one? Yeah, they... No. The Willow did pick that one up, but did die for it. Sorry. As we do see the Dawnbreaker once again being zoned out. Can they get that Phantom Rush towards the Dawnbreaker. No, they can't. It's just Sweden strong in the game. Very slow so far. Just a lot of poke, not a lot of kills. Finally, though, it's the Tidehunter out of all heroes that kind of creeps up in CS. I was definitely expecting him to be the worst of the cores on the side of Yellow Submarine, but pretty good game for Mr. Absolute Massive as in the top lane. Inks well, trying to disengage from this Treant. It's a 3-man rotation. The stun's going to last for a long time, but the bug's going to be handled as they drop the Brambles and they will find Mr. Sweden strong. Beautifully done by Yellow Submarine as the Tornado EMP being used here. Trying to stop this DK. He has no Soul Ring, so definitely struggles to really do anything against the mana drain of the Invoker. Big support rotation. Do they have the Brambles? They have the Cold Snap. Looking for the Nature's Grasp. Brambles will connect. This is a tanky boy. Wand into the stun. Buy some time as some TPs from level up, including V-Tune that gets a Mana Void, kills the Invoker. Can they find more? It seems like they can. And this is going to be a 2-for-0. You don't expect the 8-minute rotation of the Anti-Mage, but he gets a big one.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, let's check the win probability. Still, 55-45. Nothing major here. It's not like Gaben thinks this anti-mage pick was genius, but he does feel like it was a good one, at least. As Absolute Massive. Absolutely low on mana. Cannot really do anything. Yeah, I mean, it feels like for Yellow Submarine, their plan is to just hold their towers and save their Invoker. He's going to be ganked. Good Solar Guardian finds the Invoker, and Vendetta dies again. The Soulbind on the other two supports. They're very underleveled. They are very sad, and as the Willow tries to run away, the Treant does not let him. They're all connected, and connected they will die as Lorenoff claims a triple kill, potentially a tier 1 tower. And with a bang here, level up coming strong in this game. They are really just destroying that mid lane. And this Tidehunter cannot help. He has no mana. He cannot TP. Like, he's a potato at the moment. V-Tune already has Treads working towards the Battle Fury. This is a really good start from both Lorenoff and V-Tune. That's kind of the level up you expect against a team like Yellow Submarine. Well, it's still pretty early to say, but they are looking much better than they were in game number 1. A little bit more scaling, better lanes, no support for Earth Spirit, allowing them to look pretty good as V-Tune wants him some watermelon for dinner, and they will get it. 3 heroes, slowly but surely. This Tidehunter should be war off as Milando, very low mana void, not enough to find that high Tidehunter kill, and he actually runs away with his phase boots. Okay. Alright, King. Not only that, but in top lane, we see Satanic here trading quite nicely against this Dawnbreaker. No Diffusal Blade. In fact, he's rushing the Ags, which seems to be the most popular build right now. But even still, no man on the Dawnbreaker means she cannot fight back these cats. You see Milan here just chilling in the top lane. Level 6 already. And the game definitely slowed down a little bit, but it's still a 3k gold lead for level up with this anti-mage just looking massive. Looks like his courier got killed, but he did deliver the broadsword, so he should be just fine. And now it is Yellow Submarine here grouping up in this bottom side. They're gonna claim the first tower of the game with the supports. They're both level 5, so this is really the biggest problem for them, not having levels on the supports. Whereas Sweden Strong already level 7. The Shadow Demon did crap. Did get level 6 on Milan, and now this is a big problem here for Yellow Submarine. They still need to find a way for the Treant to get his 6, but at least Willow was able to also crack level 6. Now going for Tranquil Boots and U-Scepter, pretty standard build. game slowing down a little bit. Anti-Mage now just going to be farming his Battle Fury. The PL working towards his Aghanim Scepter. What about the Invoker? He's going Vessel. No Midas just yet. They're going to try to utilize Absolute Massive. Like he is... Oh. Gush with the Brambles, EMP, some TPs here. Trying to help Lorinov. He's standing his ground though. He's definitely strong. Can they find a good Ravage? Absolute Massive holding on to it as finally it's going to be used with the Willow ulti, with the Overgrowth. The save though, buying time, and Lorinov still alive. Nature's Grab slows him down, but doesn't kill him. Only still alive as well. Those tanky boys, they lack the damage, they lack the guts and level up. They are going to withstand every single OT from Yellow Submarine. They used everything and they find nothing. Oh my. Not the play. Not ideal here. Back to the drawing board. Back to farming. PL about to complete his Aghanim Scepter though. So that's a big one. I wonder if he's going to go for the Spirit Lance damage talent. Or if he's just going to get more strength as the Anti-Mage. Will finish his Battle Fury at 14 minutes. It's flying out to him at the moment. That's, yeah, both of the carries getting those big items at the right time. But the problem is, besides this PL, everyone else on the side of Yellow Submarine just struggling a little bit more. Now Smoke here. They do have the Blink Dagger debut on the DK. Lorinov looking for a kill. We just want that Inkswell into Blink, into instant death for whoever shows, unless they find a PL illusion. I guess the Tidehunter could potentially survive, because even though he cannot get the bug out, he will dispel the stun, which allows him to walk away. But yeah, so far, the Smoke seems to either be read perfectly by Yellow Submarine, or they're just not at the right place at the right time. Vendetta, though, we were showing the lane. Inkswell with the stun. Where is the bug? It feels like they're going to use the Living Armor here to buy some time for this Invoker. And with the Willow ulti, they buy enough time. Now, when they are diving like this, there's definitely a chance for them to find Lorinov, and they will. It's a double kill for the PL. He shows up with the eggs and Yellow Submarine back in style, while this Anti-Mage is now starting to farm. The PL is ready to fight. And yeah, that's kind of interesting. Like, even though PL kind of wants to wait for the late game more than the AM wants to, he gets online faster when he gets this Aghanim Scepter. So he can fight, but he can farm more as this Anti-Mage. The only chance for him to show up in a fight is when Yellow Submarine is diving, when he can just get a free TP into Mana Void and get out. So this is not a move he wants to really follow his team, as he is, you know, farming fast, but is slightly behind at PL. Gold advantage now, kind of even the Satanic. Once again, back to the top of that net worth chart. Alright. Dawnbreaker going for a Blade Mail here. Interesting, he actually went for Echo, but now is gonna go back for the Blade Mail. It just feels a little weird to have the items that he has. Like, he's gonna have this dead item for a while in his inventory. The Oblivion Staff just wasted. As a Smoke from level up, once again, looking for that same combination. The Inkswell Dragon Tail didn't really work out the first time, but now they're gonna find a Chin Protector. But he is actually, he has Shard and will be able to TP out. Ooh, that was so close. That was so freaking close. And yeah, the Trin is gonna fall, but they did waste. Oh, is he gonna fall actually? Demonic Purge, so many OTs, even the Dragon Knight's OT being used for a Chin Protector kill. This is really good for Yellow Submarine. You know exactly where all of those heroes are. A lot of cooldowns being committed for your position 5. This is good. Now, I'm a little bit confused about Absolute Massive's build. Like, this flat. Not something that I expected, as they find only Inkswell will dispel the Vessel, as they find a Tidehunter, and he dispels the Dragon Tail. Good Willow OT. Rue will fall for... Okay, I guess that's the Dragon Knight Poison that takes him out. Okay. At least they were able to use that DKOT for something, because it was just for a chain protector kill. But with the good TP into Blink Dagger, he does get some counter kills. As all of that happens, though, the PL keeps on farming. Already has his Diffusal Blade, now going for a Manta. Gigantic on Satanic. Whereas V-Tune only has Ayasha. Still needs a lot. And he's going for a Butterfly. The, let's say, counter to Phantom Lancer. The counter to Illusions. We'll see how they're going to try and itemize against that Butterfly. Because it could definitely be a big problem here. At least early on for the Satanic PL. Yeah, does have the eggs. Shard is not bad either on the PL, but it's probably going to wait for the Manta to consider that. You see the Shadow Demon going for his Shard as well. A lot of farming in this game. We saw some early action, but in general now, both sides feel like they benefit from farming. And Gaben thinks that it's a slight advantage to level up. But he also said that in game number 1. And Yellow Submarine proved him wrong. We'll see if that's going to be the case again.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
In general, though, level up's farming just slightly faster, even though this PL is ahead of the Anti-Mage, the other cores, especially this DK. Way further ahead than the Invoker because he has that Midas. Invoker is going for one and in fact is about to finish it, as we do see V-Tune just farming some Ancients and will be very close to his Manta. So Battle Fury with the Ring of Health and Manta 20 minutes, that's a great timing. Doesn't really get much better than that unless he gets found. Really good wraparound here from Yellow Submarine, maybe going into the triangle. But they're going to really miss their timing. They're not going to find V-Tune. And in fact, they're going to rotate towards the runes, maybe. It's about 20 minutes, so they're going to be in position here for some runes. And this probably means V-Tune is going to have Manta for the next fight, for the next connection of Yellow Submarine. A little unfortunate. I think they were close from finding the Anti-Mage, but just a little bit late with how they moved. Oh, Lorinov. Just using those DK illusions. And sure, you have the tree and armor, but that poison is going to go through everything. And yeah, that's really the annoying part of this level up lineup. They just use the disruption illusions on DK, and they can brute force towers. Maybe brute force is a strong word because it takes a while, but you can kind of offset or even... So how much damage over time is the poison? It's 35. Whereas it's, 35 damage a second against Divine Armor, 6 heal per second. Just not enough to really stop what the dragons do. Satanic, though, already has Ayasha working towards his Manta. He's definitely a big boy. V-Tune working out towards his Butterfly. Can definitely die to the PL. One wrong blink and things could be very problematic. But you also got to be careful using Spirit Lance on the Anti-Mage. He can reflect, create some Anti-Mage illusions onto you that will drain your mana. So you need to be... You probably need to Spirit Lance whoever's closer to the Anti-Mage, just so that you don't... Oh, they're gonna go Rosh. Alright, finally an aggressive move here. Finally something happening this game. And it's going to be a Roshan attempt from Yellow Submarine. So far, it seems like level up. No, never mind. They do know that it's happening. They're going to smoke towards them. Own me. Can always use the Solar Guardian. And I don't think this is fast enough. Roshan still at half HP as level up is going to connect to this area of the map. Rue is in a good position. And they do have Ravage available So I kind of like that they're forcing this Roshan just because they will be able to get a good Ravage. Okay, blink forward. Lorinov will find this Treant Protector. Can they kill him before the fight starts? Yes, they can. Ravage is going to be used as a Solar Guardian looking for Roshan. It will stun him right in time. Oh my lord, only snatches the Aegis. This is not the outcome Yellow Submarine wanted, and they keep this fight rolling. Invoker so binded up, and now the Mana Void finds the poor PL. Satanic is dead, and Yellow Submarine, you're in shambles. Great move from Level Up. They smoke, like, they read that move perfectly, and they just took it to Yellow Submarine. They were fearless. The positioning on the Treant Protector was good, but he had a sentry, and they quickly locate where the Treant was. He instantly bought back, but, they don't have the advantage in terms of map control. They had to wait for the dire side, I think, if they wanted to do something like that. There you go. They're going for Roshan here. Ike, he knows they're coming with a smoke, so he moves to the left side, but he gets instantly found. Yeah, the smoke breaks. They know where he is. The dust being used from Lorinov, and there you go. They actually stun this anti-mage. They even get the Willow OT, I think. But yeah, look at the PL. He got destroyed there. He tries to TP away. Oh man, that was like 0.2 second on the PLTP. Satanic. That's so unlucky for him. Very unlucky. But they are the ones that forced the Roshan. They are the ones that brought this upon themselves. As now the 8k goal lead is a pretty substantial advantage. On side of Level Up, there you go. Shadow Realm gets used before the Dragon Tail, but it means you get stunned anyways. And with the Inkswell, I believe this is going to be a hard one. Curse, Crown Ruet, trying to buy time. Manta, though, dispelling the Crown, and Lorinov, a beast at the moment. Both the Anti-Mage and this Dragon Knight looking insanely farmed.
'Tis mine.
Absolute Massive did finish his blink with the shard, so that is a way for them to kill the Anti-Mage, but against the Solar Guardian, it seems wishful thinking. You also have Disruption Save, you have the Inkswell Shard, so many things that they can use to buy time and save V-Tune. Like, when Level Up's together, you're not killing this Anti-Mage, and if you're not killing him, he's probably going to be killing you. Don't really have many ways to deal with V-Tune. This anti-mage pick, not common, not popular, arguably not good in this patch, but that's the beauty of Dota. Every 1 in 100 games could be a good anti-mage game, and maybe this is the one. So far, it definitely looks like it is the one. %19 win probability here. Just very solid performance from Level Up. Oh, Inkswell with that bug. Mr. PL, you're dead. Schrodinger's cat is skilled, and Satanic just having a terrible time with this PL. He had a really good start, but died in some of the important fights, and now I don't think they're going to be able to buy the time they need. Like, sure, the Invoker did finish his Midas. Sure, the Tidehunter is arguably very good against the Anti-Mage. But I think this Dawnbreaker makes things a bit harder. Dawnbreaker definitely makes it almost impossible for it to kill AM. Even though the Aegis is on the Dawn, I really don't think they have any business trying to kill Mr. V-Tune. Milan, with his Aether Lens, having a pretty free game right now. Dire Scan will find exactly where Level Up is, but can they take this fight? Roshan still, Age is still up for 50 seconds as I hear a Sunstrike. They're gonna get Sweden Strong. That's one kill. That's not bad. But yeah, that's the only kill they're gonna get. That's the consolation prize for the Yellow Submarine players. Yeah, I don't really like this Invoker pick in the end. Or maybe the PL, because Invoker got picked first. Like, I don't think Invoker really enables PL. We don't want to Alacrity him. You're going to showcase what the real one is. The Invoker also doesn't enable this Tidehunter. Yeah, I'm a bit skeptical. as we do see Lorinov going for that eggs. And once the eggs is up and he gets his level 18, oh baby, those dragons, good luck healing them. Even the illusions are so strong. Lorinov pretty much has it. Rue did finish his eggs, going for a shard as well. Does have the money for it, but maybe saving for buyback. As Invoker is the lowest net worth hero core on the side of Yellow Submarine and in the game. Just not the showing that we wanted. Okay, smoke time here for level up. 12k gold lead as Lorinov gets Inkswell. They get vision of the Dark Willow and she's just dead. Insta-death. They had that ward and I think just light vision of where the Dark Willow was. And they fearlessly go for this kill. There is a buyback here on the Willow though, and they're going very aggressive for this Tidehunter. Will be able to Ogre Seal Totem, and they are holding on the buybacks. No YOLO buybacks, no jumping the gun just yet. As slowly but surely, even against the Living Armor, they're going to be able to crack this tier 2 tower. The second one for level up, as now only the bottom stands. Oh. More illusions. More freaking illusions. Yeah, kind of good at dealing with them though. It's not really going to do that much damage. Okay, Arcane Rune is going to be picked up by... Actually scouted by the Anti-Mage, but he doesn't pick it up. We do see Treant Protector working towards a Blink Dagger. That's another way for them to find V-Tune. But he already has a freaking Scotty. Actually, did not go for the Butterfly, by the way. Did go Scotty. Oh, well. Absolute Massive will anchor this DK as they drop the Spirit Land, slowing down this DK. He's still Lich. So annoying as the Willow OT finds V-Tune, but doesn't really do anything besides fearing him slightly. V-Tune though blinks forward, good tornado, holding him down. Can they find Invoker? Yes, they can with the Solar Guardian. This is gonna be so much damage. Vendetta throws his Cataclysm, but at the end of the day, it matters nothing. They're gonna lose this PL, and soon they're gonna lose Absolute Massive as well. The Mana Void, the Inkswell, triple kill for V-Tune, and this Anti-Mage game is looking so good. All right, level up. They also have tricks up their sleeves, and V-Tune showcasing why he is highly regarded as one of the best anti-mages in Europe. They will be able to take this tower. The glyph is here. They have some buybacks, but to what avail? To what? Like, there's not really gonna... This is at least one lane of barracks, but probably two. Oh my god. All right, they're hitting tier 4s here. What the hell? Look at those dragons go. This is Game of Thrones. They're gonna get the backdoor protection off of the creeps coming in. Tough game for Yellow Submarine, which is, expected. They were the underdogs from the very beginning, and even with the glyph here, how much can they hold? V-Tune will blink away. Revert's still available. They got what they came for. And there is no rush to win this game. I am honestly unsure how you win this game if you're Yellow Submarine. They have a 4% win probability right now, and I think that is exactly the right amount. Like, they're gonna go for YOLO Smoke, and if they die here, the game's probably over. Like, they were never able to use that Anchor Smash, the Anchor Shard on the Tide to kill this Anti-Mage. For a good reason. The Dawnbreaker is really a thorn in their shoes, and they don't have enough burst damage to kill the Anti-Mage. They have Cataclysm, and he was using that fight, but the Invoker got jumped. And if he's the one dying first, then the Cataclysm is not going to be used properly. They need this Ravage into Cataclysm to do a lot, and so far, they have not found any openings here. V-Tune, posturing aggressively, has that Butterfly, so even if the Cataclysm might be hard for them to get enough damage to bring him down. And look at those illusions, just trying to scout them on the right side. Roshan is up, and the Illusions will scout it. Ravage, they find the Grimstroke, the Cataclysm that could be too Lornoff stuck, and they will get one kill. Buyback on the Grimstroke, Solar Guardian will stop this Tidehunter, but he quickly dispels it. But look at Satanic, I think he's just dead. Even his Doppelganger is not enough. He's trying to run away, but eventually will be disrupted and will be taken care of. The Dragon Tail holding down that cat, and they are gonna get much more. Vendetta is dead, and he just GG's out of this game. In pretty much similar manner, 32 minutes is what Level Up needs to take this game number 2. With a good draft, they can showcase the newcomers who's boss and who should really be taking this series. Well, we're going to see if Yellow Submarine is going to be able to bounce back. This was an incredible showing here from Level Up. They barely gave any time for Yellow Submarine to do anything. And I think this was definitely a draft win. The anti-mage last pick was amazing. I was not a big fan of how Yellow Submarine banned both the PA and Sven having first pick. It felt like they were maybe scared to just grab the Sven, which is what most teams are doing at the moment. I think they just outplayed themselves with the way they were drafting. The PL was not a bad pick, but the anti-mage was much better of a pick. So really good use of the last pick on the side of Level Up. We'll see who will remain victorious in game number 3. For that to happen, we need a break. We need to refuel. Stay tuned, guys. Grab some refreshments. Do not close the stream, because in about 10 minutes, we're going to be back.
Sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I lose control. Love you every night, not checking the time, just loving you all night long. I miss that sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I lose control.
Sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Hello, we are back with Pinnacle Cup 4, last game of this series, Yellow Submarine versus Level Up. Both game 1 and 2 were relatively fast stomps from either side. Yellow Submarine, I think, did really well in game 1. Game 2 was just Level Up's show, and now it is time for a decider. Whoever takes this series, we can probably just show the groups right now so you understand how serious, how important this match is for both of the teams. Group B actually is the group we're talking about, is when we can really see here Yellow Submarine, they only have 3 series. So even though they are pretty down in terms of points, if they win this 2-1, they're going to go to -1 point, whereas Level Up is going to go to -1, which pretty much means we have a 3-way tie in the middle between Level Up, Navi Junior, and Yellow Submarine. Yellow Submarine, if they win their next series, that pretty much guarantees they're going to stay at least in 3rd or 4th place, which means they're moving forward. Losing here, though, puts Yellow Submarine in a pretty bad spot. Not gonna lie, I think it kind of solidifies the position of Level Up, and maybe it's a fight between Navi Junior and Yellow Submarine for 4th place, but they will need to get a 2-0 win or shoot on Yellow Submarine. And we do have a draft, so we can actually just jump right into it and take a look on what exactly is going to happen between these two teams. Yeah, this is going to be a spicy one. TA ban from Yellow Submarine, no surprises there. I think Level Up's going to take away the Lone Druid as they did throughout most of this series. The Pangolier is also taken away. And what else did they take away from? I think they took away the Sven and the PA. They did take Venge in game number 2, which I actually liked, despite the win that they had against the Venge. It's a very strong hero, so depending on the playstyle they want to be using, Venge could be a problem. As Level Up, they go for the exact same strategy. They don't change any of their bans. That Primal Beast they ran on Yellow Submarine was very impactful. They gave it to their offlaner. Not that common, actually. A lot of the Primal Beasts are usually played mid, but there you go. Treant Protector gets removed. They did pick the Sven. No, they actually banned Sven as Yellow Submarine. Do you PA here if you Level Up? I didn't really see PA doing that well against Sven in this tournament. I think it was only one match where PA won against Sven. And yeah, instead they get the Shadow Demon. I like this approach much more. I think they used the Shadow Demon really well in game number 1. Let's see how Yellow Submarine can enable Satanic Sven and give him a good game. Do you even ban PA is another question. Like, you probably do, actually. I think you do take away the PA. Maybe not in this phase, but if, like, you definitely take it away for the 3rd. If it's still open, you definitely take it away. They're going to take away the Beastmaster. Another hero that was constantly taken away or not really allowed for Level Up to pick. So BKB Piercing disables. Primal Beast is already out. Beastmaster is already out. Shadow Demon is one of the few ones that are still left. Bane is one that sometimes gets picked up, but sometimes is maybe even an overstatement. This hero, I think I've seen a fair amount of Banes in Dream League, but in Pinnacle Cup, the hero is definitely not really being touched for the most part. Almost never picked, as they do take away the PA. I think that's a fine ban. Like, it's probably better. And it also means that that anti-mage that they picked in game number 1 is probably never going to be picked. It's just not a good matchup for the Sven at all. The anti-mage. For the anti-mage. Playing Sven against that is a disaster. Like, he gets online much faster. You can't really man up on him ever. And Warlock is the hero they're going to remove here for Level Up as the Grimstroke. Yeah, they go for the same support duo, and I really like it. I think it's one of the strongest support duos you can pretty much have. And now when we look at the OP supports, you have NP available. Doesn't necessarily... That's a decent NP game, actually. Not a lot of stuns, not a lot of Quelling Blade buyers. These two, they definitely do not like it. As the Willow gets picked up, a hero that they played throughout the series here on Yellow Submarine. Do you really want to go NP? It is the only other, let's say, common in meta hero that's left. After that, you have the Phoenix, you have, you know, Bane, some of the other heroes, but this looks like a really bad Bane game for Yellow Submarine. Way too much cancels and silences for Bane to really do anything. All right, they're taking their time here. Yeah, I mean, it's either Phoenix and P or AA, but AA also doesn't really look that good. Do you want to pick your offlaner here as Yellow Submarine? It seems a little bit risky, but you don't really know what support to pick because most of the supports that you can pick that are left are kind of reactive. They're not heroes that you just pick because, you know, whatever. Yeah, they get the NP. Okay. I think that's a fine choice. The hero is definitely strong, but the response is going to be a Dawnbreaker. Doesn't care about Sprout, has a global capability to help whoever Nature's Prophet goes on, and they also played it really well in game number 1, so I see no problem against that. Do you just DK as you did in game number 1? Because that was also the approach that Level Up had. They ended up going for this Dawnbreaker DK. They did DK knowing there was Invoker though, so you could be punished in lane in case they attempt this DK pick. You have to either pick a good... I guess maybe the best approach here is picking your carry. You know that Sven's going to be the matchup. You don't know the offlaner, but you know Willow's going to be there. They go Storm instead. Good response against the NP. Not a lot of heroes that also beat Storm in lane. You could Quap, but it's not that good, honestly. You could Puck, but yeah, I mean, Puck actually looks pretty good. You can deal with the Grimstroke spells. You can prevent Dawnbreaker for ulting if you coil her. I actually really like Puck. I'm not sure if that's something that Yellow Submarine likes running, but that to me sounds like probably the best hero that they have. It's very mobile hero as well. Can assist side lanes. Can play well with the Willow. Even having Willow plus Puck to break the coil doesn't seem like a bad idea. They're going to go Lycan instead, though. This hero very often banned in the 3rd phase. I would probably ban Puck now if I'm level up. Either the 1st or the 2nd ban. They did take Throw out. So that's the matchup they felt that was the scariest one. And that's definitely one that people resort often when they are playing against this. Even against the Lycan. It's quite strong. There you go. Puck ban. Maybe you ban Quap as well, just to be sure it is a hero that does well in lane. Would struggle against the Grimstroke though, but overall, it's probably the best thing that Yellow Submarine can pick. What else could they go for? Would they go for this, like, let's say, high on Siege draft? They could go DK on Yellow Submarine if they have a player that likes running it. Not that DK is that complicated of a hero in the first place. Puck, Earth Spirit is still in the pool. Invoker is not bad against Storming Lane, but later on, I think the hero doesn't scale. But actually, I would like Invoker in Yellow Submarine. They like playing it. They have Sven now to be alacrited up. It's much better than the PL we saw in Game 2. So the synergy, even with the Lycan as well, just getting the Wolf Bite, I think they have a lot of synergy between these heroes. So a more cohesive draft coming from Yellow Submarine. I like the position they are right now as a level up. Burning through a lot of reserve time as they try to select the next ban. I mean, Shaker is still available if Yellow Submarine wants to go that route. Not a hero we see a lot. Dazzle still available. But oh, they take the Lina. They take the hero they play in game 1. Okay. I guess it's a similar position to the Quap, like you beat Storm in lane, but later on the Storm can kill you, especially with the global capabilities of Dawn, with the reach that Grimstroke has. Okay. Maybe they're also going for a squishy carry on the side of level up, and they feel like the Lina could be a problem. Just that straight up Laguna Blade with Ags solo killing carries. It's very possible. Yellow Submarine still taking their time here with the last ban. If we think of the heroes they can pick for carry, Void's still available. That's kind of a popular one. Void and Grimstroke is also a good combination with the Inkswell. Morphling still available, although I wonder if you really want to play Morphling this game. And yeah, the Slark that they played, but I think Slark is good against Lycan in the lane, but he doesn't really have a lot of push, which makes it hard. Like the timings that Lycan has on Slark are really good, I think. The reserve time here being burned. Lots of bans that would be good for Yellow Submarine. This is not an easy one, I think. The Void is probably the best one, honestly. Just the synergy with the Grimstroke, the synergy with the Dawnbreaker, the matchup on Sven. Maybe it's just bad against Lycan, though, as they did take the Bloodseeker away. And now, Yellow, you gotta pick up your offlaner here. It's gonna be that... your Maiden. That's the Dazzle we talked about. Okay. Interesting. It's a good matchup against the Storm. For sure. Storm's definitely going to suffer as they will pick up the V-Tune Ursa. All right. Really good lane against the Lycan. Could be Kaida, though. You have Grave. You have this Willow. But at least he's a Battlefield hero. We'll be able to handle the Sprout. Can potentially withstand the Sven's damage just because of the damage reduction you get with your ulti. All right. Interesting move here once again. V-Tune with the last pick, getting a hero that's good for the game. It's similar to what they did in game number 2, just enabling their newcomer, their new carry, and he delivered a lot in game number 2. So we'll see if he's going to be able to do it again. I do feel like this is a better position for Yellow Submarine than it was in game number 2. I think that when we saw the anti-mage, we quickly realized how tough of a game was going to be for pretty much everyone on the side of Yellow Submarine. Whereas here, I don't think the Ursa is a bad pick, but I don't think it's nearly as impactful as the Anti-Mage was. So, they have that Sven in the carry position for Satanic, a hero we saw him succeed. This is going to be a spicy one. I think, to me, this is a 50-50. I just hope this game lasts long enough. I want to see the Octarine Core Ursa not yet picked here in Pinnacle Cup. Just your standard BKB, Basher Ursa. Just give me some Octarine V-Tune. Give me some spice, as we are going to game number 1 as soon as the pause is over. Because it is over. So we should jump right into it, guys. And there you have it. Game number 3 is upon us. I want to see that Dazzle. A lot of spicy picks here. Lycan, Dazzle, Ursa. These heroes do not pop up very often. Even the NP, because it's always banned. So let's see how both sides are going to be looking like. Are we going to see any first blood action? There's probably more chance for Yellow Submarine, I think. Poison Touch is very good. Poison Touch is probably the big spell they could use to get first blood. But level up, they're chilling here. They're not really invading. They're just getting some vision on pretty close to their towers, as V-Tune blocks a large hand.
30 seconds to battle.
All right. A little bit of the dance from the NP there. As level up, just cutting some trees. Sweden strong with his Quelling Blade. Definitely need that against the NP. Now, they're gonna throw a Remnant here to try and dissuade this rune from being taken, but I don't think it's really gonna dissuade anyone. Yeah, there you go. They will pick this one up, and it is going to be a 2-for-2. Yellow Submarine getting one with Vendetta and one with Satanic as well. And there you go. Ursa, very similar build to what we saw in game number 1 with the Anti-Mage. Will rush the Ring of Health. Already has the Quelling Blade here to deal with it. Yeah, pretty stable build, I would say. Just playing, let's see, at the beginning, and he's against Lycan, another hero that's not going to bring that much aggression, to be honest, not in the first levels. So he should be just fine. The big problem is like these first 1 or 2 waves, but the Lycan just doesn't have the aggression to really punish the lack of vision on Ursa. Even Willow just not able to really do anything. As Lorenov, pretty low in HP. That's what happens when you're against this Dazzle. He's just gonna use Poison Touch and annoy the hell out of you. And this hero has like amazing damage, amazing animation. This hero is incredible in lane when he's playing as a core. We'll see how much more he's going to be able to do here. As I have not seen Vendetta playing Dazzle. I think that's a first. That's his first year in the tournament. Oh, but there you go, Lucina Strong once again with first blood, and that's on Satanic of all heroes. This is a big, big win as Ike is trying to, I guess he was trying to drag the creeps. Okay, yeah, he does save 2 of them, and he actually keeps the creep equilibrium being advantageous here for Yellow Submarine slightly. Very good from the supports, but still a loss for sure as Satanic takes the L there. First blood for this Dawnbreaker. I'm sorry, for the Grimstroke in the Dawnbreaker lane. Ring of Health now available for V-Tune, and yeah, I mean, this lane is already in a really good spot. I think the Lycan will really struggle against the Ursa unless the support is camping here with V-Tune. You could struggle on the Brambles. We'll find Milan, but they do not find V-Tune. And absolute massive. It's bottom of the barrel here in terms of CS. His Wolf's very weak against physical damage. And you even have this Willow Illusions just being so annoying to him. Oh, good. Oh, nice Sprout though. Taking away the vision from the creeps, possibly trying to stop this pull attempt of Satanic. Will be able to assist his support there. Okay. V-Tune bringing his boots already. Yeah, like, honestly, really good last pick Ursa game. Probably, like, better than the Inch Mage in terms of how this lane's going to be looking like. Lycan is just, like, it's a hero that in some matches can get away with a lot. It's not going to be the case here. Like, even if he wins this game, the timings of the Helm of the Overlord and the Helm of Dominator are going to be delayed, I think, as only goes very aggressive. Good Sprout. Nice cancel on the Starbreaker will allow Ike to survive. Very nicely done by Satanic, but it does mean this NP is forced to salve. And okay, they're going deep here for an Inkswell play, but the Sprout, once again, being clutch and saving the lives of everyone in the top lane. No rotations from this NP just yet, but I think mid lane is probably where we could see the NP being the most useful, because Dazzle just wants to be chasing people down with that Poison Touch. Another Sprout, but pretty much just to scare level up away. Yeah, Vendetta picking up a Water Rune here, just going for Bracer plus Shreds, it seems like. Pretty standard build just yet. Lorenov struggling slightly against him, but not by a lot, you know, just a 5 CS advantage, some denies. But yeah, I'm waiting for Ike's rotation there. I think that is really the big one. He's probably just scared of leaving Satanic alone, and that's why I'm not that big of a fan of NP5 when you have a Sven. This is a hero that wants to be playing around the map, but you will sacrifice your carry as you get those kills. Sometimes it doesn't matter, and you're getting so much out of it that you're offsetting the carry, feeling bad. But you know, Satanic is kind of the iconic player from this team. I just wonder if he is mature and ready to be sacrificed, as they will get that rotation we're talking about in the bottom side of the map, by the way, as the Sprout will block V-Tune's path and the disruption buys time, but not enough for the inevitable to happen here, which is that Ursa kill. And I mean, this is a big boy kill, because Ursa is by far the hero that was having the best time here on the side of level up. And the hero that got lost picked, so he is probably the one that should be enabled the most, but will be slightly shut down by Ike here. Nicely done. Okay. Lorenov just jungling until his level 6. He is afraid of showing in lane and being ganked by Ike, and I think that is definitely a concern he should be mindful about. Not really willing to show up in lane unless he is under tower. Look at him. Lorenov barely showing. The ward is on the right side, but Vendetta ready to potentially stop this. The Inkswell region rune for Lorenov. This is a big one. This is going to pretty much give him his level 6. So gets very lucky there with the region rune. Even farms this jungle camp while that happens. But a lot of damage being done to the mid tower here. Vendetta is not going to really let this come for cheap. Absolute Massive still having a bad time, which is expected against that Ursa. He is 24-5, not really where you expect your Lycan to be, but it is what it is. Like, he's gonna need to recover with jungle kills or with some ganks going his way, which they did get at least one rotation from that NP. But now that V-Tune is approaching his level 6, it's gonna be a little bit harder to really get those kills as a glyph gets used. Okay, I think they're fighting for the Wisdom Rune bottom. There's some altercations in the bottom side, and once again, it is level up that gets the Wisdom Runes, both sides. And not only they get those Wisdom Runes, they might actually live throughout most of it. They are not going to lose Milan and V-Tune with the tips. That is just beautiful from level up. We didn't really get to see it on camera, but they got both Wisdom Runes, and this is going to shut down those supports hard. Willow, definitely a hero that needs her 6. But look at the difference in levels of the supports here. The Shadow Demon already level 5, whereas the Willow is level 4. Oh no. Alright, they will try and go for V-Tune here. Good root with the Sprout on top of it. Will be able to get out. Doesn't have his 6, but still will be okay. There's a lot of HP regen because of that ring and the cornucopia as well. Come on. Just going for... Alright, there we go. Big zip from Lorenov with the Solar Guardian on top of it. Poor Vendetta gets killed. Sure, they trade that for Shadow Demon kill, but it is also going to be... Oh, Ike actually dies to a neutral creep. That's a huge stack. The Lorenov will farm, but at least for Yellow Submarine, they didn't lose another kill. Well, or at least they didn't really fed the golden experience for those kills. So, a little bit of time here for the Lycan to recover. Absolute Massive is, you know, the bottom of the barrel, but not that far away from either Dawnbreaker or the Sven. But still, the Sven is on his team, so you would love that Sven to be doing a bit better, although he can always recover. That is the beauty of this hero. And with Satanic behind that hero, I assume he's going to be doing just fine. Falcon Blade is going to be Lorenov's item. Pretty standard build here, as we do see this Sven already being level 7. Jungling, owned me, trying to just be annoying here. Oh, there you go, Inkswell, the Starbreaker. Can they find him? No, they cannot. Inkswell cancellation, just a little bit too late there. Alright. Satanic did go for the phase boots build this game, by the way, just so he can not only deal with the physical damage of Ursa, but have a way out of the Inkswell. That's definitely the biggest problem that he's going to be facing this game. Just running away from some of those spells. That's Sweden strong. Only one level behind this Sven. The fact that they were able to steal the Wisdom Runes here, making this game very annoying for Yellow Submarine. That said, the win probability, pretty even here. 50-50 pretty much. Just light advantage level up. It's 4%. It's not really gonna be that big of a deal.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top
Lorenov though, getting control of every rune. Just doing damage now in this tier 1 tower, whereas Vendetta is the one that's forced to jungle. He's going for that Aghanim Scepter build, but yeah, not the performance you expected for this Dazzle. I expected maybe them to kill Lorenov a couple of times, but they were really trying to, like, very hard to shut down V-Tune as an Inkswell with the zip. Shadow Realm will protect the Dark Willow for now, but not from the stun, as they will hit both the Remnant and the Vortex, and Rue under the armor of this tower actually surviving a little bit. Lorenoff and the children will be able to zip away from that poison touch, but the beautiful use of the Wild Wing here. No mind on Lorenoff trying to TP out. Can they get this kill? Yes, they can. Absolute massive here with a big play, and Vendetta gets a double kill. Yellow Submarine out of nowhere. They just click perfectly. Wow. That Wild Wing, that was so clutch. Just pushing the Storm out, wasting his mana, and all of that minus armor that's stacked up from Vendetta. Beautifully done. Yeah, we should definitely rewatch this one. Lorenoff goes pretty deep, but he had the children. I think it's fine that he feels this confident, as they know there's no Grave as well on Vendetta. But there you go. He zips one time, already very low on mana, trying to bottle up through the shield rune, but amazing micro there from Absolute Massive, and they get that kill just half a second before his TP goes through, and Sweden Strong dies. And this kill, not only important in terms of map control, but he gives Willow his level 6, her level 6, as well as Nature's Prophet. So the Wisdom Rune advantage that level up had pretty much gets nullified right here. Did hear an Inkswell on V-Tune, but they're not really going to find anything. As Vendetta, oh, there you go. Double damage for Lorenoff, the Brambles off the mark.
The seeds of fortune.
Dire's bottom tower
Only
is
going
under
for
attack.
a Blade Mail. Lorenoff just farming lots of stacks. I think they've been really good on the side of level up at getting stacks for Lorenoff to farm. He is giga farmed. There is an ancient stack on the side of Yellow Submarine, so that is probably going to be farmed by the Sven in no time, as his Echo Saber is about to be finished up. Yeah, there you go. We do have that one. Helm of the Dominator ready on Lycan for a while, and his Vlad is also incoming. So despite the, let's say, slow start, he's only 600 gold away from the Ursa, and the Sven is by far the highest net worth hero. So overall, I guess the worst part of this game has passed for Yellow Submarine. I was very scared for the supports, very scared for the Lycan, but they didn't really punish those heroes as much as maybe they could have. Thanks to mostly Yellow Submarine playing really well. Lorenoff, though, he is level 10. In terms of experience, he's having a great game. Just the same level as Vendetta, and that's supposed to be a Dazzle favored lane. So kudos to him and the supports. They got so many stacks for him, allowing him to really scale as they find this Ursa holding on to the Enrage. Oh, good block, pushing him towards the Brambles. Even the Enrage might not be enough as the Solar Guardian zoning them away. They're going to use Absolute Massive's OT as he tries to go for a really good Starbreaker, stunning this Lycan, preventing the advantageous move as Onmi gets Poison Touch, but will be able to hide through the tree line. Lorenoff trying to get the Lycan creep, actually not the common Lycan creep that Harpy, but yeah, they force spells on both sides, Enrage and Solar Guardian on one side against the Shapeshift on side of Yellow Submarine. Overall, I guess an even trade, some pressure on V-Tune, but nothing that's that big as, okay, they're gonna get the disruption going, and Vendetta unable to Poison Touch. Finally, oh, that's a super early Grave. I'm not sure about this one, as Vendetta will try to hold his own, but Poison Touch will eventually connect. Oh, I guess he was afraid of the Grimstroke bug and being unable to cast Grave, but yeah, just not enough. Grave being a level 1 means it doesn't last nearly as much as you would have liked. And not only they get that kill, they're gonna pressure the tower. Big moves from level up, the supports controlling the runes, allowing the Storm to be enabled a bit more.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There you go.
Dire's
Lorenoff gets another tower. And this slowly recovering here in net worth now, ahead of that Dazzle, ahead of the Lycan. The Lycan, though, will be finishing his Helm of the Overlord in a couple of minutes. Needs about 700 gold for that. The Vlad is available for him. I wonder if they're going to try and maybe sneak a Roshan, since they have all of those auras, and it is still nighttime. We might see that later on, as most of the Yellow Submarine heroes moving towards this bottom side of the map. We'll see if they're gonna try and do anything here. No mana for the Shapeshift plus all of the spells that he needs though.
Dire's top
Supports
tower
of
is
level
falling.
up just camping here, luring off. They know how important this storm is, while the Ursa keeps on farming, keeps on acquiring items, and he did finish his Blink Dagger. Gonna go for a BKB next. An attempt is brewing here, but they don't really find anyone. Grimstroke already has his shard, so very useful to inkswell anyone so that you can dispel some important stuff that they throw on top of you. Poison Touch is a big one. Storm Hammer is another one. Cannot dispel the Sprout, but can dispel the Curse Crown. So that is definitely something we could see. Smoke attempt now from level up as it didn't really do anything. So just a chill game. Do they want to choose Nick Roshan now though? They have Ursa nearby. They have everyone here. No vision from Yellow Submarine. And this seems to be kind of an easy Roshan. They're going to try and use these illusions to tank for V-Tune, as he is getting a lot of stacks. Some TPs from Yellow Submarine. The smoke is coming. How fast can they get here? Even the Storm Illusion buying some time, as V-Tune will probably, more than likely, get these Aegis. Just not fast enough with the reaction here. They are in a good position, though. They're going to throw some Brambles. It finds V-Tune. Satanic with a good angle. But right now, they have no vision from Yellow Submarine. Very hard to engage as Rue forced to show in lane. The Wolves are the only thing that gives them vision, and Storm goes for a very long zip. Throws the remnants inside that lane as Satanic is going to be found. Will pop his BKB to run away, but that's just a disengaging BKB. This is not ideal. V-Tune going for Vendetta, still holds the grave. Can he use it? He will, as finally he tries to get on top of the Ursa, but really good disruption. Buying time, they're going to lose the Dazzle. Own B is very low, Absolute Massive looking for that kill, and they get it. Can they get anything else? They're going to lose Rue more than likely, as he is slowly being ticked by the Demonic Purge. Ike with the TP will not be successful. They're going to lose 3-4-2 as V-Tune gets found by Satanic. That's the Aegis being taken away. Can they get anything else? Satanic considering here. Oh, no, actually, never mind. The Aegis is on Storm. I guess I'm high here. Lorinov will be able to stay. All right, Disruption going to be used, but Lorinov has absolutely no mana. Got to be very careful about taking this fight. And I guess this is not bad for Yellow Submarine. They killed this Ursa. Sure didn't take away the Aegis, but Satanic lives through all of it. I guess the biggest problem is the Dazzle. Like, he has his eggs. And that's like what's weird about power cover of this hero. He kind of owns his lane, but then he's a creep. And then if you get like eggs, Manta, BKB, Blink, he then becomes good again. It's just weird. This here's really weird. Most of the time, even in competitive games, I don't see this hero winning a lot, but maybe if it goes late enough, as Satanic will be poked by Lorinov. No vision, though, as he tries to find the Sven. Good stun with both Poison Touch. You have to respect the Poison Touch, and they will run away. Big zips and the haste should allow Lorinov to survive. They're going to lose the Grimstroke in return. Yellow Submarine, they're not going to allow moves in their triangle to be uncontested.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right. Roulette will steal a bounty, and still very even game. Storm is farmed, and I think he is supposed to be this counter to the Dazzle until he has a BKB, until he has a Manta. He will go BKB, by the way, as Lorinov finds a kill on Ike and will get an Arcane Rune at the same time. He's been very lucky with some of these runes. It's just a lot of the supports always playing around the runes and enabling Lorinov to play with them. You know, that's what you need when you have Storm. Maybe if you have a Coddle, you don't need the runes nearly as much, but that Arcane Rune is enough of an incentive for them to smoke. The Ursa doesn't have a BKB just yet, but he has that Blink Dagger, huge zip. Can they find this Willow? Yes, they can. Rue will quickly fall, but if that's the only hero they're gonna lose on Yellow Submarine, that's not too big of a deal. Win probability now at about 60% for level up, so they're definitely in a little bit of an advantageous position. But shouldn't be too much worrisome. As Satanic, you gotta be careful here. Yeah, the Dire Scan. You have company, my friend. Can you do anything here? He has pretty much... All right, yeah. Will not try to go for this. He actually could have maybe with another TP. Lorinov has that Arcane Rune. They're not really going to do anything about it. The Tormentor is going to be picked up by Yellow Submarine. Vendetta Shard, very good. Definitely a shard you want. Lucky for them because I guess NP did buy his own shard and the Dark Willow doesn't have hers. So kind of lucky that the Dazzle gets it. But that's probably one of the best ones that they could have asked for. Lycan now. Interesting build. Ended up going for the drums. Shard straight up into Nullifier. Nullifier, amazing versus Ursa. Amazing versus Inkswell. They don't really have any aggressive dispels, but the Nullifier should give that to them. Ike just working towards a Glimmer Cape. Just having to deal with the constant engaging of Lorinov. He doesn't really have a slot for Dust at the moment, and in general, those cores just... they don't really care, Dust, most of the time. Maybe the Dawnbreaker could be that hero. Still holding on to the Quelling Blade. As the Aegis will eventually expire here for level up. So, finally, Yellow Submarine willing to fight. And just as the Aegis breaks, they will go for that smoke we were talking about. BKB not ready for the Dazzle, but this Sven, he is very farmed. Did finish BKB. He does have a blink, and I think that's also the Echo Saber being resent to him because he did disassemble it to finish his BKB. So some big timings. They're going to connect with this Sven, and they should be in a prime position to take a good fight if they find the jump that they need. You know, either fighting this Ursa before he can pop his ulti, or even the Storm. Like, if the Shadow Demon is not instantly ready to stop the advances of Yellow Submarine, they could kill Lorinov for sure, as now it is level up that smokes. Lorinov just trying to protect his tier 2 tower here, but that dragon is a thick, bulky boy. And now the supports are nearby. And engaging is a little bit tougher, but so far they're not engaging. Oh my god, they're gonna go in, but there you go. The disruption plus that Soulbind and the Solar Guardian allowing not only them to protect their Storm, but to potentially kill Satanic. He dies to the tower. He could have probably ran away, but he will fall. That Grave doesn't last nearly long enough as they're going to be forced to ulti the Dawnbreaker. V2 can re-engage, has the Blink Dagger. In the other side, they're going to lose Ike. Sure, they trade 3 for 2, but still losing that Satanic Sven doesn't feel that good. Oh no. Both V2 and Lorinov living through the entire fight. And that Ursa looking very menacing. When the Ursa is ahead of the Sven, you know that the game is not going that well for the enemy team. Level up. Now working towards the Shivas here. They have a lot of responses for this Sven. The Basher and the Ursa being completed. The Shivas on Lorinov. You have Solar Guardian, as we saw. The Disruption. Lots of things that this Sven can't really itemize against. You cannot prevent Dawnbreaker from going in. You cannot prevent this Shadow Demon from, like, unless you initiate him. But they are smoked. They were in a really good position. And maybe Yellow Submarine underestimating how ready level up was for that fight. They had to move faster. They were there for a while. They hesitated. And they never really got the jump they wanted. Lycan how being used. Lycan is definitely getting pretty farmed, and he is not going for the eggs you usually see when a Sven is with him. He is going for the Nullifier we talked about. Already has already relatively close to it, but not there just yet, as the Grimstroke is now going for a Blink Dagger. Okay. He's trying to find that Dazzle. Dazzle, though, will finish his BKB. It's flying out to him right now. And once he has that BKB plus Blink, that's when Dazzle becomes that Tinker-esque sort of hero. That unkillable menace. We'll see if we're going to get there. So far, the gold advantage is quite negligible. And even the win probability, overall quite even here. At a 50-50. We were close to 60 at one point. But feels like Gaben not giving up on Yellow Submarine just yet.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
V2 now with that Basher. Going for that shard for the extra damage reduction through his Earth Shock.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Olornov is going to find Vendetta with the Solar Guardian, with the Vortex. Nice PKB with the Grave. Doesn't matter though. He's trying his best to survive, trying to deal with the bug, but he will be killed. Not only that, that's his debut BKB. He just spent the gold, meaning Roshan is going to be attempted here, and it's up. Just unlucky timings for Yellow Submarine as Milan looking for the Willow. Okay. Oh, they will find it. Rue, that Shadow Realm just buys time, as you will also be killed. Oh, no. Yellow Submarine, they're going to lose too. And they're going to lose any rights to protect, to take Roshan themselves. Very good moves from level up. At least in the bottom side and the mid lane, they are pushing a little bit. We see the tower taking some damage from those creeps. But at the end of the day, the Aegis is worth way more. Way, way more.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Milan with his Aether Lens and Blink Dagger having a really good time with that Shadow Demon. Almost as farmed as the enemy Nature's Prophet. But you know, in terms of gold advantage, they're doing a good job here on Yellow Submarine. They are keeping up with farm. The Nullifier on the Lycan did get finished, and that's a big timing here. That's a big, big timing. It will allow them to deal with the Inkswell in the next fights. It will allow them to... there's no defensive items on the sports besides the Grimstroke Gold Scepter. But it is one thing they're going to be able to deal with as a double damage. Vendetta was maybe scared of waiting for this event to pick that double damage up. But feels like they're not really going to go for any aggressive moves. They want to finish the Silver Edge on this Sven before doing anything else. Okay. Side of Vice going to be NP's next item of choice here. As Sanj will be completed on the storm. Pretty slow game. Only 20 kills in about 28 minutes. Very slow paced game. But with these ages, there's definitely a lot of incentive for level up to fight. What are really the timings they're waiting for? This Dawnbreaker wants a Basher. Already has AC. So they're very tanky on the side of level up. And the Storm Spirit finishing that Sanj. Those are the two big ones, I believe. Alright, they're going to go for this tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Not something you really expect Yellow Submarine to try to defend at all. So, it's probably going to be a free tower as they keep on farming on the side of, yes, Silver Edge. Very close to be finished by Satanic. He also gets his level 20. Some big timings for that Sven. As the Dazzle will go for that Blink. Blink Octarine is really what they want to be finishing here. Alright. They will find a big one. Oh, not that big. It's an NP. But they have Aegis, so this could be maybe the little push of confidence they need to poke at that tier 2 tower. And then the question is, how willing is Yellow Submarine to really stop that? Are they willing to give away that tier 2 tower? So far, they don't really have anyone defending. It's just going to be V2 in here. Yeah, this is probably going to be given away. Unless maybe you wait for the NP respawn timer and you slowly send heroes here. But you know, it's an Ursa. It takes so long. I think you probably just do stuff around the map. They will poke the Dawnbreaker in the mid lane with Rue. He's even gonna kill a courier. Oh, okay, not a lot of damage on that Dawnbreaker. On that Dark Willow.
Radiant's top tower is
V-Tune
under
just being
attack.
healed by the Inkswell slightly there. And Abysso is completed. Ooh.
Dire's bottom tower
He even hides as the Abysso is being sent so that they can smoke without really giving away that information. With the Abysso, they could potentially kill this Dazzle before he can pop his BKB and grave himself. Can they find that jump? They could potentially. V-Tune finds that bear as Absolute Massive will pop his ulti. They get the dragon though. They're gonna start this fight with no Helm of the Overlord creep. Good Curse Crown finding the Storm, but he holds the Aegis. This is not a kill we want to commit as V-Tune finds the Nature's Prophet. That's the first one. What about Satanic? Good Soulbind blocking them in place. They will be forced to fight, and Lorenov will lose his first life. Cheese on V-Tune, allowing him to live. The Grave, though, buying some time as Vendetta could potentially cast the second one. Can he get the second Grave off? Yes, no, he can't. Never mind. Fake hype, as they're gonna lose that Sven and level up, power through Yellow Submarine. That's a 4 for Nail, maybe 1 if you want to consider the Aegis. But yeah, just a tough one. Having no Helm of the Overlord creep. I think that Dazzle maybe needs Octarine for that second Grave so that you have enough of a cooldown reduction on both his ulti and the Grave himself. But yeah, couldn't really get a second one on Satanic. And V-Tune with this Ursa, once again, giving him that last pick seems to be what they needed to be able to power through Yellow Submarine. I'm gonna use the Glyph. We'll have the Lycan alive, but does it matter when he has no Helm of the Overlord creep? We'll see, as they have the second Glyph here on Yellow Submarine, but I think you just don't you don't even use the second Glyph. Well, they will. 20 seconds on this Sven. That's a long time to wait for Satanic. So yeah, we're just gonna get this for free.
Dire's middle barracks.
Huh. Yeah, don't know about that Glyph. Like, they're gonna lose it anyways. And now they find his NP. Poor Ike trying to stand his ground. Will be killed. Has a buyback. But
Prophet is just plain gnarly.
yeah, just bad moves from Yellow Submarine in the last couple minutes. Not really finding what they wanted.
Illusion.
Milan just throwing some shadow poisons, trying to. Okay, they're gonna go for a smoke. No MP. He either buys back or they have to wait a little bit. They have every OT on the side of level up. They don't have Aegis, but still. This is looking like a really tough fight. They're gonna pop that God Strength. They're gonna find Milan. No, that's a kill. Unfortunate though that this is a God Strength that barely gets them anything. They're not going. Okay, they're gonna smoke once again. They want to keep this ball rolling. But the creep equilibrium is just not going to help them. The storm illusions are killing the mid creeps. This smoke is very obvious. And Lorenov, not only he has that Kaya Sanji, yeah, he will instant TP. He has the gem. He realizes they were looking for him. No one's showing. And he will be able to not only waste 2 smokes on the side of Yellow Submarine, but live through all of that aggression. All of that attempt of an aggression, because at the end of the day, they didn't really do that much. On me, with the Heaven's Halberd, Basher, Blade Mail. He is giga farmed on this Downbreaker. Going for an Abyssal Blade as well. A lot of that BKB piercing control that we know really messes up with how Sven wants to play the fights. Now that Dazzle, still trying to work on the Octarine here, just not... I don't want to say best performance, but I think the Dazzle should have done more in the mid lane. The fact that the Storm just got away with no deaths just made this game pretty tough. And he goes back to the NP being 5 and the fact that Satanic couldn't stay alone in his lane. So those rotations didn't really come too frequently from Ike. V-Tune just TPing back here on this bottom side. Roshan, 2 minutes away. We know the respawn timer. We'll see if this time Yellow Submarine can at least try to have a say, can at least posture to defend that Roshan, because in this game, Level Up just got pretty much all of those for free. Win probability, still decent, 69% for Level Up. Decent position to be in. As the Side of Eye is going to be ready for Lorinov. Ooh. That Side of Eyes is scary. He can definitely solo kill the Dazzle now with the stun duration as Lorinov finds a Dark Willow. Nicely done there. He's going to bottle a Haste Rune, and I think he probably got like 90% of the runes this game. A lot thanks to his supports. So Level Up just playing really well around Lorinov. Whereas for Yellow Submarine, even though they are all playing relatively well as a unit, I don't think as a team they'd really perform to the level that is expected if they want to win this series. V-Tune will get this tier 2 tower, making it a bit harder for Yellow Submarine to have that map control over the Roshan pit. And 1 minute is what's left for Roshan to spawn. So Yellow Submarine, you have to smoke. Do they even have a smoke left? The Willow does not have one. ENP doesn't have one. We'll see if they actually wasted all of their smokes. Contesting their Roshan is probably impossible now. I don't see a smoke in their supports. Ooh. Okay, no, never mind. Willow has 2. Willow did buy 2. So Rue, they can smoke. Will they do it? I mean, it's tough because the high ground siege on Level Up's bad. So in a way, if you feed a lot of kills for them and you die when you try to contest this Roshan, you're actually helping them. But they've been so passive this entire game that I kind of want them to do one aggressive move now that they have this Dazzle with the Blink. Now they have level 18 on him and all that. Satanic is overall really farmed. But they're just not finding the right jumps. They have to kill the supports. And in general, it's most the cores that's showing. And look at that V2. Not only he's showing, he's going so aggressively here. They're going to get the soul buy. The first grave is there, but doesn't even buy enough time as Satanic pops his BKB, tries to run away. The second grave is not in time. And Vendetta, he doesn't have a grave for himself. The Abyssal Blade just shreds his skull in half. And with no buybacks on both cores, they might not even need Aegis here for level up. They could attempt to go high ground. Glyph is available. Let's see how much can Level Up take now. Ike at least cutting the wave here in the mid lane, but is it gonna be enough? They have creep stop. They do have creeps in the mid lane as well. V-Tune slowly but surely will be able to get the tier 3 tower and get another set of barracks. You don't even need to go for bottom, honestly. You can just go Roche. If they want to be extra careful, maybe they can wait for the Roche to be on the Radiant side. That's also a possibility. But if they do that, they could also go bottom. But no, yeah, they're going to chill. Level Up, playing very crisp, very cautious Dota. After that loss in game number 1, respecting the Yellow Submarine. And yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the summary of pretty much every single Yellow Submarine match that I've seen. Like, they usually do really well in one of the games. They never get stomped in their losses, but there's something that they still need to improve. I mean, probably a lot of things that they still need to improve. But, you know, I still feel like as the first time Satanic is playing an official tournament, at least being as known as he is now, I feel like, you know, it's not that much of a... They shouldn't really feel too bad about this loss if it does come to that. There's still a chance that they can win. According to Gaben, that's about 20%. You know, 1 in 5. That's pretty decent. I definitely taken worse odds in my life. Student Strong just pushing the mid wave as Only already has that Abyssal Blade. So much BKB piercing control as they will find this Dawnbreaker. Curse Crown connects, but she is giga tanky. That's a level 25 Dawnbreaker on the other side. They will find Ike, and that is 1 kill. Lorinov, the Inkswell looking for another engage. Can they find this Lycan? I heard a God Strength on the other side. They're looking for an angle as Lorinov keeps on trying to chase this Lycan, just zoning them away. Now this Van trying to go for a play. Can they find anything? So bind on both the Lycan and the Dark Willow. They find this Grimstroke as the response is just Satanic dead. is that VTune quickly gets a hold of him, and I think Absolute Massive will also be handled. They get the disruption, they get the kill, they have no buyback on Satanic. I guess at least the Creep Equilibrium is slightly to Yellow Submarine side. You see Ike just pushing the mid lane, pushing the bottom side. So they could maybe buy time for another defense, but it is looking grim. These fights from Yellow Submarine, they're just unable to do anything. I really, like, theory-wise, I like the Nullifier on the Lycan. I don't think I've seen the Nullifier being used at all. He just can walk up to anyone. They have 2 Bashers on those cores. They have Vises. He gets controlled. It's way too scary as the Lycan buys back. It's another fight where Satanic has no buy. No Glyph as well. This might just be Megas. They might not GG out, but this could be Megas. They're gonna have to fight Real Satanic for 30 seconds, and the other heroes are coming. This is just their 2 cores, taking away the tower, taking away the barracks. There you go. I'm gonna get a good stun. How much does it matter though? Okay, Ike going to hide with the Glimmer Cape. The supports though will get the vision, will get the intel that they need, as they also lose. I mean, they're losing everyone. This Nature's Prophet has no buyback. Poor Lycan gets Vortex, gets found. V2 looking for him. The Wolf is a bit faster than the Bear, so should be fine. Never mind, V2. He gets the blink. He gets the kill. 100 seconds. No Lycan. And now it's Satanic. He gets he gets bashed. No Grave available. GG flies out and level up. It might have not been easy against the newcomers here. They put up a hell of a fight, but at the end of the day, it is level up that takes this. So now they are looking much better in the tournament. We can check the groups just to understand exactly how it's looking. But I think level up, this is a breath of fresh air for them. They were not looking very stable. They lost games against the Amiga. They lost games against Team Tickles. But finally, they are able to take another series. This is rough for Yellow Submarine. I don't think... Yeah, we can check the groups. I don't think Yellow Submarine should be too sad about this loss, but in general, this was kind of a shaky performance, especially after game number 1. They couldn't really do as well as maybe they would have liked. We can check the groups right here, as now level up ahead of Navi Jr. in 3rd place. This is definitely how I expected the groups to kind of look like. Level up, Tickles, and Namiga being the top 3. Maybe level up even slightly ahead of either Namiga or Team Tickles. I think Namiga is looking insanely good, honestly. Didn't expect them to put this hell of a fight. Yellow Submarine, they might still have a chance, but they rely on winning this as a 2-0. They rely on other people's results. We'll see if they still have a chance, or if it is going to be, unfortunately, game over for them. They still have 1 series, as we talked about. Every other team already played 4, which means they only get to play another 1. And yeah, guys, KZ versus CB, as well as Zoomers versus Vivo Kidstars are going to be the series after I am done. I still have 1 series, though, and it is Moneymakers versus Mars Bet. We can check their group just so you understand what it entails, what that matchup is going to decide, because we are pretty much done with the first section of this tournament. Only another day left. So yeah, Moneymakers, they're 3rd place. Mars Bet, they're 2nd place. Whoever wins this series is going to be 2nd place, because CB, they are definitely going to be 1st place. They are looking amazing. But winning this series means you're going to get 2nd place, which means you're going to secure yourself a little bit of money, because you're already going to be in the semifinals, and top 4 is you only get money if you're top 4 in this tournament. Pinnacle Cup, just pretty much guaranteeing yourself $5,000. So that's amazing. This, though, will happen in about 15 to 20 minutes. We have a bigger break right now, but we should be back in about 15 to 20 minutes. So stay tuned. Do not close the stream, because I'll be back to cast the next series.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, And surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Seagulls flying overhead, towels down in the sand, little crabs walking over our legs, and we were together just like lovers should have been. Like the changing tides, you have changed your mind, and now you are no longer mine. Last summer you were holding my hand. Last summer you were laying in my bed. Last summer we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. And I miss the salt in my hair. And I miss your emerald stare. And I wish you were still here. In your red sundress, watching the sunset by the pier. In your red sundress, watching the sunset by the pier. Last summer, you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. Like the changing tides, you have changed your mind. Now you are no longer mine. With tears in my eyes, I recall the times when I had you by my side.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Hello, Pinnacle Cup. We're back with Moneymakers versus Marsbet team. Well, the draft already started, but I want to present all of the players for you. So let's get into the groups real quick just so you get an idea of what's happening. So Marsbet versus Moneymakers, they are pretty much tied in points, and whoever takes this will secure second place, which, as we know, super important. So this series, one of the most important series right now. Let's check the players here. Marsbet first, our beautiful players: Otakar in the carry position, Moye in the mid lane, Mr. Luck for the off lane, Jeezy as well as LeBron. And for Moneymakers, we have the known. They've been playing this tournament for a while. They were as well in Pinnacle Cup number 3. Lucas, Igor, Palantimos, Bignum, and Slayer is the roster. But because we already have a draft, we're not going to be staring at their faces for too long, because we gotta watch the draft and understand what is going to happen here. So there you go. Razor Pango being banned by Moneymakers, whereas for Marsbat, they take away the NP as well as the Primal. So still Sven and PA available. Lots of the OP supports like the Grim, the Warlock, the Shadow Demon, the Venge are all available. And with the Dazzle being taken away, it means that there's even more supports available, because that Dazzle, yeah, you might think that is a support, but no. We are now in a new timeline where Dazzle is a, and oh yeah, okay, and now Chi and Protector being removed as well. One of the top tier supports for a reason. So that's the 4 bans here the Moneymakers will be removing. And now Marsbet, you have a ban and you have a pick. Sven and PA still in the pool. What are you going to do? Do you take Sven out and pick PA? Do you take PA? Do you pick the Sven? Or do you ignore both and you're going to show us something else, something spicy? Well, okay. They take away that Beastmaster boy. One here that's been banned more and more in the first phase. All right, so they banned the Beastmaster, but they were not necessarily certain on what they wanted to pick here, because they are going through their pick phase a little bit. Interesting, yeah. They that is not the hero I expected to see at all. This hero. There's a couple of reasons why I'm kind of baffled at this hero being picked. The first one being this hero is rarely banned. So if you want to play it, you can just pick it later. It also means you're ignoring both Sven and PA. Like, is that... I don't know. I know that Marsbat is doing well in this tournament, but can't help but feel like a lot of the other high-value targets and heroes were ignored by them. And now Sven can even... be picked by Moneymakers, and they could even ban the PA, usually the best other option that you have against it. Although we did see an Ursa beat Sven in the last game. Maybe that's the plan here for Marsbat in this game. All right, so Invoker gets taken away. Definitely a hero that's annoying at Centaur. The Tornado through your Stampede is something that is annoying for most players to deal with. As now, what else do you want to take away? Maybe some supports that handle this Sven well in lane. Well, they take away the Brew. Definitely one of the top tier offlaners left, and because Sven is on their side, they would be lacking the counters to really handle Brewmaster nicely. So I do like it. Usually you don't see the Brew going all the way through the second phase, but it did happen here. Moneymaker is just prioritizing Sven slightly more. So what do you do now? You ban PA, you ban Ursa, you ban actually the Slark. Interesting. Maybe giving away the type of offlaner they want to be picking in the next phase. The Shadow Demon is what they choose. It's definitely a counter for the Sven. So overall, I really like what Moneymakers is doing. I think their opener is much stronger than what they have going here with the center. Maybe I'll change my mind once they go for the 2 next picks here. Warlock still here. Grimstroke still available. NP still a possibility. No, never mind. NP is banned. So it's Warlock, Grim, and Willow still available here for Marsbat. I wonder. I really like Grimstroke and Centaur. You're going to be able to use that Inkswell beautifully. You can lock people in. You can get those double edges in the fights once the Soulbind gets used. But it's Clockwork, actually, the hero that they pick. Some BKB Piercing disable. The cogs can be a bit annoying for the Sven to really deal with. But it means that they... Alright, so this clock is a 5, and they're going to be playing Scarif Mage alongside Centaur. I do like that lane. Kind of a classic one. A lot of burst damage. Very hard to really sustain yourself through that lane. And speaking of sustain, Warlock's a possibility, although against Clock and Centaur, that's probably not possible. I think if you go for that Warlock, it's probably going to be a world of pain for you. Enchantress also doesn't really look that good against the Clockwork. At least after the laning stage, it gets a little hard. Those are usually the sustain heroes that you can get Sven to feel a bit better. As now Moneymakers burning through their reserve time a little bit here. What do you need? You need something that probably goes pipe. They have way too much magic damage on the side of Marsbat, but at the same time, the Tidehunter doesn't really look that good against Clock. It's kind of one of those heroes that doesn't matter that you're constantly dispelling stuff. You're still going to struggle, going to be stuck against the cogs. You're going to be taking Mystic Flare damage, but they're going to go Tide nonetheless. It's probably like, it doesn't feel good, but everyone else would feel much worse. So I guess just a pick your poison sort of situation. While they do need to pick another support for them. As we talked about, Grimstroke still available. Warlock probably not going to be picked here. I think the Phoenix is also a bad option. Yeah, I guess you have to go Grim, but you're also not happy playing Grim here. They have a lot of gap close, but there you go. They just pick it. It's still the highest value support that's left. As now TA gets picked up, probably against the Tidehunter in lane. Marsbat looking good. I think this TA matchup is going to be awesome. This Clockwork Centaur, Skyref Mage, they seem to be able to deal mostly what the SD and Tidehunter are going to be doing. And now it's time for the mid lane decider here. Sure, TA could be middle. You can't really be 100% sure that TA is going to be carry. But it is a good lane if it's against the Tide, which is, why this pick is so good. You still have the flex, whilst you're probably able to still somehow find some good matchups. They're going to ban the Death Prophet, and now Moneymakers. You probably want to be banning some mid heroes. What would be good for them? They have a lot of gap close, a lot of damage. They don't really have that much siege, so maybe a DK would be nice. You can tank a lot of that Sven damage. You would be giving away DK illusions though, and when you're ulted, that could be a problem. Oh, they banned the Viper. Interesting. Feeling like that break against the Tide would be quite annoying. Maybe they're going for a Shaker in the mid lane here for the Moneymakers. That hero still available. That hero definitely fell in popularity a little bit, just not being picked as often as he used to be. All right. Dawnbreaker ban on the side of Moneymakers. Just banning. Interesting that they banned the Dawnbreaker. It's kind of a mid-hero, actually. Sometimes. Maybe against the Shaker it could be. Do you ban Shaker here for Marsbat? Could you pick Shaker yourself, even? Because they're the ones that have the overall first pick. And if this TA is indeed in the safe lane, they could just pick Shaker. I'm not sure there's going to be a lot of good responses for Moneymakers. I guess they could Quap, but Quap is not that good of a hero. And against the Scarif Mage Silence, you can struggle. There's a lot of gap close. You can blink and still die as they chase and look for you. Mars bet. Definitely taking their time here with this last ban. It's kind of a tough one as we discussed, because they can potentially figure out what moneymakers wants to pick and get it themselves. Because the bans that moneymakers went for, they're very specific. So if they want this like one single hero and you take it, it could make their draft look quite weird. But for Mars bet, if we just think about what they lack in their own draft, I think they have a good amount of damage. Maybe they are lacking a little bit of reliable stuns. It's really just the clockwork in the center, as they do get Quap. So yeah, they feel like Shaker is what they wanted to pick. They banned the range lane dominators that could actually be strong enough against Quap. And now, yeah, moneymakers, go for your Shaker. Good luck laning against this Quap. They can still go for it, but it definitely looks a bit scary to play Shaker. You do know that the TA is not going to be mid, but it doesn't matter. It's still kind of a tough lane anyways. What can they possibly pick? They could go for, let's say, a Puck, but you're still playing into the Skyrim Mage Silence. You're playing into a Log Gap Close. This could be a scary game for Puck. You might need something that's tanky and durable. And honestly, DK is looking like that hero. I feel like DK wouldn't be bad for moneymakers at all. You're going to have some synergy with the Shadow Demon, but they get Kunkka, which is similar, a little bit less durable than the DK, but also has a lot of reach and has a lot of damage mitigation. Once they go in with the Stampede, with the hook shot, you might be able to withstand all of that damage with your Blade Mail, with your boat. Yeah, I like it. I think this Igor Kunkka, mid Kunkka in general is not something we saw in this tournament a lot, but it is finally going to be played here. And I think this hero is underrated. It usually gets a third phase banned, and this time it's going to go through. We'll see which team is stronger here. I'm pretty sure that's not balanced teams. That is Yellow Submarine. But there you go. Mr. Luck with his beautiful face. Feeling quite lucky. I'm very interested to see how this match is going to unfold. As we said, this is a very important game for both of these teams. They are second and third place, and whoever wins will guarantee second place, or be very close to guaranteeing it, maybe relying on some other results. But getting second place means you secure money for yourself, you secure a pretty comfortable position in the playoff section, and it also just guarantees you're going to the second stage of the event, because losing here, maybe losing as a 2-0, could still potentially have the implications of you being totally out of Pinnacle Cup. The way that the points work in this system means that you have to be very consistent throughout the tournament, and losing as a 2-0 and then the other teams getting some good 2-0 results could easily just tip you out. And that would be a shame, because I feel like both of these teams are very, very good. Moneymakers had a very good run in the last series that they played, and now one series away from actually taking this. We do have a little bit of a pause, but we should be heading back in no time. And yeah, that is the last series I'm going to be casting. And one of the last series of the tournament, we only have another day tomorrow for the groups to be decided. Only 3 series tomorrow as well, because most of the games have already been played. It's going to be spicy, guys. This is going to be really incredible. And finally, we are in the game, but a pause ensued right after it. So you're still going to be looking at my pretty face for a little bit. So don't be dead used to it. I'm hoping you're not going to have to look at it for too long, because, usually those pauses, just a couple of internet issues, some router problems, then they get fixed pretty quickly. Now, in terms of who I think stronger, I do feel like Marsbat's slightly stronger. Like their names, Zotaker and Mobe, they are a little bit, I think they have slightly higher pedigree than the players on the side of Moneymakers. But at the same time, when we look at the drafts, I like what Moneymakers is bringing. So at least this game 1 should be a 50-50 in my book. You have one team that wants to play, let's say, higher tempo with that Sven. Oh, there you go. Looks like we are going to be looking at the draft just so I can remember it. So Moneymakers, I think their tempo is a little bit Honestly, the tempo is kind of even. Both Quap and Kunk are very active heroes. TA and Sven, they farm a lot, but for the 15 to 20 minute mark, after that, it's going to be a lot of brawling. The supports on Marsbet might be more aggressive. I think GZ, LeBron, Mr. Luck, and Mobe, they're going to be playing aggressively from the 10-minute mark, whereas Moneymaker's probably trying to react to the aggression of Marsbet. This will open up Otaker to become big, and that's it. Like, can Lucas farm without being hunted by the Marsbet kill squad, which is pretty much 4 heroes? That's really going to be the biggest hurdle the Moneymakers need to be playing against. You do have Shard on Kanka eventually to push them away. You have the both damage reduction, but even that might not be enough, as we do see. Oh, that's a Dota kind of lettering there in the background. Okay, not sure where he is, but it's a pretty cool setup as we finally unpause, and we should be jumping right in, guys. All right, game number 1 between these two powerhouses about to begin. We'll see who's gonna come out on top. Both sides here smoking up. Yeah, I mean, usually very rare to see level 1 plays, and when I look at the heroes inside of Moneymakers, they're pretty bad at level 1 kills. Like, Kanka is awful. You know, Gush into Inkswell, into Svenstun can potentially kill someone. But it's been a while, you know. When Dispatch just dropped, I think people were going very often for those level 1 fights, but it's very rare. Like, it has to be a situation where you know your draft is like 10 times better level 1 than the other one, and you try to figure out where the enemy is going to position. But as we can see, Moneymakers, they're chilling here. No aggression just yet, as Otaker, he might be the one trying to go for an aggressive play, just attempting the tried and true level 1 meld play. There's no one here. Do they have any sentries here on the side of Moneymakers? Could they potentially... Okay, there is one on Slayer. Shadow Demon did go for 1 sentry here, maybe looking for the camps being blocked on the Radiant side, but... oh, Otaker? There we go. They throw the blood grenade. Otaker actually... Oh, he doesn't get the meld, and in fact, they're going to sacrifice LeBron. Oh, Moneymakers, not like this. This is a disaster. The poor LeBron, slowly but surely, waving his hands. Actually, does live, apparently. Slayer doesn't get the connection with his Q. And LeBron should be fine. 2 seconds for a disruption. Nah, never mind. LeBron gets that D ward, so the camp stays blocked. But a disruption will secure these 2 supports a kill. There you have it. Slayer, with his right click, secures first blood. They buy some time, they get a D ward, but at the end of the day, this will be Moneymakers making some money right from the get-go. Lucas here. Just going for a couple of boops in terms of the start of this game. Big Num just going to be stopping the clockwork right here. And Otaker does have the level 1 meld, but 12 Cat is a tanky boy. Did start with Ring of Protection, so he should be offsetting a little bit of that minus armor. Has level 2 as well. They should be just fine. Mr. Luck, though, will not get that range creep. And in terms of CS, the Quap doing really well against Kanka, which is expected. I think eventually the Kanka does really well. You get the level 3, level 5. You have the sustain of using X mark the spot back to base. But right now, it is Mo-based show, and deservingly so. That's why they even picked this Quap in the first place. Not a lot of other heroes were left in the pool that could really deal with it. They banned all of the other ones that could become a problem, like the Lina as well as the Death Prophet. 12 Cat. Trying his best here to stand his ground, gets fed a tango, but now the initiation here, they do get the disruption going there in the top lane. I think this could potentially... never mind, that's fake hype. LeBron just barely does anything as he gets the cogs, but with his battery assault being over, There's no way they have enough damage here. So just gonna be booping. It's gonna be poking this guy. Bottom lane Slayer very low, and Mr. Luck will find the first kill on the side of Marsbat. So we talked about how oppressive this lane can be, and this is just the beginning. This Grimstroke should be very scared for his life, as the Torrent will not connect, and Igor doesn't have the Axe. Right now, this is kind of a weird position for him. At least he did not pick... He was waiting to get the water room there, just fermenting it a little bit. Oh, we'll get that extra boost of regen. Time for the Lotuses. Looks like GZ will be able to pick this one, no problem. Now, top lane, that's a little bit more of a fight. LeBron will push away Big Num, and it is both players on the side of Marsbat picking up the Lotuses. Already a decent advantage as Lucas. He gets Inkswelled, but nothing's really going to happen. Let's be honest. You cannot get on top of anyone. And the Inkswell on cooldown, we could even see Marsbat being aggressive. They do have some mana there with their heroes. Igor, yet to use the X, marks the spot back to the fountain. Is relatively healthy here in terms of mana. Okay. Mobe is going for the harass. Can he get this creep? No, he cannot. Yeah, the CS definitely advantageous for the co-op, but not by that big of a margin. He has more denies, but in general, this Kanka should be having a decent time. Lucas at least has a 16-1 charge, so even though he looks low HP, you gotta be careful if you're gonna try and commit on him. He will heal a fair amount after you try to kill him. Azotaker is recovered here in this lane, but I think this Tidehunter, that first blood that they were able to acquire, already helped this lane tremendously, because Elfcat is doing fine. There you go. Disruption is going to be used. LeBron should be fine though. Just a lot of poking. Not a lot of action, but I think the action really starts at the minimum mark. That's when you're going to have Stampede. That's when you're going to have level 6 on the Scarif Mage. And you can start hunting for the Kunkka, for mainly the Sven, I think. But the Kunkka is also a good kill. It's just that he is way too tanky with the boat being ready. Oh, who gets it? It's the center. It's the big boy. 12 cat. Showing up in that top lane as Mobe will be pushed back here by Igor. Did just go back to the lane with the X marks the spot though, and now with the P on cooldown. Gotta be careful here when you go for those trades. He is now kind of unable to sit in the mid lane for a bit. Otaker getting some farm there. Everyone inside of Marsbat with the highest yes. Yeah, they're definitely recovering here, especially the Sven, not having a great time. Oh, there you go. They do kill the Kunkka. GZ with a rotation and Mobe. They're gonna get that kill, knowing that Kunkka has no TP. This should probably be the rune being picked up on the side of Marsbat. Nicely done. Very nicely done. Time for the Lotuses. So I'm assuming the Tidehunter is going to go there as the rune spawns in the bottom side. And Slayer actually steals it. Nicely done. So even though Kunkka dies, they're not going to give away a rune to the co-op. Good moves from the Grimstroke. It does mean, though, that this Sven is not farming. When the Grimstroke's forced to leave the lane, the Sven is not farming. And yeah, not a lot of action. Just a slight 2k gold here for Marsbat, which shouldn't really matter too much. Sven is a hero that recovers quite a bit, and they do have the heroes to get rotations going once the levels are acquired. Both Kunkka and Tide, great at fighting. Kunkka already 6 though, so probably waiting here for Ravage to be available if he wants to rotate to that TA lane. Definitely a hero they can kill. Axe is a spell that's going to pretty much counteract the Stampede if they use everything correctly. Oh, LeBron, he wants that Wisdom Rune. He's waving his little hands. Try to block this Shadow Demon, and he will pick up the Wisdom Rune. Nicely done there by Big Num. But good attempt nonetheless from LeBron, as he will say goodbye, say farewell. Not a bad try. Oh, there you go. Did this Slayer Grimstroke get that Wisdom Rune? He did not. So GZ did pick that one up for Mars Pet, and even trading Wisdom Runes, meaning the supports are equally happy, let's say. Autakir now, level 6, has those traps to work with. Even harder to attempt to play, but we do see a TP from Big Num just to try and protect 12 Cat. Lucas has a big boy stack to work here. Will be, even without his level 6, slowly but surely farming towards it. Just standing in the high ground. Really good dragging of the creeps there, barely losing any HP. Now time for the 8-minute rune. Who will be successful as Slayer is protecting it? Look at that clockwork. Will not be able to steal the Arcane Rune, and the Inkswell Stampede might not be enough to save this bad boy, and he's not gonna live. Stampede gets wasted, and Clock gets killed regardless. Tidehunter working towards that Meteor Hammer we all know and love. Autakir pretty much ready to leave the lane. I think that now that you see this Tidehunter has Ravage, you should be scared of the X marks the spot plays. He could TP to that lane. No traps really in the closer to the tower to give vision of Autakir. So maybe that's something he can try and do. Place some traps there, hope for no sentries, as Lucas will pop his God Strength. The boat is going to be used. Can they X him back? Yes, they can. The stun connects. We know there's no Stampede. So Mr. Luck, you are out of luck. As now with that silence, with the Inkswell, this should be enough gap close forward Centaur, and Lucas quickly gets rid of him. Nicely done from the money makers. They're going to get another kill. Sven still not really doing that hot in terms of CS, but should be able to recover soon. Also, even he's like not doing hot in CS, and he also has a lot of neutrals rather than lane creeps. Kinda, let's say, confusing us as to how much net worth he really has. Big Nam though will stay here in the mid lane, very close to his level 6, and I think this is a big power spike. Sure, against the Centaur, it's hard to really utilize his ulti properly, but if you can get a good resurrection, you're gonna waste a lot of that level 1 Stampede duration. All right. Jeezy here, just flapping his blue wings. Illusion Rune goes the way of Igor, and now he's gonna walk towards his ancient area. Do they have any stacks here for him? They do, in fact. So he will be farming a large camp stack here with the Kunkka. Nicely done. And there's also an ancient stack. Oh, I heard a Stampede, and this Dreamstroke getting pretty low. Uses a lot of his mana. Should be killed. The Inkswell procs by some time, but they still have the call. So nicely done by LeBron, just not using all spells at once. And that is a kill. Although, they did burn through Stampede to kill a Dreamstroke support. We'll see if that's going to become a problem. They're going to be able to offset that, as both the Scarif Mage and the Clockwork dying to Lucas. This Van, despite the slow start, being very crucial in some of these kills in the early game. I think it was a part of 3 kills from Moneymakers, and yeah, he is 2-0. So never mind, as Lucas now TPs to his triangle. Look at that big stack on the Radiant side. Oh, he's gonna be so happy. He's farming so many creeps on that triangle, and will accelerate in farm tremendously. His net worth, I'm curious to see what the net worth of this Sven is right now. He is 3rd in the net worth, so not a bad spot to be in. Slayer cracks his level 6 now, 11 minutes in. Not too bad. Had a tough early start, but now Soulbind is available. So he can have double axe even. That's kind of fun. Double axe into double bolt would be awesome. And they're going to smoke. They really want to utilize exactly that combo. And there's 2 heroes here that if they get the Soulbind going, no, Moe just blinks out. And the smoke doesn't connect. They have level 1 Soulbind. The cast range is a little bit bigger. But if you get an Airlands or if you get to level 12, that's when that Soulbind starts to feel way more impactful. You definitely need Aetherlands to make this Grimstroke hero work. His His cast ranges are pretty garbage, let's be honest. As GZ here tries to go up the high ground. His low is going to be off the mark as now Inkswell plus Bolt. That's more than enough for them to get a kill, but is there a response from Marsbat? They don't seem to be interested. Sure, they lost the Skyrift Mage. They fed that kill. But it was a big commitment as the Stampede to try and disengage. Very good disruption, wasting the duration. Mr. Luck with the Blade Mail, trying to buy some time as Lucas is slowly doing damage to himself. But he's a tanky boy, should not worry about it at all. And that is a dead Centaur, Marsbat, feeding 2 kills in 2 different areas of the map. At least they forced this mid-tier 1, but at the end of the day, doesn't seem to be nearly enough pressure. Quap not known for doing right-click damage to towers. Okay. Oh, hook shot off the mark there. Marsbat are not going to find that Grimstroke. As they will smoke on the side of Marsbat, looking for something, but hook shot's already on cooldown. And, okay, they find the silence, Mystic Flare. We cannot see it, but we can hear it. We can taste the damage. A Slayer, though, will be X mark the spot, and Igor gets a dominating streak. Marsbat just forcing that a little bit too much. They waste a hook shot, and they still stay in the vicinity to try and get some kills. Yeah, it buys time for the TA of Otakar, but it also means those supports are feeding some important kills, and this gives them freedom to try and poke this tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Otakar, even losing his refraction charges, will now rejoin the jungle. When we look at the TA, Desolator already up for Otakar, so his timings are hitting, and I think that the real plan is going to be Roshan in the dire side with the Desolator. They definitely have Mr. Luck to tank all of that damage and the other heroes to be able to control the pit for them. But before they go for that, they're going to try and go for another smoke. Otakar will pretend he was farming the creeps here, as the hookshot will find the Grimstroke pretty much on the opposite side, just zoning everyone. Ravage is good, finds 4 heroes. Can they keep fighting? Good Sonic Wave, holding the heroes on the Radiant side, and now Quap blinks forward, will be stunned though. The bugs preventing her from blinking away, and Lucas in a killing spree. Every time he joins a fight, it's just a clean execution, beautifully done. The Soulbind doesn't do that much, but what matters is they got 2 heroes, especially that Quap. Mid-tier 1 tower will be defended, but the aggression of Marsbat just not working out. The hook shot just way too deep, and they didn't really have the follow-up damage to do anything, especially that Quap just blinking in no man's land, and now GZ, he might be soon to follow. Igor has that Blade Mail. You don't want to be hitting him, but that Tidehunter is tanky as well, so Otakar, not only he doesn't find a kill, could be potentially X marks the spot. There you go. They get it. The Torrent will break most of the refraction charges. 12 Cat holding on to him a little bit as finally LeBron gets the hookshot. Cancels the Meteor Hammer. Kind of protects the TA, but it's LeBron falling again. I think he died like, what? 5 times already. He is half of his team's deaths this game. Yeah, not really an easy game here for Marsbat in terms of win probability. 70% already for the Moneymakers. Their draft just seems a bit more stable. And honestly, Marsbat, they've been banking their heads against Moneymakers for a while, just not finding the rotations. And that's kind of the problem with Clockwork sometimes. You miss 1 or 2 hook shots and the hero feels awful. The hero doesn't scale. Whereas with some of the supports on Moneymaker's side, it's very different. Otakar gets started up. They have the Stampede. This will allow TA. No, they get a really good wave there, sending him back to the boat. Sonic Wave barely doing any damage as Mr. Luck gets on top of the Shadow Demon. He's so tanky. They will be able to buy enough time. Look at that disruption. Eventually they get him, but they're wasting a lot of time. Can they even find 12 Cat? I don't think they can, but Mobait blinks out of the stun, finds the Kunkka, and what seemed like kind of a weird fight from Marsbat finally works out as the gold advantage gets wiped clean, and it is Marsbat in the driver's seat for the first time in a while. They're gonna get this tower, potentially even controlling Roshan. We'll see what the plan is here for the Dire.
Radiant are scanning.
All right. 12 Cat did not go for the shard that we very often see, I guess, against the Centaur. Shard doesn't really work that well. Instead, he did get a 4-step for the Clockwork. And I definitely like that. I think Shard usually against Quap is quite nice, but Centaur does have, let's say, a counter to it, although you are, in a way, using Stampede just for a Shard on the enemy side. So, not really a counter, but it's a way out of that Anchor, pretty much. As Mr. Luck already has that Blade Mail, already has the Blink. Usually, the next item for Centaurs is the Heart of Tarask. We'll see if that's what Mr. Luck wants to be buying here as Shadow Demon. Trying to get some vision in their big jungle. 12 Cat chilling here as well. Has Shard selected. So that's the next item. He just did stop for the 4-staff because it is very good against the Clockwork. Kunkka going for that eggs, but he also gets found. He gets silenced. Mystic Flare with the damage. The Blade Mail, not enough to really do anything about it. And look at that. They want to find more. Big Num is going to be next. They did Stampede just for support, but if they can maybe chain this into Roshan, that would be amazing. But they are very far away from it. So Otakar is going to be bottom there, pressuring the tier 2 tower. Nothing else is really going to happen, though. I did see a pipe, by the way. Who has a pipe? I'm crazy. There's no pipe. I thought I seen a pipe from someone, but yeah, I guess I am just a little sleepy.
Are scanning.
Radiant scan, maybe expecting a play close to triangle there, but they are very much wrong. They're all farming here. All farming on the side of Marsbat. This TA hitting some hard timings, by the way. Already has Blink and Desolator. Has that level 15 talent, has the shard, so even that silence on the heroes like the Grimstroke and the Shadow Demon, this is a big way to deal with the top tier supports that Moneymakers was able to pick up. Even to this day, I think a lot of people forget and underrate how strong the TA shard is. All right. LeBron also going for a 4-staff of his own. You do see 12 Cat just showcasing his Anchor right now. Has that shard completed. And now Roshan is on the Radiant side. Marsbat, they are in position here to take it if they want to. Feels like they are looking for one pickoff before they attempt it. Not sure it's going to be given to them. And the problem is, going Roshan on the Radiant side against Clockwork, it's just not going to work out. You need to find one of these supports to be able to Rosh. But maybe as they are trying to go for the Tormentor here, if they realize that Tormentor is being taken, they could quickly jump towards the Roshan side. And Lucas, yeah, he will reveal that Tormentor was picked up. And in fact, he's the one that gets the shard. Sven shard at 20 minutes, very rare to see. And there you go. They know that they're all on the left side, and this is going to open up Roshan for Marsbat. No chance for Moneymakers to stop it. But Sven Shard, I think moving forward is going to be very helpful in allowing the supports to live. 6 armor to everyone is definitely going to be an amazing addition for them. There you have it. TA will pick up that Aegis, and Otakar doing pretty well. Slightly behind Sven, but that's natural, you know. Sven is probably the fastest farming hero in the game. Maybe Luna farms slightly faster, but then you're playing Luna, and that's not good.
Is under attack.
All right. Otakar here. Ready to pressure this tower. They do have the catapult. It will be killed, though. He didn't really try to tank any of the tower hits. So Marsbat, they're forcing people back, but it doesn't feel like they're that interested in taking the tower. In fact, there's a smoke going in on the side of Moneymakers, the hookshot away from those cogs. Kind of a weird fight, and I hear TA, he's gonna be found, and the Aegis gets claimed. Really good smoke for Moneymakers. Marsbat just underestimating the position here. Good Sonic Wave, trying to buy time. The Ravage holding this TA in place, and Otakar just gets destroyed. The BKB on Pop, allowing her to get out, but it doesn't matter. This fight is over. The Aegis advantage is going to matter very little, as Mr. Luck will soon to be next. Can he find Big Num? No, he cannot. He gets taken away, and this is a 3-4-0. Maybe make it 4 if you count that Aegis from the TA. All right. LeBron about to finish his 4 staff.
Not so safe harbor, eh?
Dyer's
Lucas, dude. Lucas is level 19 at 23 minutes. This is insane. They had a terrible lane, and he somehow. Honestly, I'll be blunt. I was also casting Moneymakers yesterday when they were playing against Vivo. Lucas has been the standout player for me in Moneymakers. I don't know how high his rank is, but he feels like a top tier player. Like so many amazing. Like he's a really clutch player is what I'm trying to get at. I'm actually gonna Google. I'm gonna Control F here in the letterboards. Lucas. He's actually ranked 38 EU. That's very high. And you know what's also high? His kill score. He gets another one, finds Mobe, and he is now 7-0, being a part of almost half of the kills on the side of Moneymakers. There you go. They're going to try to find the center, but eventually the Stampede will allow Mr. Luck to disengage from Igor. No reach for the X marks the spot, and they should be fine.
Back so soon?
Slayer. Whenever I hear the Inkswell sound, I'm like, oh boy, something's gonna come out. But at this stage, they just cast it on creeps. They're just trying to farm and push the waves. Marsbat, I really felt like from minute 15 to 20,
Dyer's top tower is under
they played
attack.
really well, but then they just wasted their ages. And that's the problem when you try to play TA into Sven. Like, TA is a way more fragile hero, not in the sense that it also dies quicker than a Sven, but in the sense that you cannot afford a lot of mistakes, I feel like. You really need to get those Aegises, you really need to make them count, and making them count is exactly what they did not this game. That Aegis was pretty much wasted from Marsbat, as they will now go for a smoke on only 2 heroes. Ideally, here they want to get a pick off and get a hell out. Kunkka doesn't have BKB. None of the cores have BKBs besides Sven. But how are you going to get a pick off if they are all grouped up in your tower? In fact, they might be looking for someone else, but the only hero that's not top is 12 Cat under his own tower. So the positioning of Moneymakers is super beautiful. Like, they're all positioned in an area where there's no way for those pickoffs to happen without a good response from Moneymakers, as Lucas with the Inkswell looking for someone. I heard an X somewhere. It's on the Centaur. 4-step doesn't put him to the low ground. Good Ravage. Can they find this cow? They cannot. He did Stampede out of the Ravage. That's kind of a shiver one, as finally they will, regardless of hitting the Ravage, kill that Centaur. 12 Cat on a killing spree. He is actually the one that gets the double kill when the Sven is hitting. Very funny. But funny for Moneymakers fans. I think Marsbat fans are probably not very happy at the moment. Oh, that's another one. GZ gets killed by Lucas. And yeah, 10k goal lead. The win probability 78%, which is pretty much what I expect. This TA still very farmed, but not really finding the openings, finding the kills. They go for a BKB as her third item, now looking for a nullifier. But Moneymakers, they're somehow increasing their gold lead without spreading the map, which is very impressive. Like, they're not giving any openings for Marsbat to smoke and get kills, while at the same time, they are farming fast, which is usually very hard to do. When you group up, you naturally get less of the map to farm. I also feel like they need a Silver Edge on 12 Cat, but he... sorry, Silver Edge for 12 Cat on the TA. But she's going for this Nullifier, so who's even building the Silver Edge? Not the Co-op, not the Centaur. it feels like Otakar needs to buy. Like, he has like 8 slots to win this game, but he only has 6. GZ did finish this Veil, and Roshan will be up still 2 minutes away. So that's really what Marsbet wants. But as they have to wait for that Roshan, we can see the moneymakers going for aggressive moves, occupying the jungle, taking tier 2 towers. Mr. Luck will walk forward here, revealing his position. The torrent will not connect. He was maybe predicting center to be a bit more bold. But yeah, they don't use the X because first is a centaur, and they also don't want to give away that ward that they have in the cliff. Otakar just gonna invade the enemy triangle here. Is this a smoke attempt? 12 Cat with his Shivas. Igor getting... Oh, I hear the God Strength. Oh, that is beautiful. Good illusion room there for Mobe. Allows him to dodge the Stormbolt. But what about everyone else? Skyrim Mage already dead. They do get a good hook shot, but he pretty much just separates the fight, splits Luca from everyone else. But Mr. Luck is not going to get that lucky. Lucas quickly finds him. And now the Clockwork will soon follow. 3-4-0, and Moneymakers, they are looking so good. This is going to be a tier 2 tower here, and they want more. They want that high ground. They have Silver Edge on this van. They have all the items they need. This is a perfect game from Lucas. I really feel like he's doing an amazing job right now. So I'm going to check the leaderboard ranking here of the other players. So Igor is 140. Everyone there is like, he's by far the highest MMR on the side of Moneymakers, and it shows. Like the way he's taking some of these fights, the way he was able to get so many kills despite struggling in lane. Like that's not these really high MMR carriers. They understand that they can't just farm, and they were able to join so many fights with Lucas despite the terrible start that he had against that Centaur plus Scarif Mage lane. Beautiful stuff from him, keeping his team in the game. And now 30 seconds for Roche here on the Dire side. But will Marsbet even be able to get that? They're going to waste the Mystic Flare here on the bottom side. Oh, yeah, that's an anchor. Poor Clockwork slowly trying to get out as the Inkswell will not find LeBron, but the X will. Torrent's going to be there with the bug. Igor on a killing spree, and so far Marsbet, they are on a roll. Mobe just trying to farm some neutral creeps. We do see that Roshan is now on the bottom side. So that's even worse here for Marsbet. Now they don't even have the chance to sneak a Roshan because it is on that Radiant side. They're going to take this tier 1 tower. Oh, Marsbet.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, TPs. They want to stop this. The Axe is going to be used, locking down the Centaur. Blade Mail activated on both sides. Ravage finds 2, both the Scarif Mage and Centaur. They're going to lose Mr. Luck. Can this TA, though, stand her ground? They could axe her, and they will. BKB is available here for Otakar, but he's holding on to it as Lucas, he finds the TA, and the BKB is not going to matter. The hook shot is beautiful. The 4-step allowing somehow for the TA to live, but that's still... like you're using everything just to survive, as Lucas looking for the co-op might find her, by the way. 1 hit, 2 hits, that's it. The Sonic Wave not enough to save the co-op, and that's another kill for Lucas. We didn't get it on the screen, but we heard the co-op screen for help, and none was available. 2 cores dead for Marsbet. Aegis available now, as Marsbet, they have no business contesting this Roshan. There you go. 3 Aegis here. Hookshot maybe looking for that Aegis, and LeBron is just gonna feed. Whew. Yeah, not ideal. You know, it was an attempt. It was a fine attempt. Did get blocked. They couldn't really do anything about it. I think the clock dying is the least of their problems. The biggest problem this game was that they kind of wasted the first Aegis, and then Lucas just played really well. Like, I think they picked the right heroes to counter this first pick Sven. But he, like, and they pressured him a fair amount. He just got way too many kills. Even when he had, like, no Mask of Madness, he was getting kills. He was never ganked, which is definitely a problem on Marsbad's side. But when they were trying to gank him, that's when he got the kills. So he either outplayed them or the vision game from Moneymakers was too good. There's still a tier 2 tower in the bottom side, but there's a chance here for Moneymakers to get 2 barracks if they play their cards right. They
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, never mind. Blink in. He just kills the Scarif Mage. No buyback here available for GZ as the Sonic Wave in the backline is looking for one of the supports. But the Ghost Scepter buying time for Big Numb. And now look at that Ravage with a beautiful Soul Bind. Pop is going to die. And the Anchor just holding the poor center. Mr. Luck. You have absolutely no luck here as Otakir and the Clockwork are the only survivors. Never mind. Lucas kills him. This is a disaster. LeBron's gonna buy back, but he has no hook shot. He has absolutely no way out of here as Igor using the X marks the spot to heal his buddies. Same thing could be done for Lucas if they want to do so. There you have it. They will get the X. Oh boy. 2 seconds for the Scarif Mage to be back, but still 20 on the center, 30 on the Quap. Creep wave incoming. I guess they have some TA traps. They have one TA trap that could cut the bottom wave. We'll see if they're going to be able to really do enough here as the Silence and the Glyph buying as much time as possible. Aegis, though, and Cheese still available on the side of Moneymakers. Well, after they get everything they could have possibly wished for, they TP away. They're not going to give away any... Okay, I did hear a hook shot somewhere, but Boat should make sure that LeBron dies. This is a dieback here on the Clockwork. Can they find anything? The Centaur is silenced up, cannot press any spells. The Nullifier from Otakir looking for that Grimstroke, but he forced that beforehand. And now this is a beautiful banish with the Tidal Wave. They find Otakir. Can he get out? His BKB is going to buy some time, but even the Slayer kill, he won't be able to acquire. Finally, it's Mobe that picks it up, but at what cost? Your carry is dead. Has buyback, but Lucas waiting out that Blade Mail. Good Tidal Wave. Gems on the ground. Good stun. Finds 2 core heroes, but Mr. Luck, he is out of juice and will be killed right here. Oh, boy. Lucas ready to finish the first lane of barracks here. No Glyph on the side of Mars Bat. You probably... I mean, this is a 28k goal lead at 35 minutes. Usually I would say that it's better to lose the 2 lanes of barracks. Kind of save your buybacks for when the Aegis is down. And I guess that's what they're going to be doing. But the gold advantage is going to increase even more. They're gonna go to 35k easily. Yeah, they still have a tier 2 tower, but look at that. They're already threatening the tier 4s. They are ready to put the nail in the coffin here. Marsbat, you might hold on to your buybacks, but can you hold on to your throne? As Igor looking for any openings, but he doesn't have to. All they need to do is hit the Ancients. Mobe moves forward, does have... Oh, hookshot off the mark again. LeBron, just not his game, as he will be instant killed by Lucas that blinks forward, looking for Mobe. The blink out is there, as that Anchor will be holding him in place. At least for now. Mr. Luck with a good stun. Mystic Flare barely does damage to Lucas, and Stampede looking for that spin. He's finally been slowed down. 12 seconds for his Aegis. This is the timing. They need to wait for the Aegis so that they can take away his life. Otakir with his BKB just being slowed down. Can he pop the refraction? He can, but he's barely living through it. The Sonic Wave will be enough to find a Grimstroke, but this man did survive through it all, and he will be fine. Marsbat, they only get 1 support kill. That is the full extent. Well, never mind. They're gonna find this skunk, I feels like. Yes, they will. That is 2,000 gold going their way of Otakir. They're gonna be happy about it. But happiness is a fleeting thing once they realize that the tier 2 tower top is down, 2 lanes of barracks are down, and they have no money. When you look at the net worth here, everyone is so starved. Big Num about to surpass Centaur in net worth here. This is a tough one. All right, so Aegis pretty far away still, but I don't really think they need it on moneymakers. They could probably just group up and go high ground. Sven, he is literally maxed out. Only has that the Carter staff. Could maybe sell Tress to get a butterfly if he thinks that's the best course of action. And with no MKB inside for the TA, it's probably not a bad idea. Oh, hook shot. We'll find what seems to be a Grim Stroke that falls. Nicely done. Marsbat getting a kill. We went from 35k to 26k. That's not too shabby. That's something. That's honest work. As Otakir here, level 23 with his nullifier, looking for any openings, but feels like Marsbat are not gonna find anything. If they force this tower too much, though, there is a buyback on the Grimstroke, and pretty much every cooldown is available. Tide's gonna be jumped out as the Stampede looking for anything. They will find do that here's on the side of Marsbat. The Tide away from this Kunkka is just way too much, and they lose 3. They just I mean, what can I say? What can I say? Like, they're super far behind. You gotta try to do something. The Grimstroke was dead. They were banking on him not having a buyback, but he had it. Probably even without the buyback, that was still a really good fight for them, as they will find this Grimstroke. The silence is there. Good Ravage will stop Otakir on his tracks. They're gonna buy back this Cop, but Bowie is way too far away. In fact, GZ will fall before the Cop is even nearby. I believe this is a Gege, but so far Marsbat, they're holding on to it. LeBron up in 30 as they jump this poor Bowie Cop. BKB is going to be activated. The Anchor being held by the Tide as hook shot is going to push Igor out. This is just not going to work. They're going to go for the throne. They will start poking the throne. 15 seconds for the center. No glyph on the side of Marsbat. This should be over. They're trying their best. They're holding it. They have these eggs, but they also have a stun right into this poor Cop space. Mobe, this is GG. And Marsbat, they are gonna lose game number 1. Yeah, they're second place in the groups, but it feels like moneymakers, they want to make some money. They want to steal that spot from Marsbat. Just a really good showing here. Their draft was amazing, and that Sven just played impeccably. And that's why giving away Sven for players like Lucas is always very scary. He made this hero look broken, and indeed the hero is. That's why it's highly contested. So maybe moving into game number 2, we're going to see a different approach here from Marsbat. Good showing from the moneymakers. Let's see if they're going to keep it up. Well, I need some refueling to do before I can keep up with this series. So make sure to stay tuned because we're going to be back in about 10 minutes.
I miss that sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I will lose control. Love you every night, no checking the time. Just us loving you all night long. I can let you go, baby. It's the right we already know, and we feel it. I really do. I said the truth. We can't go any road. Need you now. I'm your queen and you the keeper now. It's a kingdom. Let's play it how you like. That doesn't make you feel. Or you wanna change? I'll be whatever. Watching like we can dance. You got to move tonight. Stars are watching us in the sky. I wanna last it forever. It's a sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I won't lose control. Love you every night, no checking the time. Just us loving you all night long. I can let you go, baby. It's the right we already know, and we feel it. I really do. I said the truth. We can't go any road. Need you now. Let's change the clothes. We have a drive. You know how you make me feel alive. Come close to me. I'm obsessed with your different kind of style. Don't you ever leave, step by my side. Hold my hand 'cause I don't have much time. I wanna hug you forever. I miss that sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I will lose control. Love you every night, no checking the time. Just us loving you all night long. I miss that sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I will lose control.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? I've been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Hello, everyone. We are back with Pinnacle Cup 4, and this is gonna be game 2 between Moneymakers and Marsbat. I'll be honest, Moneymakers made Marsbat look like kittens. They got destroyed. They barely stood a chance. I think the highlight for Marsbat was probably the laning stage. They did okay, but everything past that, especially after the Aegis was fed away, was just they never really stood a chance. I feel like a lot of hook shots were missed. I'm not that big of a fan on Clockwork as a hero. You know, sometimes against heroes like Shaker, against specific heroes, the Clockwork can look good enough. Was not that game. They barely stood a chance. We'll see if now in game number 2 they're going to find a better draft. They're going to find LeBron, heroes that make more sense for him. That said, I expected a little bit more from Marsbat. I think Autocure, Mobe, they are players that have been playing Dota for a while that are considered to be, at the top of their game. But I don't think they got enabled enough. They were playing Quap and TA against, Kanka's fan. They're just way better heroes. I think you gotta make sure you grab more value out of your draft, regardless of what's good or bad against the matchups. You need to have good heroes, and that's what Moneymakers did a little better. I think they just drafted heroes that are overall strong. Sure, some lanes were, but they just played after the laning stage, as we do have a little bit of a problem here with a draft penalty, I believe. But we should be getting ready for the draft in no time. So don't you worry, guys. As soon as that's available, I'm going to be showing you that. And yeah, here is the Group A placings. Marsbat, they are ahead of Moneymakers right now, but if it continues the way it's been, especially if Moneymakers gets this, wins this as a 2-0, Marsbat, they're going to be tied with KZ, and Moneymakers are going to be second place. And with this being Marsbat last series of the tournament, it could potentially put them in a pretty bad spot, because Kidstars, they are only -2, meaning if they win a series 2-0, suddenly they are at 1 and could potentially surpass both KZ and the Moneymakers. We'll see. I'm sorry, and Marsbat. We'll see what's going to happen here. But things are getting very spicy. We could see potentially, I think for Zoomers, they are pretty much out of it. I don't see a world. Maybe if KZ loses, they go to -2. There's a chance that maybe there's a tiebreaker for 4th spot. Maybe that can happen, but for Zoomers, they need a lot of luck if they want to go to the next stage. Whereas for Kidstars, they still have a chance. It really depends on how the other series are going to be, and it probably also depends on them getting a convincing 2-0 victory. That would give them, that would put them to 0 points, and that's already pretty high position in this group. Anyways, we should be getting ready with the draft. There's some cam penalties being applied, I believe. So maybe they're just struggling there with their cameras. Sometimes battery goes off, and a lot of players uses their phone cameras rather than webcams. You know, some of them don't stream; they have no reason to have a webcam. Maybe that's something regarding that. I also used to use my phone camera as a webcam in the past as well, and it overheats sometimes. It turns off. It's the whole thing. But I actually am seeing a draft, so you guys should too. Production is going to take us there in a second, as we are ready for the draft of Game 2 between Marsbet and Moneymakers. As I said, their last series in the entire group stage. Very important results are about to ensue here. And we're going to see some of the adaptations that Marsbet will take. So far, nothing new. Primo and Razor, both heroes got removed in the first phase. I don't really see anything out of the ordinary just yet. Okay, NP is going to be taken away there. Marsbet now, they have that double ban section of the draft. I mean, I guess they can ban this van if they want to. I don't really feel like this van was necessarily the problem. I feel like the TA was more of a problem. The hero is a bit too fragile. I think you need to play really well as a team around TA. Whereas for Sven, the hero has, I want to say the hero has a bit more individual wiggle room for the player to shine, especially when TA is playing carry, not mid. Because, you know, you depend a lot on the lane. Rotations are a thing that can happen. It's definitely not smooth sailing for TA. Like, the hero's fine, but I don't think they really used it to its full potential here, as we do see Bengo being removed. So far, I think the bans are the same. Maybe not the same order, but definitely no new heroes being banned just yet. I think Treant was the last one they took away here from Marsbet. But they actually do take away this fan. First big change in this draft so far. As Moneymakers, I wouldn't be surprised to see them just picking the Treant. Like you ban, let's say you ban PA, you pick Treant. Or you ban something else and still pick Treant. I've seen teams not afraid to play against PA when they can snatch the Treant at the beginning of the game. Definitely one of the strongest boss 5s right now. And even sometimes boss 4. I think I've seen Treant play boss 4 here and win. Moneymakers taking away the Centaur. Okay. So that is their adaptation. They're going to snatch Invoker. TA is available if Mobe would like to play TA versus Invoker. That's a classic counter to the mid lane. I'm not sure if Moneymakers can play this Invoker as support. There was definitely a time where a lot of teams were trying it out. I've seen Secret as well as GG and Liquid playing support Invoker during Dream League and Bad Boom Dacha. But not entirely sure how Moneymakers would deal with that. As Tusk is the hero they pick. Not at all what I was expecting, but we saw them play against Evo Kid Stars and they had a really good time. Their Tusk player is really good. So they could potentially ban the TA. I think there's some value for Kanka. But if they are potentially keeping up the flags here and how they want to run this Invoker, they could also not ban any of the counters, just so that once Marsbat goes for it, they swap it and they get good lanes. That is definitely something the Moneymakers could do. But no, they're just going to make it clear this is a mid Invoker. We're going to take the TA away. You already played TA in game number 1 anyway, so might as well take the comfort away from you since we don't have the Sven to play against that TA. And now, what is the last ban here? I wouldn't mind seeing the Kanka removed. I think that's a hero they played really well for in game number 1. And it's a counter to Invoker. Definitely a very easy to use hero that I think it's very strong right now. All right, taking a little bit of time here as finally Venge is going to be removed. Very good against Invoker. He usually just wants to kind of keep someone in place, throw a lot of garbage on top of it, and the swap makes that a little bit harder. As Mars bet, what is it going to be? What's the ban? What's the hero that you're scared of? In game number 1, Moneymakers, they played Kanka, they played Sven, and they played Tide in the offlane. All of those heroes are still available, so maybe if they want to take the Tide away, there's still time, but they didn't really pick any of their support, so they might not even care about that. Marsbat just taking their time here, seeing what exactly they want to be doing. And Void is the one that they take away. Good combination with the Invoker. Doesn't care about Tusk because he can jump through the shards. He can disjoint the snowball when he time walks towards it. I like the Void ban here. And now the Scarif Mage is going to be picked up. Good combination. Shards into Mystic Flare. I think these two heroes can play very nicely off of each other. But it also means a lot of the meta supports are available. Willow, Warlock, Grimstroke, they're all available, and they will snatch the Tide Hunter here. I guess not snatch, but pick it, since Marsbat didn't address it. I like it. I think you can actually land Sunstrikes because of the anchor of the Tide Hunter, so you don't really need to use Ravage to get kills, just because the move speed is so slow that you usually are able to easily land the Sunstrike on top of people, and there you go. They will go for this Warlock. Sure, you can cancel Upheaval multiple ways, but the lane is still very solid, and because there's none of those meta carries, maybe they just want to get a Jarrow for themselves. Just pick up the Jarrow, you're going to have Alacrity on top of it, you're going to have a Tide Hunter to protect him, and the lane of Warlock Jarrow is strong for a reason. Moneymakers, though, they still need to wait for their last pick of the second phase, whereas Marsbat, what is it going to be? You need to pick a core now. You've seen Invoker, so you can possibly pick the mid hero for that. I wouldn't mind seeing a Kanka here. As we said, good in the lane. Having the bolt and the axe is another way to cancel the Warlock, but instead they get the Slark for that safe lane as well as an axe. Very interesting. I guess the axe could be a way to prevent a Dazzle from being picked up. If this Invoker is somehow going to be a support, then Dazzle mid is a possibility for the Moneymakers. I think I've seen that here being banned against them, so they just get this Dazzle to make sure, the axe to make sure the Dazzle is not going to be possible. I mean, it's still possible to be picked up, but you lose a lot of value if you can't constantly get those Graves off. As now Moneymakers, you can probably pick your carry here. Slark, I like the Void ban even more now because it is a decent matchup against the Slark. Now Moneymakers, what is it going to be? So do you pick your other support, but then you're going to have to pick a carry into Slark without really having a lot of options? Or will you pick the carry anyways? Another really good thing about the Slark here is that it's the best matchup against PA besides this Sven. It's the highest win rate hero against PA, which means that, Gyrocopter is the hero they're going to go for. They still have the Invoker flex, let's say. Probably not, but I want to pretend that that's a flex. As now Moneymakers, they can ban mid heroes here against their possible Invoker. I like the Kanka being taken away. If they don't want to go that route, maybe something like a Huskar? Huskar looks really good. Oh, they're being supports. What they think mid Tusk is gonna be the pick here. It is good versus Quaswex Invoker. I do like mid Tusk against Gyrocopter as well, because you can take him out of position, and that's when Gyrocopter just dies if you can kind of separate him from the entire team. Interesting. Okay, I would love to see a mid Tusk. Now for Marsbat, you need to ban some supports. There's still Phoenix in the pool. Grimstruck is banned. The Willow still available. I think Willow is kind of mad this game though. You don't really have anyone to throw. Yeah, they take away the Shadow Demon instead. Oh, the Muerta is a really good one. Muerta is very good against the Scarif Mage, against the Slark. I love that ban. All right. Moneymakers. What is the last support here? What about that Phoenix we were talking about? Is Phoenix good for Marsbat if the Tusk is mid? Would have a Slark Phoenix lane against the Tidehunter +1. Okay, 8A is the one they take out. Classic counter to the Gyrocopter. They get the Willow. I'm not a big fan of it, but there's not a lot of other heroes left, and that's the one. That's the one classic meta support still available. So yeah, Marsbat, are you playing that mid Tusk or are you going for the Kunkka we're talking about? I kind of like the Kunkka here, I'm not gonna lie, but there's definitely value in playing mid Tusk against Invoker, being able to dodge EMP, dodge the Ravage, cancel the Warlock stuff. Okay, so if they do go for this Tusk mid, then they need... Oh, so it is not going to be Tusk mid. They just get Puck, which does very similar things to what the Tusk mid wants to do, which is dodge EMP. It does also get on top of the Warlock, and it allows for a lot of mobility to be done. You can set up the call with it. Eventually, if LeBron gets himself an eggs, you can break coil with the eggs as well. I like it. I like it. We're gonna see lots of beautiful faces here. The players ready to roll, ready to play Dota 2 here as Mobe. Yeah, looking pretty dapper. Seems like he got a haircut just recently. Jeezy here, just chilling in his room. I'm pretty sure that's not Valentimos, but you can still see his beautiful face. Have LeBron with some good shirts there. Dandy autograph shirt. All right, so game number 1 was a stomp from Moneymakers. When I look at this draft, I do feel a bit more confidence going towards Marsbat. I think they have better pieces. I think this Slark against Gyro is a much better matchup than what they had in game number 1. There's still a little bit of fear into what this Invoker can do. But yeah, I think this is a better spot if you are a Marsbat fan. They have good heroes. We do have a little bit of a delay here at the start, but probably just a pause as we are about to start this game number 2. It was a fun one, game number 1, but also a little bit slow. I want to see more action, and I think the heroes that were picked up can definitely kind of guide us towards that direction. Because finally, the game is upon us, and we should be jumping right into it. There we go.
Prepare for
Always,
battle.
always fast, always on time, and smoke on smoke action. I want to believe there's a chance to see a first blood fight. But let's be honest, this is European Dota. They're so careful. I don't think anything is yet. Just scouting, some wars being placed down. We will see any smoke breakage here. Slayer. The smoke did break thanks to Otakar. They might be aware that there's a ward on that side as the Slarks just poking around. Gotta be careful though. Okay. So yeah, we just have this Quaswex Invoker start here with the Wex level 1. It's gonna be a Gyro plus Warlock lane, one of the scariest ones available, honestly. As LeBron going pretty deep here. Otakar using that nighttime advantage to scout things out. But are they really wanting to like invade that hard? Autocure, yeah, checking for vision. There's no wards here in the mid lane. Yeah, they understand the Mars, the Moneymaker boys that. Oh, wait a second.
The battle
Because
begins.
there is a ward on the left side, but that one's not going to be scouted. Good concussive shots, slow it down Slayer alongside the blow grenade and the battle hunger. Can they find that Slayer kill? They're trying really hard for it, and they will. It's Mobe that picks it up, and the trade is Jeezy. 1-for-1, but definitely a Mars bet advantage move. And for the first time, we actually start here with a level 1 fight. That's always nice to watch. I've been missing those a little bit, and finally get it going. Mr. Luck will get a tango from the Scarif Mage. But the big problem I see here is that lane, the Gyrocopter Warlock, is still going to be massively hard to deal with. And already starting this low in HP on the Axe, we'll see if it's going to be a problem that they use so many resources for the level 1 fight. Now, mid lane, classic Puck versus Invoker. I think this is kind of an even matchup. Like, Invoker can't really get any mana from the Puck if Mobe plays right. But at the same time, Invoker is quite annoying, and Puck, he's a shadow of the hero he used to be. He used to be like much better of a lane dominator than he is. But the trade-off is he now scales also much better than in the past. Good Tornado with the Cold Snap. Mobe taking a lot of damage here, being pushed out, and even losing some creeps in the process, as in the bottom side. Only 2 creeps here for Autocure. That's another lane where I expect Marsbet to have a good time, and they are being pressured so hard here. The Brambles off the mark. So Big Numb gotta work on his aim a little bit better. Still, denying a lot of creeps, only 3 CS. By far the worst CS here on the entire game for the course. But Mr. Lucas also struggling. Seems like his flag cannons are being denied a little bit. As there you go, LeBron will be brambled very low, but Big Num cannot engage further. This is a 1-for-1 with both carries not having the greatest of starts. And the thing is, Slark definitely needs a better start than Gyro. Gyro, much like Sven, can recover in the jungle, doesn't really care about losing the laning stage. Whereas Slark, I guess you can go Midas, but it still feels pretty bad, especially if you're going against a fast farming hero like that Gyrocopter. So you see Mobe here doing pretty well against Invoker, 11-0 against the 15-2 of Igor. Oh, Battle Hunger. Slayer. Gotta be careful, but he has Lucas by his side. His champion, his knight, protecting him, but he got a good concussive shot. Blood grenades slowing Mr. Luck down. The missile is going to connect, but it doesn't matter. They get the spins, they get the kill, and sure Slayer trays that one off, but he will also fall to Jeezy. And it is Marbat just doing really well in the top lane. The 3rd kill in the game. 3 minutes in, and he's already gonna get a Lotus for it. Fight for the Lotus on the other side. Can they pick it up? Oh, this is a big one, but LeBron will be able to steal it thanks to the snowball stun. And now 12 Cat being slowed down. Autocure will finally be able to use his Slark kit to find his watermelon, and 12 Cat will fall. Beautifully stuff here on both side lanes. Marsbat looking much stronger, and that's what we talked about during the draft. A way better draft for the lanes, which is something they didn't necessarily struggle in game 1, but they also didn't win as hard as they could have possibly done. So we'll see if they're going to be able to keep it up, as it's only the mid lane that they are struggling slightly here. 14 against the 23 of Igor. Holy crap. That's a convincing performance. And Igor, much like Lucas, another player that I really think is doing a good job with Moneymakers. Most of the time when they look good, Igor is having a good game. Oh, Lucas goes for a little bit of a stack arena right there. Has the flag cannon to work through it. Both sides actually can make use of stacks, so going for those stacks is dangerous because the other side can steal them. Right now, Lucas is not strong enough to really farm the big ones. But we'll see if this axe can potentially snatch it, can potentially get some farm going for himself. Because right now, he is slightly ahead of the Gyrocopter in CS and probably net worth as well. Mobe just having a hard time there in the mid lane as the snowball will find Big Num, whereas the shard block, they're holding on to it as the tag team. Oh, final hit. Can they get it? Holy crap, Big Num's still alive. Another hit will be there. Otaker survives against 12 Cat. No mana for the Tidehunter. And the advantage in the lanes keeps on increasing as GZ going for some of those stacks we were talking about. Beautiful stuff. Every single lane besides mid looking amazing for Marsbat. And you know, winning 2 out of 3 lanes is usually already good enough, as Mr. Luck will be missed out in the face. Rotation from the Big Num Willow. Can they TP the Axe out? It looks like they can. It's quite tanky thanks to his Vanguard. Did TP to the base though. It's going to take a while till he's back to that lane, but nonetheless, he's alive. Looks like they refilled Mobe's bottle there. GZ nicely done with the silence. Can they stop the Invoker? 2-man Tornado. EMP still being held as the coil is not available here for the Puck. So they cannot kill Invoker. Mobe with that slight level advantage. Just being a bit too tanky for Marsbat to handle. Slayer shows up with the Fatal Bonds, kind of forcing the Scarab Mage out of this lane as Otaker still looking for 12 Cat. Does some Dark Pack damage, holding onto any other aggressions. They will get the Lotus though on this bottom side for Moneymakers. LeBron just not nearby here. Yeah, Big Num picks that Lotus up. Okay. The Fusel Blade is going to be Slark's next item of choice. He is doing pretty well here. Wraithman, Treads, decent CS as finally they're going for 12 Cat. The Brambles will land, but I don't think it's going to matter. They have the tag team. They have a lot of that Dark Pack damage. Big Num now trying to go for a counter kill as LeBron pops his one. Good slow from the upheaval rotation from the supports. They get the bounce onto Big Num, but the slow is too strong and Otaker cannot keep up the pace for that chase. Mobe going straight up for that Witchblade. No boots, no sort of treads. He just wants to be able to jump someone and kill them. And I mean, that's going to be the name of the game for them. They have a lot of burst damage in between this Skywrath Mage, the Puck, the Axe even increases that to some degree with his Culling Blade. All right. Mr. Luck farming that huge ancient stack that we saw now at 51 CS, and those are deceiving creeps because they're all ancient creeps. I think if you check the net worth, we're gonna see that he is very, very, very far ahead. Actually behind the Gyrocopter somehow, a Gyro that died a couple of times, so maybe also farming some stacks we were not aware of on Lucas there. But despite all of that, still decent showing here for Marsbat. The Slark is having a good time as well. Good shard block. Igor holding on to the Tornado. The Silence is going to buy some time as finally 2-man Tornado is there, but the coil quickly used. Can they dodge the EMP? The Puck does. Not the same for LeBron as Igor the Dust. Can they get the Snowball to connect with some of that Scarab Mage damage? Even still, Igor is so tanky. The Shadow Ward buying time for him to live, as in the other side, a call down from the Gyrocopter. What is even Lucas doing here? Well, he's getting some kills. He's punishing Marsbat. You went too far, and you will pay a big price for it. Mobe is still alive. Oh, look at that ward that Big Num places. Not enough to kill him, but yeah, Mobe should be able to TP out. Alright. Whoa. They find him. 80 HP. No mana to speak of. Even if he lives, it's probably bad. I heard a Ravage somewhere. Yeah, there's a Ravage going. There's a fight. They're trying to go for the Tidehunter. Can they get that kill? They will. Mobe is still alive, but maybe not for long, as he will try to jaunt away, but the Urn is gonna take him down. LeBron trying to disengage from the upheaval, but should be fine. So at least they forced that Ravage, but that was still a really good fight from Moneymakers, getting so many kills. At least the Tidehunter falls, and the Slark is still in a good spot. There was a 5 versus 4. I think the X never really joined that fight, and he didn't because he's getting pretty close to his Blink Dagger. That's when he wants to really start being useful. As GC, he will be engaged here. Invoker will be able to get the EMP off, and Igor on a killing spree. Very good start from him, and he is going straight up for a Midas. Does not have the Veil selected. Went for an Urn, and now Midas is going to be his next item of choice. The Puck, not really that close to that Witchblade. Still needs about 1,000 gold to finish that one. As LeBron farming some camps here, they need his level 6, and he is kind of far away from it. Still needs a little bit of time, as they will go for a smoke. They refill the bottle. Is this a smoke play? They do have one on GZ, but so far they're holding on to it. The Mystic Flare is available, but maybe they want to have LeBron's level 6. That wave was not enough for it, as they will smoke towards the top side. Yeah, the smoke from Marsbat, looking for possibly the Invoker. Ideally the Gyrocopter. The smoke will break. Can they find anything? So far it's just this Willow. Tornado will clip 2. Beautiful Brambles here. It's so hard for them to move forward, but they will nonetheless. The missile finds GC. Mystic Flare, not enough damage. Can they get LeBron? Good coil, holds those players in place. The Warrior's Punch is there, but barely does any damage as Lucas gets a double kill. Those flat cannons are insane. Good Golem with the call. They're gonna get the first one. Can they find this Gyrocopter? Lucas very healthy, should not fall to all of this damage unless he gets some good spins, but he's not gonna get it. Not only he doesn't get the kill, he should be pretty much falling. He's gonna dive tier 2s. He tries to get the call. It's just not gonna happen, Mr. Lucky. You're out of luck. And that Gyrocopter skyrocketing in farm right now. 6.3k gold, being a part of so many kills, and at the same time, just getting a lot of farm.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right. We do see Tidehunter finishing his Meteor Hammer. Oh, let's take a look on the replay right there. Yeah, this fight, the fact that they ended up going aggressively here, like you're going up the high ground against the Jar with the Brambles there. Holy crap, man. That's just not gonna work. They did have the Axe coming from a good angle, but I guess it took too long. Like, that's a really good call. They find the Gyrocopter, but unfortunately, that was a beautiful Golem. Stops Mr. Luck in his tracks, and they just did not have enough damage to kill Lucas there. As another kill. Oh, well, as I say that, they just killed Lucas. We missed this one kill, but that's a big one. If they can now take this tower, it would be great, but they don't seem to be at that stage just yet. So Igor will defend this one, as I think he finished his Midas. Yeah, he has the Midas flying out to him. Really good timings here, being hit by the Invoker. The trade-off is that tier 1 top will fall thanks to Gyro kill, thanks to the fact that this Invoker is not really in fighting shape right now. No mana, wants to use his Midas. Pretty even game in terms of net worth, but what about the Gabometer, or the win probability meter? It is a dead 50-50. 50-50 on both sides, as we do see Lucas farming a Giga stack. We'll have Flat Cannon ready in no time. Falcon Blade, Crystallis, Eggs on the way. Still gonna take a while, but he is definitely on the right track. Just super farmed at the moment. The Slark, by the way, did not go for a Midas that we're talking about. Straight up Diffusal Blade into Echo Saber. Autechre farming that top side of the map. Not really joining any of these early fights, though. And that's something that I think I get confused a bit about the Slark. Like, they always rush Diffusal instead of the Echo Saber, but they don't necessarily join a lot of fights. Like, why go for the Diffusal Blade? I'm not sure I truly understand the value of farming with this rather than Echo. Like, Echo is a cheaper item, gets you mana regen, gets you tankier. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just dumb, but it is something I've been seeing with most Slarks. Like, they go Diffu, they don't necessarily fight, and like, what's the point then? A Slayer will be hit by the slow, but there's no way they're gonna fight into moneymakers here. Maybe if they dive the tower, maybe if they pressure too much, which right now they're doing it. Sherlock, though, he wants none of it. They will lose the tower proudly, and they're gonna live to fight another day. All right. LeBron going for a blink dagger now on the tusk.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Big Nom with the brambles. Very chill game so far. I think the big timing for moneymakers is going to be Blade Mail and Axe, the Echo Saber ready for the Slark, as well as the Witchblade on Puck, which, by the way, he did finish. So Witchblade Blank is really Mobe's big timing for this game. And that's when we might see Marsbat playing really aggressive. The thing, though, is that they are the ones that need to play high tempo, and they cannot Roche because of their lineup. They cannot really Siege because of their lineup. They need to make those kills happen, and that's one thing they really tried in game number 1 and failed. We'll see if Otakir here with this Slark is going to be able to do a bit better. I know that his Slark is really good, but so far, yet to really get too much done. Well, they're going to try and change that right now. Really good Ravage with the missile. Good Shadow Dance. Buys time for Otakir's Pounds to keep him alive, and LeBron will just take one for the team. They wasted a lot of OTs here on the side of Moneymakers. Really good call with the Mystic Flare. Kills that Willow. They're not going to get the Invoker so far, but eventually the coil breaks, and that's a double kill for Mobile. This Lucas Gyrocopter very low, and Otakir will be able to find that kill. So it starts a little wonky, but they get 4, make it 5 if they find this Warlock, which they surely will. Very nice fight. Just a bit of an overcommitment with the Ravage. They felt like they're going to chain lock the Slark, but there was still a little bit of a window in between the Ravage and the missile connecting, which allowed Otakir to live. He also has this Echo, so he is very tanky. Just able to survive through it all. Yeah, let's rewatch that. Ravage, the missile. Ooh, yeah. It was just half a second, maybe even less than that, but Otakir gets the Shadow Dance off, gets the pounce away. If for some reason he's not able to cast any spells, then I'm sure he would die to the people. Mr. Luck, they get that really good call with the Mystic Flare. Culling Blade doesn't fight Invoker, but they still kill them anyways. It doesn't matter. Lucas got a double kill at the end at least, but not ideal that he falls. Well, another aggressive move here from Marsbat. They really don't want to let Moneymakers farm. They're gonna find Slayer. Good Willow OT, but it seems to do very little. Like, it found a lot of heroes, but it didn't really allow them to disengage. They just get 2 support kills, and now they're gonna get a tower out of it. Marsbat definitely utilizing their timings very nicely.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Normal golden glory, but this?
Okay, so finally, we are at a more calm period of this game. Feels like Lucas still needs a couple of extra items to really take this fight to the next level. He does have the Aghanim Scepter, but BKB is going to be necessary here against the Mystic Flare, against all of the coil and garbage they want to throw on top of the Gyro. Mobe, they go for travels on the puck as well as the Blink Dagger. So has a lot of mobility, can hunt the support, especially the Willow. Is a hero that this puck can probably solo kill. That's until the Willow finishes U-Scepter, which is relatively close. So Big Num will be able to protect himself slightly better once the U-Scepter is completed. Invoker, though, 4 staff up, has the Midas as well. Is starting to scale a bit more. He did die a couple of times, so despite the very good start that he had, he is behind both the puck and the axe here on the side of Marsbat and Otakir. Very deep, using that smoke to look for a fight. Did disassemble his Echo for the Aghanim Scepter. Not really finding anyone. Really good positioning there from 12 Cat. Do you really want to die for this one? Not really. Smoke breaks, and He's going to be chilling as they find this tie. The silence is there. Quick dispel, but you cannot dispel that Berserker's Call. Do they have enough damage? The Willow ulti will be there. 12 Cat still alive, but no. He ends up falling. Nice dispel on Otakar. Was able to not be affected by the Willow ulti. And Marsbat, they're gonna get some very important kills here. That Tidehunter never able to find a good Ravage. Even if he did, there was no one there, so he might survive for some extra seconds, but still kind of bad to use the Ravage. Lucas, though, he is now free to keep farming because he knows exactly where the threats are, and they were all in that top side of the map. So Marsbat being very proactive, very aggressive, and I think this is how their draft is supposed to function. Slayer. Oh, I heard a call. Looking for an Invoker. But he's a cheeky man. We'll be able to disengage right there. Cheesy, you're under detection here. You're gonna be upheavaled up. The missile with the call down. They really want to get this little bird, and they're gonna get it. The silence on the Ravage will not stop the response here from Moneymakers. Way too cheeky of a play. Like, he is just walking in the middle of the tier 2 tower, expecting no centrist. This is a pro match. Come on. And he will be quickly taken care of. A small Bay keeps on farming here now. Kaya Sanj is going to be the next item of choice. That Puck is giga farmed, and a very impressive performance from him. There's a reason he's a level 30 Puck. Mr. Luck has that Blade Mail going straight up for the BKB now. Going to be very important against the Upheaval, against the EMP. X is a hero that struggles a lot against mana. Did go for the Soul Ring at least, as we might see a smoke. This is the kill combo that can pretty much kill anyone. You don't want Big Num though. You want a bigger boy. You want Invoker or a Gyro. And he's been farming this triangle for a while. Radiant Scan knows exactly where Lucas is. And he's here because he wants to farm those creeps twice, as they are wrapping all the way around from the Radiant bottom side of the map. Yeah, they want this Lucas Gyro. They are nearby, but unable to really, find him. They're baiting with the Puck as they actually lure him. The Mystic Flare is there. The Golem, it's not enough. BKB on Lucas. He is living with 20 HP. Holy crap, he will be fine. And now Mr. Luck out of luck. 20 HP? Are you serious? Oh, that was so good. That was so patient. If this Gyro has one less level, if he has one less anything, he would die. Finally, it is LeBron. That's left for dead. They're gonna lose 3 heroes here. Money makers. Oh, they quickly come back. That was a 5k goal lead. I don't even think that move was necessarily bad. Maybe they just needed more numbers. Otakar was not with them. They felt like they were going to be able to... Like, they didn't thought 5 heroes would be there, basically. All 5 heroes were there. And not only they're going to get that kill, now they're joining the Roshan pit. Oh, the Alacrity Gyrocopter. He is ready to solidify his position in this game. Everyone from Marsbat is alive, but they are doing a very good job at killing this Roshan fast enough. Some TPs, I think it's the Tusk from LeBron, TPing on the outpost on the left side. Can they stop? Can they stop this? There you go. We're going to get the wider vision here. The Brambles not really allowing the Tusk to get the pathing that he wants. Otakar, though, from a very different angle. Good call. Finds the Gyrocopter. Lots of spins. Still, Gyrocopter 10% HP. EMP with the Ravage. Can this Slark survive? He will use Shadow Dance to cover his tracks in the Puck. We'll find out that there's a lot of heroes here, but look at this Tidehunter. He's about to kill the Slark. Mr. Otakar, you are gone. And 12 Cat not only lives through this, but at least they steal the Aegis. So the Gyrocopter did fall. Can they cancel 12 Cat's TP? They cannot, but they can possibly find this Warlock. They will not. Oh, no mana, I think. Maybe no mana, Mr. Luck, for the call. Oh, unfortunate. So they kill the Gyro. They lose their Slark. They get Aegis on Axe. That's... Yes, that's a slight win for Marsbat, just because... What would probably happen if they didn't do anything is the Gyro has Aegis, and that's huge. So, like, you lose your Slark, He dies before the gyro dies, so it's kind of bad. But this Puck is gigantic, and the Aegis got stolen. So it's not the best, but it could have definitely been worse. Okay, lots of stacks here for Lucas. He's been munching on those stacks for a while, kind of offsetting a lot of the deaths that he unfortunately fed during this game. But no, very surprising that Autocare's Lark is able to keep in network with a Gyrocopter. I think he's been having, despite that death, he's having a really good game. 5-1 and 7, keeping up with a Gyro network without a Midas is a big feat that you don't see very often. Mr. Luck about to finish his BKB, very close to it. And that's when I think we're going to see Mars Bet play aggressive. Never mind, Autocare just forcing some stuff, poking. Another bounce actually didn't really get clipped by any of those. Okay, they're going to get a really good Willow ulti with the EMP as well. The leash on the Slark, he will be able to stay fine. That anchor will be handled. Big jump from the X. Finds this Tidehunter. They will be able to get that kill. Beautiful Cullen play. Now Bowie diving for Slayer. Can they find this kill? They will be able to dive and pressure Moneymakers. Gyrocopter was not a part of this fight. He is trying to finish his Satanic, and because of it, only TPs now, and he's going to the top side of the map. Like, he wants nothing to do with that craziness in the mid lane. That's also BKB flying for Axe. So they took that fight with no BKB, and it didn't really seem to matter. I guess he does have the Aegis, so at the end of the day, shouldn't really matter that much that he doesn't have BKB.
The dusk is always ready for a fight.
Okay. Autocare did go for the Mage Slayer. Also about to finish his BKB against this Shard on Invoker. So important to have BKB. A lot of the heroes there, both the Accords besides Puck, struggles with mana, and one good EMP could suck them dry, and not the good way. Definitely the bad way. All right. Big movement here from Moneymakers. They're still playing against an Aegis, and this is nighttime against this Lark. Autocare, he sees everything. He sees everything. Still 1:19 for the end of the Aegis. So Marsbet, they have a lot of incentives to play aggressive, to occupy this triangle. Decent win probability here, but things could easily swing back. We saw how, even though Marsbet was having a good time, they quickly threw a big part of the advantage before they were able to, come back again at this stage of the game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right, the Tusk
Are fortified.
just trying to guard Puck right now. Did finish a Blink Dagger. In terms of Moneymaker's items here, we see Pipe being the next item for 12 Cat. Gyrocopter going for that Satanic that he's yet to finish. Dark Willow going for Midas, by the way, so just trying to recover a pretty tough game. Invoker with BKB ready, and Warlock with Force Staff and Solar Crest. On the side of Mars Bet, Puck has a Gem, Sanjin Yasha, Kaya Sanjin Blink, Axe with that BKB we were talking about. Even went, okay, wait a second. Speaking of Axe, we're gonna get this Warlock. I was just gonna say that he ended up going for Arcane Boots. Not an item you see on X very often, but just wants to have that extra boost of mana in case he gets EMP'd, in case he loses some of it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Are scanning.
All right. Radiant scan, trying to find someone, but they're not gonna find. Oh, never mind. Lucas gets spotted. Okay, the Puck will be able to dodge that missile as Mr. Luck being sucked dry by that EMP. At least he has the Soul Ring and the Arcane Boots we were talking about, so should still be healthy to fight. You're trying to use the Death Warlock to find another, to chain that into another fight. But it is very scary. You're against Ravage, you're against Willow. A lot of damage could easily flow through those heroes if you don't respect the position of money makers. And they're gonna smoke. That means, though, that they're gonna have to leave the area where they had vision, the area where they had wards. But remember, this is a daytime smoke, and I actually respect a lot the fact that they didn't smoke right after the Aegis ended. Oh, Mr. Luck, he gets baited. He's not going to find the call he needed. The leash onto the gyrocopter, still pretty much alive, healing a lot from that Warlock Shadow Ward. Good upheaval, holding Ottiker in place, forced to use his BKB and pounce away. So far, everyone is alive. Some big cooldowns being used, mainly... Oh, wait a second here. Mainly the call down of the gyrocopter. They would love to get this tier 1 tower, but you have to be very careful. BKB is still available for Lucas, but they have that call. If you don't BKB Lucas, you could easily die. But against that Alacrity, they will not be able to mount a defense, and Marsbat, they're going to give away this mid tier 1. Finally, they get it. It's been a long time coming. It takes them 30 minutes, but it finally falls as we have a pause here from Big Num. Okay. I just read a comment saying take a shot every time Caster says Mr. Luck's out of luck. I mean, I'm gonna try and think of a different joke. It's just too easy. Too easy to say that. Oh well. Yeah, that's a beautiful puck set. I get a little bit thrown off by the way his chin looks like though. It feels like he's a frog. I don't know. I do like this set though, with the lanterns and the chess piece and the mask close to his. Yeah, even the scrolls on the other side as well. It's pretty cool. As finally, we're back. We are back with game number 2 here between Marsbat and Moneymakers. If things continue Marsbat's way, we could be going to a game number 3, which is definitely how I expected this series to go. Both of these teams fighting for that second place position in this group. And, you know, there's a reason they're fighting for it, that they're closing points. They are very evenly matched. Really good jump with LeBron. But finally, the Willow will get the ulti. Finds the Slark. No Dispel this time. The Sunstrike with the Ravage is enough. You're going to find Ottiker. And this is a big kill. 1,500 gold being given their way as Mobe will dodge the Curse Crown. But can he blink out? The cooldown is going to be here, but not in time. Mobe will go to a very, very soon. Holy crap. Still alive. Should be able to TP away. So they lose to Ottiker specifically there, had no BKB. So they went for that play with the BKB on cooldown, just not respecting the Willow ulti, the Ravage. They chained that perfectly. They were so patient. They waited for the Dark Pact, and then only after it, they chained the 2 spells. And with Lucas nearby, yeah, a whole shard. Bigger shard, honestly, but you take what you can get. You know, it's fine. All right, so we do see Scarif Mage here. Ended up going for super different build. Vlad's Solar Crest 4-staff. You know, the 4-staff is obvious, but Vlad's here, not an item I would expect. Really good for the Slark, and not an item you want to build on Axe. Maybe Tusk could get it, but I think Tusk benefits a lot from Axe, and right now, he seems to be saving towards this objective. 1,700 gold has been saved by him, as we do see that the Axe is going for a refresher after finishing Octarine. This Axe is Giga Farm, just like Mobe. He jumps forward, he baits a couple of spells, well, actually baits no spells, but he was trying to bait a couple of spells. As we can see the positioning here on okay. Otakar, no fear, moving towards Lucas. Can they, okay, already forcing the BKB, good call. Can they get the Mystic Flare damage? No, the Force Death pushing Lucas away, and he has that Satanic to heal up if he wants to. The BKB will be used through the coil when he actually breaks it after the BKB is over. A little bit of a mistake there, but it's not going to be punished as the entirety of Marsbat forced to disengage. So we have Golem, Shadow Dance, and Coil and Mystic Flare being used on one side against Ravage. Yeah, not a lot has been used on the side of Money Makers here. This could be problematic. The BKB on the Gyro, though, that's a big one. You cannot really fight without. We saw what happened to Otakar when he tried to fight without BKB, and the same thing could happen. Look at that. The Puck just looking for Big Num. So far, the Shadow Realm and the U-Scepter is going to protect him, but just beautiful plays from Mobe, trying to poke at the sidelines, and they don't have enough control. Once again, that Puck by himself, getting vision, just forcing their hand, just forcing their position, just pushing them back to this very awkward spot. And the ideal scenario here is buying time for the BKB, but now they're kind of forced into entering the Roche pit with 20 seconds on Gyro's BKB. Another move from the Puck. So aggressive. Mr. Luck with the call inside the pit with the shard blocking their path. Is this going to be good enough? Mystic Flare will not really do enough. Sharing the damage with the Roshan is not going to allow them to do anything. Otakar moves forward. The Willow Ult is there. Lucas picks up that Aegis. Where is the cheese? I have no idea. As the Ravage is a complete whiff. Nothing really being done. As a really good call. Buying some time. We're going to lift up the axe with the U-Scepter, and he's going to be gone. Marsbat, you were doing such a good job with Mobe, but even that was not enough, as they will find the Tidehunter in the backlines. That's the first kill that Marsbat gets, and Puck from Mobe still poking. Igor has no mana, and they will get a vision. They're going to get vision of him. Mobe, you're so cheeky. Find Slayer, doing some damage. That Witchblade wearing him down, as he should just fall here. I think he's going to be pretty much the casualty they're going to be giving away, allowing the rest of the team to disengage. But that's also gem. Another Roche fight that I'm not sure who succeeds from. Probably Moneymakers, because they got the Aegis on the Gyro, and that's a fact. Yeah, they waste a couple spells, but at the end of the day, Aegis on the Gyrocopter should be the highest priority for them. And yeah, that could be now a timing for them to start eliminating those tier 2 towers. Ideally, in a game like this, you would have liked to already take some of the tier 2 towers, but they've been at a disadvantage for a while. They're still behind in gold, but I think momentum-wise, this Aegis is going to give some time here for Moneymakers to get out in the map and start getting some real estate for them. Oh, Otakar finds that Gyrocopter, and that's how you want to be playing here as Otakar. You want to be poking the Gyro constantly, stealing a little. Like, that's really how the Marsbat draft wants to play. You want to poke with both the Puck and Slark. You go in, you do a little bit of damage, you get Essence Shift stacks, you get out. Hopefully they use a spell. If they don't, you repeat, and you're slowly wearing them down. Eventually, you're going to have enough of HP disadvantage on them, or just stats disadvantage with the Slark, and you can do something. The big problem right now is, even though they want to smoke on the side of Moneymakers, there's still a smoke against Slark during nighttime. In a game where Moneymakers have pretty much no vision in the map. They are blind at the moment. So I'm going to try and group up. I think this is more of a group up than a smoke itself, as we do see Otakar here with another pause. Yeah, that's a tough one. Yeah, we see Lucas here. He's pretty young, huh? Does Lucas have a Wikipedia page? I'm not sure, actually. Let me check if he has a Wikipedia page, because I've been very impressed. So he's he's 24. He's not that young of a player. He's definitely playing really well. I'm quite impressed. He used to play for some random teams here. We have YNT and we have Izkatka. Not really the teams that I've ever heard of. But I mean, he has a Liquipedia page, whereas there's a lot of players in this tournament that barely have Liquipedia pages. Specifically, Yellow Submarine, they are players that are not really that well known. Azotaker here, going up the high ground, has a gem, has a Blowthorn. Definitely hard for the Warlock to deal with that, but Dark Willow has Scepter, so she at least can deal with that silence from Otker. Gotta remember though, Midas on the Willow as well. They are starting to get some scaling back on their side. They have 2 Midases versus 0 on the side of Marsbat. And the win probability, you know, despite the 9k goal lead, is about 45% for Moneymakers. Not only they hold those Midases as we're talking about, but the Aegis is also on the side of Moneymakers. So it's going to slow down. And I do feel like that's the big problem here for Marsbat. Their siege is garbage. Even if they take Aegis, going high ground for them is a nightmare. They're going to have to kill everyone or a lot of players before they do Otker. Going for a D-Ward, instant TP, but they drop the Golem. Golem's going to cancel that TP. His BKB about to wear off. Can they find him? He will use that second, his shard, to try and buy time, but he will be killed. And Otker, oh, not only he dies, but the swing of that gem, that's 1800 gold just by itself. He fed a lot there. And Moneymakers, now they don't have to be scared anymore. Aegis still up for 36 seconds. Maybe they can posture mid, but you know, there's Glyph. So I guess you can force a Glyph. That's the actual prize from killing that Slark. Yeah, I do see the Gyrocopter moving towards the mid lane. They have a couple of heroes here. I wonder if they're going to try and defend this. Aegis will wear off in 11 seconds if they get a good call. If they get the perfect call, all right, we're very close. It is 4 seconds. Can they find Lucas here? But he quickly will disengage. They don't give the opening that they needed. It was close. By the way, LeBron has an Axe. If he gets a really good kick, you have to be careful here. But without the Slark, they're still a little bit afraid to fight. The Gyrocopter is not by himself. He was for a while, but eventually the entirety of Moneymakers did connect, and you just gotta be very, very careful. All right. That Ags, I think that's really the next timing here that they have to work with. LeBron's Ags could really awful. Okay, smoke on smoke action here. I think Dark Willow smoke is actually a Ninja Gear usage, but all right, let's see if the Moneymakers can find a good jump. They are camping a ward on the side of Moneymakers. But this could be a very tough fight as the Axe is going to be utilized. Throwing that Willow pretty much in a bad position, but same thing for the Tusk, and the Willow can buy more time. The Scepter will be enough to at least buy a couple of seconds as Otker will be forced to Shadow Dance bounce away. Axe is so low. He is not able to stand tall against Lucas if his Berserker's Call is not activated. Buyback on the Willow as Mobe will try and TP out. Should be fine. They get some stuff done, right? It's one buyback being forced and a 1-for-1 trade. Slight advantage to Marsbat, but ever so slightly. Not that real big of a swing, but maybe this gives them enough confidence here in getting a tier 2 tower. And even without the Aegis, we do see Moneymakers slowly coming back into this game. That's really what the Gyrocopter always going to bring you. That safety, that wall that can always, like, any kills can grant him a tower. I'm gonna try and play again with this Axe. He has the smoke. They're gonna go with he's gonna go with the Scarif Mage, try and find a Pickoff. You do see Moneymakers pretty much playing together. Only the Invoker is playing by himself. Speaking of items here, Warlock has a Vise. I think that's how they killed the Slark at the end there. Slayer did finish this side of Vise. Big items. Maybe we can check all of the items right now. LeBron with the eggs we talked about. Otakir with the Blowthorn. Jeezy with the Vlads. Octarine on X. Overwhelming Blink and Dagon on Puck. Slayer with a side of Vice. 2 sides of Vice, by the way. Both Igor and Slayer holding those Vices. And that's really what makes it hard for Marsbet to fight. If the Slark doesn't jump with BKB or Dark Pact, he's going to be killed. He's going to be controlled and killed. Oh, center stun there. Finds all of those smoked heroes. And now they're smoking towards Roshan. Little do they know that this is going to be a 2-minute and 30-second spawn. Whatever happens here is not really going to have any big implications. In fact, it is actually kind of good for the moneymakers that this Roshan is so slow, because it means it's going to be on the dire side. Going to have control, better control at least, of the area. But yeah, no one's really going to find anyone as the Sunstrike gets used. Gyrocopter moving up. And they're going to try and occupy the Roche pit now. But I mean, that's the right play. It's just unfortunate. They cannot really... They're not gods like me. They can see exactly what's happening. Really good kick from that Tusk, but the Anchor is holding him in place. The Brambles, the missile, he's going to fall once again. Every time LeBron tries to jump in, he is dead. Buyback from him. They have that outpost. Mr. Luck, though, he is just dead. I'm not going to say he's out of luck, because he's dead. You cannot have luck if you cannot breathe, as Bowie. The Tornado finds him. The Willow ulti will not be chained perfectly. Nice phase shift, but side of Vice, they have 2 of those. We talked about how scary it is for the Slark, but Puck is the same thing. If he gets found, he gets exploded. And all of the advantage Marsbet was able to acquire slowly slipping through their fingers. This is pretty much a dead even game. And for Gaben, this means moneymakers have the advantage. And I gotta agree that Gyrocopter is way too scary right now. And LeBron, like, his eggs is supposed to be good this game, but moneymakers are always together. Every time he jumps in to maybe push someone out of position, he instantly dies. Oh, Igor. He's gonna find a little Jeezy right here. Side of Vice, Cold Snap, Lacry. A lot of damage flying through, but remember, Jeezy has that Vlads and Solar Crest. He's a tanky boy. Good Walrus Sponge. BKB from Igor. Tornado stops the Tusk on his tracks, and he should be able to disengage here, as everyone from Moneymakers will connect to that top tier 1 tower. And this is now another tower that falls. The real estate is just being claimed. This is not an easy game if you're a Marsbets fan. And in 13 seconds, Ro's gonna be up. They find Igor here, but Otakir, a little scared to move forward, just gets himself some Lotuses, and in 3 seconds, Roche is gonna spawn. Marsbet. If Roche gets scouted, it's not gonna be easy for Marsbet to stop. 9 seconds is what they need. There's Travels on the Puck, but Roche is already falling here. Yeah, Roche is falling. There is no play. Puck is late. And I mean, there's no way he could be in time. He was dead. Igor with the cheese, refresher on 12 Cat, and the Aegis on the Igor. Everything conspiring here for a Moneymakers 2-0 victory. Will they make it? So far, it looks like it. Ever so slightly, ever so slowly, they're doing everything right. Their draft just slightly better in the late game. And, you know, the Axe that kind of dominated the early stages of this game, just unable to find the pickoffs that they need. It feels like every time they fight into this wall of the Moneymakers, they just don't have the sustain or the damage to really burst anyone. And that's the thing. They cannot split. I guess Puck can split the map, but everyone else really can't. Slark's kind of shitty at doing that, and we already talked about the sites of Vice that they have on Moneymakers. I think the itemization from the supports has been impeccable, because when those sites of Vice are up, it means that it's way scarier for Puck to split push, and that's the only thing they can do this game, because every time they try to engage, to collapse upon Moneymakers, they get stopped, they get killed. Lucas has that upgraded Blink Dagger. Aegis is the only slot he has left in the Tusk. Unfortunately, once again, he is going to be anchored and will be killed. No buyback. LeBron did buyback in the last fight, in that Roche fight. Whew. Tough game here for Marsbat.
This is a good opportunity to learn.
I really don't know how you recover from this game. Like the win probability seems, close. I just don't feel like that's true at all. I really feel like this is a game where they don't have the answers to really stop moneymakers. We'll see. Maybe if they can wait these ages out. I just don't think they can. There's still 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Only one tier 2 tower is down. And when they group up with the Alacrity, what's really the solution? How? Yeah, I really don't know how we're going to stop them. They need a perfect call with a refresher, which, by the way, they don't have. X is now going for a negative scepter here to maybe get something, but I actually think he needs to save for buyback. He does have it available, as we do see Mobe. He is taking a tier 2 tower on the other side. At least they are mimicking what moneymakers are doing, but it's just not fast enough. It really isn't. Oh, I heard a Sunstrike. Oh, GZ will not be caught. And now we see that Slark trying to stop, trying to slow down the moneymakers, but they want to make some money. They want to win this very quickly. Got nice jump out of that concussive shot as the call is perfect. He finds 3. What the hell, Mr. Luck? He gets the call of a lifetime right here. Refresher on the tide, looking for the second Ravage. The axe is quite low, gets another one. The Octarine Core allowing him to be so tanky. The Culling Blade almost gets another kill. Such a scary axe here. Oh, look at that. The Aghanim Scepter kicked back into the fountain. The second Ravage is here. Finds both supports though. Is it going to be enough? Mr. Luck with another call. They're gonna find this Gyrocopter. He's so low. First life is over. No Ravage. Side of Ice stopping the Slark, at least for now, as they're gonna jump forward here. Mobe trying to kill 12 cats as they did not find the Gyro. He was able to disengage, and Mobe is cutting the wave, just doing everything he can to stop the advances of that Gyro. Look at Mr. Luck. He is going to die back if he falls here. Will be able to survive. Satanic keeping Lucas alive and also killing the Bergs. The puck did not cut the wave properly as now Otakar falls. Has buyback. This could be the last fight of the game as they're trying to be patient. Both supports with no buyback. They need a perfect call, and I really think they need the Slark to be alive as the call falls. Yeah, they need you to instantly engage once the call procs, and it is going to happen, but no. Otakar solo already. His Shadow Dance barely buying time, as this is a dieback on poor Mr. Luck, and it's now a 2 for 5. And even though Mr. Luck played out of his mind, even that wasn't enough. I think Gaiman was not right about this game, and very quickly things are getting out of control. They finally have the supports alive, but is it going to matter? No, it doesn't. The Tusk just explodes. The damage on the side of the world, and the GG well played gets called. This 2-0 victory here means so much for the moneymakers. They now are in a prime position to secure that second place in Pinnacle Cup 4, which means 5,000 $5,000 already guaranteed, as well as a pretty decent spot waiting for the second stage of the playoffs. So let's take a look on the groups here and see what exactly it means when moneymakers gets this 2-0. It also puts Marsbat in a pretty precarious position. They're gonna lose 2 points because that's how it works here in the tournament. If you get a 2-0 win, the winner gets 2 points, the loser loses 2 points. If you get a 2-1 win, then the winner gets 1 point and the loser loses 1 point, which means that, that's the worst case scenario here. If you are a Marsbat fan, they are now tied with KZ and only 1 point ahead of Kidstars. Kidstars, a team that didn't really get good results, but with 1-2-0, let's say, Kidstars could be ahead of Marsbat. Marsbat already played every single series they can. They are now dependent on other people's results. And just to remind you guys, just so you know exactly what's going to happen, the next match that Kidstars is going to play is, if I'm not mistaken, let me double check here. It's going to be Kidstars versus 4 Zoomers. 4 Zoomers, the team that is doing the worst. So if Kidstars can take that series, they could potentially dethrone Marsbet, a team that was looking really good so far this tournament. It really, really, it's a gruesome group stage. I think you can quickly go from best placing to worst placing. And unfortunately, Marsbet, they were not really, let's say, stable enough. Unfortunate for them. Fortunate if you are a Moneymakers fan, because now they are in pretty much second place here. I think it's going to be hard for anyone to dethrone them. Even if KZ wins, for instance, as a 2-0, they're only going to have 1 point, so they kind of secure third place. We'll see what's going to happen as this series is over. And we're probably going to have a little bit of a break, about 15 minutes, I want to say, before the second series starts. So, guys, I guess third series for that matter. I'm not going to be here. Harry Freaky is going to be joining you guys for that one. He's a great caster, and you guys are going to have a good time. Make sure you do not leave the stream. Subscribe so you know when the games start, and make sure you're ready, refreshed, and refueled for KZ versus CB, followed by the 4 Zoomers versus Kidstars. That match, that series, pretty much dictates whether KZ is going to go for the next stage of the tournament or not. Anyways, I'm Bowie, and it was a pleasure. Farewell.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Seagulls flying overhead, towels down in the sand, little crabs walking over our legs, and we were together just like lovers should have been. Like the changing tides, you have changed your mind, and now you are no longer mine. Last summer, you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. watching the sunset by the beach. Last summer, you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. Like the changing times, you have changed your mind. Now you are no longer mine. With tears in my eyes, I recall the times when I had you by my side. Last summer, you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. That was last summer. That was last summer when you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer.
Do you wanna be a bad man? Yes, you do. Do you wanna taste sweet salvation underneath the summer moon? Do you need another hand now? Yes, you do. Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Down in the city, there's a place that never sleeps. You can see it all up past 57th Street. Music is hot and the drinking there's free. It'll turn you upside down before you count to three. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You own it, they got it, they flown it, you bought it. Ow! Do you wanna be a bad man? Yes, you do. Do you wanna taste sweet salvation underneath the summer moon? Do you need another hand now? Yes, you do. Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Columbus Avenue. Ha! Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Columbus Avenue. Ha! Go see Miss Josie.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
And we are back with the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 4. It was a short break as the last series, it could have even gone longer, but In the end, Moneymakers did win 2-0 versus Marsbet, and now we are going on to the next one. And that is gonna be KZ Team versus Team Sibe. Of course, it's not our last series of the day. Don't worry, guys. There's gonna be one more. Later on, it's gonna be 4 Zoomers versus Vivo Keystars. And last time in the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3 tournament, the last 2 days we had 3 series, but because of the unfortunate events that transpired in this tournament, a Dota coordinator, game crashes and stuff like that, one of the series was moved to today. So that's why we're gonna have another 4 best of 3 day today, and then we're gonna have a 3 best of 3 day tomorrow. So we will end the day with 4 Zoomers versus KD Stars, but for those of you that have not been following the stream so far, Yellow Submarine, they lost to Level Up with a score of 2-1, and Moneymakers lost to a Marsbet team, or Moneymakers won versus Marsbet team with a score of 2-0. Before we actually focus on our next series, let's go into the standings of Group A and Group B and see how teams are doing at the moment. Here in Group A, that is gonna be the group that we are going to be watching now. Sibe, Moneymakers, KZT, Marsbet, KD Stars, and 4 Zoomers. You can see the distribution. Sibe definitely going through. They're coming into the series as the favorites versus KZ team, who I'd say they might need a win here if they want to stay in the tournament. If KZ team lose, there is a good chance that KD Stars are winning versus 4 Zoomers today, and then they're going to be in a lot of trouble and will be eliminated from the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 4 and won't have a chance to win the grand prize and of course go directly to the 5-star hotel and an exclusive bootcamp in Malta. But let's look at the teams here. KZ team, Nande, Wish, Skylark, Liru, and Spartan. They've had some good games, some good performances, but consistency has been an issue for them, and hopefully today they can deal with that. Though Sibe, they are gonna be a very tough opponent. So let's move on to Sibe. Let's move on to their opponents here, because KZ team, they're gonna be facing these 5 guys. Nesfir, Race, Klasno, Kruto, Emptiness, and Rain have been looking amazing throughout this tournament. They've only lost 1 series thus far, and that was versus Vivo Keystars. Oh, actually no, they did win versus, they didn't lose a single series. They actually lost only 1 game, and it was versus Marsbet. Yeah, that's about it. That was yesterday. So Sibe undefeated. KZ team, they are not even close. 5 and 6 in terms of map. There's a good chance that this series is gonna be a 2-0. So we are waiting for the players to get themselves into the lobby. So we are gonna find out what these teams do want to pick. So far there was no coin toss, so we don't know who's gonna be Radiant, who's gonna have first pick, as those are the priorities the teams are always choosing. And while we're waiting, of course, we do advise all of you guys to go to Pinnacle Esports Dota 2 and follow that Twitter channel. Make sure that you get all of the info needed about the games that are gonna be happening, about the playoffs, about the directly invited teams, because the directly invited teams have been announced. We have Luna Galaxy, we have Nouns, we have Infinity, and we have Bait. Yes, Dandy will be a part of our tournament, and it is gonna be very fun to cast these boys for sure. But also, guys, if you wanna spice up the action, we have some amazing odds. So pinnacle.gg is the website to be, as there you're gonna be finding odds for this match, for the next match, for tomorrow's matches, and of course for some other titles as well. If maybe you don't want to bet on Dota, though, who doesn't? It's the most fun game, and if you can spice it up just a little bit, that's amazing. Of course, you do have to be 18 plus, and we do advise you to only put down as much as you are willing to spend. As I was finishing that sentence, we got all of the players into the lobby and the coin toss will commence, so don't worry, the game will be here any moment and we can get ourselves into the Dota action, a much anticipated Dota action at that. Well, let's see, Sibe, they're gonna be first pick, and KZ team, well, that leaves Radiant unless they really want to try something out, though I haven't seen a team do it, so I'm very skeptical about thinking that they are gonna do so. Or that they're gonna be the first. Either way, I would hope that KZ team are gonna come today and play their best, but they're obviously not playing that well lately. So currently we are waiting for KZ team to get their pick in, and hopefully we can see the cameras of their preparation, what they're doing, how they're doing it. Also to remind you guys how the format of the it's actually Focus that will be playing it. That's Focus from he's coming in as the stand-in, so he's probably going to be playing as a position 1. When I met Focus, he was skinnier. I remember that, so I can't actually make out if he just gained weight or if he's more buff. But considering he was here in Serbia with in the level up facilities, I'm guessing that he buffed up a little bit, as they do. The owner of Level Up, the team, he has his facilities for boot camps and stuff, and he usually takes the players, whoever comes over to the gym. So I'm guessing that he kind of buffed up a little bit. But let's go through the format of the tournament. So we have 2 groups, 6 teams each. 2 teams are gonna get eliminated from each group. 2 teams are gonna be going directly into the quarterfinals, and 3rd and the 4th team are gonna be going into the decider bracket, where they're gonna be playing versus 4 directly invited teams. And then whoever wins that one, he goes into the quarterfinals. It is a single elimination playoffs, so no lower bracket, upper bracket things. Nope. You've got 1 shot, only 1 shot to prove that you're the best. And hopefully the teams are going to be doing it. They're going to be doing it well as we have seen a lot of the teams do some amazing stuff in this tournament. Their movements, their gameplay have been top notch, though not every game. Let's say Vivo Keystars, for example, they haven't held up the consistency end at all. So there are times where they just look like the best team in the world, completely stomp whoever's in front of them, and then they don't look so good. Maybe they don't like some of the teams here, so when they play versus those teams they don't like, they're okay, now we're gonna go all out. I've also asked the players what their ping is, and they said 95 to 100, so we can't really blame the ping if something goes wrong with them, as 95 to 100 is more than playable. We didn't show you guys the group B, so why wouldn't we show you that? What's happening there? Though the rest of the games today that are gonna be played are gonna be Group A, but in Group B, Namiga most definitely are gonna be going through tomorrow. They're gonna be playing their last game. Team Tickles, same is true for them. Level Up, Navi Junior, Yellow Submarine, and Storm. Tomorrow we're gonna have 3 best of 3s, all of them being Group B teams. So Namiga, with this kind of a score, they're going directly into the quarterfinals. There's no way the least amount of points they can have is +5, and the most amount of points that any other team can have is +4. So that is pretty much them securing their top spot. Tickles and Level Up, however, that's gonna be a fight. Let's see who they're playing tomorrow. Level Up is playing Storm, who haven't been looking the greatest, and Team Tickles is playing Navi Junior, who have been looking a little bit better, but that puts Navi Junior in an uncomfortable spot if Yellow Submarine beats Namiga. Okay, that's I'd say that's pretty impossible, though who knows, it can actually happen. You know, if Namiga, they wake up on the wrong side of the bed, it could mean that Yellow Submarine, maybe at their best, they can beat Namiga. Though these are still very, very young players on Yellow Submarine, so it is kind of normal for them to not be looking that hot in their first tournament. The lobby has started, but the draft hasn't just yet. Hopefully there are not going to be any problems with the lobby. We've had some updates, we've had some patches, and we've had some bugs have appeared. That usually does happen, but luckily for us, there are going to be no bugs right now. So the draft is ready, and we're going to move right into it. And there we are, draft of game number 1 for KZ team and Sibe. Who's going to come out ahead? Who's going to get the better draft? We'll be finding out. I have to say though, people are choosing first pick, but I've seen more than once in this tournament that the second pick team actually has a much better draft. So I don't know what it is, but it's definitely working out for some of the teams here. Oh, Sibe actually have a really cool banner. Maybe once we get into the game, our observer can show it to you guys. It's pretty interesting. It's like a ripped part of a flag or something that is blue and white. Very nice color schemes as well. KZ team, they have like old horde banners, you know, and then instead of the emblem of the horde, it says KZ. As Venge and the Dawnbreaker won't be a part of this game, so won't be the Sven and the Nature's Prophet. I'm still waiting for the meta to shift just a tiny bit, but every single time I would have expected a balancing patch before TI, it wouldn't come. So I'm pretty sure it's not coming either. So we'll see if this is the same meta that is played in TI. Of course, teams there are going to be coming in with fresh strats as well. But here, Sibe and KZ team, they're probably going to be following this current approach that the teams have. KZ team, they don't ban out the PA. Bye-bye. Game number 1, Sibe, 1-0. It's over. This is something that Nesphere plays way too good, and it is almost impossible to beat him on it. The only question is, do Sibe want to pick it up, or do they want to try something else, considering they've already secured the top spot in the group? Both them and Namiga. I really want to see Sibe shine. I think these boys deserve it. They would probably have a really good time on Malta. Who wouldn't, though? On the other hand, Beastmaster banned out, PA picked up, KZ team, they're now gonna be facing the consequences of their actions, letting the PA go through. So that is a action, and the consequence will be Nesphere critting you to death, all of your players, in a span of 5 seconds, and you're not even standing next to each other. So they get an Invoker. Considering that Nande will be in the mid lane, I guess he can play it. Wish played the Invoker as well. So I want to see if maybe they're gonna play it as a 4. If Liru will be playing it. I know that Wish usually did so, but now he is not here. So I want to see how many times they actually played the Invo. Let's see, versus Marsbet, they did not. Versus Vivo Keystars, they didn't play an Invoker. Versus Moneymakers, they did play an Invoker, and it was a mid Invoker. I just want to see if it was Wish playing there or if it was Nande. I think, yeah, it was actually Nande playing the Invoker in the mid lane. Okay, so he already did it, and I don't see any support Invokers, so we can assume that this is going to be a mid lane Invoker. Oh, they played it versus 4 Zoomers, and they won that game, and I think that was a position 4 Invoker, if I'm not mistaken. Second? Yep, they played a support Invoker versus the versus 4 Zoomers. That's the only game that they won versus them. So okay, 1 core Invoker, 1 support Invoker. Definitely everything is on the line. Statistics say so. PA and the Centaur will get banned out. You don't want PA to be dealing with the Centaur. He packs too big of a magical damage punch in the early laning phase, so you're in kind of a trouble. And well, the Templar Assassin having the refraction charges, PA doesn't really like using her crits onto something that's not really gonna be allowing her to do any damage. So I like it. I like the bans from Sibe. Nothing too big, nothing too flashy. KZ team, they get the Dark Willow. LeBron will be getting... Oh, sorry, LeBron. This is not Marsbet. Liru will be getting his hero here. I don't know if Spartan has played the Dark Willow. I think he has. So it is, again, a flexible pick. KZ team, leaving things kind of open. Though you always know what the Dark Willow will do. Once you do get an Aghanim Scepter, though, however, on the PA, and every 10 seconds... you have the Purge, and the Dark Willow hates playing versus the Purge. But what she does like is having the Shadow Realm versus a hero that even if PA buys a Nullifier, Shadow Realm cannot be purged off. That is always nice. There will be a Brewmaster picked up. That's a nice purge as well, removing a lot of the spells that the Dark Willow uses. Imagine you use your Terrorize and suddenly it just doesn't do anything anymore. And the Warlock. Usually we see a Brewmaster versus the Warlock, or people not wanting to pick up the Warlock if there's a Brewmaster on the other side. Considering you have him now, you can go for it. A little bit of a problem with Sibei's lineup is lack of lockdown. They don't really have any stuns other when the Brewmaster goes for the split. And okay, the mini stun from the Golem drop is there, but overall they are going to be needing some constant stun to actually get themselves some kills. I think KZ team, they need something that is gonna be a catch for mobile heroes, as the puck would be amazing for Sibei, and you currently have nothing versus it. So I would like to see maybe a Shadow Shaman, a Lion, a Shaker, something along those lines that will be allowing you to catch the puck if the need for it arises. They're gonna go for the Tidehunter. Doesn't really help there. Could go for a Muerta. We have seen position 4 Muerta with the Tide do really well. Versus the PA though, she can stay inside of the calling and jump herself out of it. So in that regard, does have a way to actually save herself. But this is gonna be a very, very boring lane. Tidehunter versus the PA. We always see a lot of spell spamming, a lot of sticks coming out. Everybody surviving the laning stage, and then Tide gets the Meteor Hammer and breaks down the tower, with PA and the Tide usually being very, very equal in terms of farm. Let's see, KZ team. What's the other pick that they want? Is it gonna be the Muerta? I wouldn't hate it. They'll go for the Shadow Shaman. Okay, I like it. I really like it. Now you cannot go for a puck, or if you want to go for a puck, well, you can actually get caught. So I don't think that's actually an option any longer for Sibei. So I think they're gonna have to deal with their lack of lockdown with the support rather than a core and a mid laner. I'm not sure where you want to take it. So you want something that lanes well with the Brewmaster, that can ignite his Cinder Brew and actually provide the stun. Not a lot of things left like that. Kunkka is going to be the pick in the mid lane. This is a really good Kunkka game. You're solid to lane versus the Invoker. The Invoker doesn't have that much armor, and plus his regen is not what it used to be. It got halved ever since he became a universal hero. So this is pretty solid. When you use the boat, you don't really care about a lot of lockdown because you're going to be fine. The Kunkka hates the Tidehunter, so he's going out for revenge. This is going to be giving him even more strength, though maybe he won't be thinking with a clear head. But overall, I like the pick. I think it's pretty smart, and once you do get an Aghanim Scepter, it's actually quite a lot of lockdown inside of a fight, especially Ag's Refresher, which can come out at some time. Of course, we're talking about later portions of the game, but people now with the Kunkka, they go Blade Mail, then they go Shard, and then sometimes the Aghanims is going to be next on the menu. I really like the bans from both teams. The Slark and the Juggernaut are something that KZ team would love to get, and Skywrath Mage, Rubik are just would have been the perfect supports for Sibei. So let's see how they will actually end their draft. Not a lot of things are left, not gonna lie. You're gonna have to think hard about this. Looking through the heroes, and really not a lot of it is left. Like Grimstroke is banned out. Grimstroke is not banned out. Okay, then Grimstroke. What the hell? I don't know how this hero made it through all the way here. Okay, then it was an easy choice to get a Grimstroke. Maybe they should have left the Skywrath Mage in and banned out the Grimstroke. He kind of makes more sense with the Brewmaster PA. Kunkka, you're not going to be able to burst them down, and then once the BKBs start coming out, things become pretty dangerous for you. In terms of carries on the other side, you could go for the Faceless Void if you want to secure maybe the late game for yourself. The Kunkka boat is kind of annoying to the Chrono Cataclysm, but it would be nice. Of course, you already have the Tide Hunter for that big combo, if that is something that you're gunning for. Not sure what Focus would want to play. Terrorblade wouldn't be too bad. He's in the pool, or the Naga Siren, but I think Terrorblade probably looks a little bit better. The Naga versus the Brewmaster wouldn't be having that good of a time. I think the Terrorblade would do better. Let's see, Seeker maybe. I wouldn't mind him either. But that's about it. Not a lot of things are left, really. Is there anything else that has a high armor? Okay, they go for the Seeker. I think that's a pretty solid one. You might even want to go for a Blade Mail build here with the Seeker. I doubt it. I think it's always gonna be the Maelstrom into a BKB, but the Blade Mail Radiance build actually would be quite cool for the Seeker in this one. Let's see. Let's see who's gonna be winning here. Is it gonna be KZ team? Is it gonna be Sibe in game number 1? It still hasn't started. They're in the strategy part of the draft. So let's see if how well these teams are gonna be strategizing. Though overall, I'm still on the side of Sibe. I think they have everything they need. You allowed Nesphere to have the PA. Sure, if he gets ruptured inside of a fight, it is gonna be a little bit tougher, but overall, he's usually the one hiding, and it's actually more so that the Seeker might get caught rather than the PA. Skylark. There's Focus. He's buff. He is buff. He is flexing his biceps. Imagine you come over with the bicep like that. Into a bar, come up to a girl, and you say, "I'm a Dota player." It's over. You're married, literally. Literally, you're married. There's absolutely no way that she's gonna be saying no. But the game should be starting fairly soon. You can't see it, but the opening screens are here. I actually like the new ones quite a lot better than what the old ones were. But there is a pause, so we are gonna be waiting just a tiny bit before we get into the game again. I always mention it. The players just miss the old days when they could pause every single pub that starts. So I'm just happy that they can fulfill their dreams. There's Emptiness. Is Emptiness young? I don't think I have the info here about him as a player. I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask for the official document. Wait, maybe I do have it. See, it does look pretty young to me. I don't have that. Yep, I don't have the ages of players here, and he doesn't have a Wikipedia page yet, as he is fairly new. But overall, guys, you're gonna get a beautiful view now on your screen. Yes, a beautiful view, but I'm just kidding. We're gonna go into the game right now. An even more beautiful view for all of you people out there, as the game 1 is gonna start now. No, I like that one. Is that from the compendium?
Be positive. Don't be negative. I feed you. Be positive.
Okay, so good luck, have fun has been wished between the players. There were some times when it looked like the players didn't like each other, between the two teams, but these two teams, they seem to have a pretty nice relationship. They all look like a decent bunch of guys. As I mentioned, I've met some of the guys from KZ team. Definitely solid guys, and on the side of Sibe, well, they are just from their faces you can see they're good people. You don't even have to meet them. See Nesphere, he definitely looks like a guy who is never toxic in pubs. As KZ team, they are preparing for some kind of a move. The Kunkka is the one coming over. He will scout the ward. I don't know if he knows exactly where it is, but he has an idea on which side the ward is currently. So you're probably going to be able to deward that one if you do have a chance. Now, Klasno Kruto, he wants the rune. Same is true for Skylark, but these offlaners, they don't want to be taking a beating. They're offlaners. They're going to be taking a beating for the entirety of the game. So just dodge it for now. Because they're skating through the river. So, dude, you need to wait for that to freeze. It's still not cold enough. As Klasno Kruto, there's a time where you go to the base. You're not starting the lane like this. So immediately we see a TP from the Grimstroke, as he knows that he has to take the experience of the first wave. I cannot emphasize enough to you guys how good it feels in a competitive game when you are the one that gets everything as a support. I'm just hoping that Grimstroke can be fine. The Klasno Kruto, he did make his way over to the lane, so didn't really lose much in terms of experience and focus. He lost much in terms of HP, as he does have the blood right, so he won't be able to heal himself up. Will be given a healing salve, but of course the Spartan one, that's not gonna be putting him full HP, but pretty close to it. And once you get level 2, you're completely fine. Mid lane, Nande versus Erase. That should be a Kunkka favorite matchup quite heavily as well. Kunkka is a hero that very, very rarely loses the laning stage. I can think of a couple of ones. He doesn't like playing versus the Timber, and maybe a Dragonite sometimes can be a problem for him. Okay, that is a Grimstroke that is in trouble. The Blood Right will connect on both of them, and the first blood will be going to Focus. There might be a second blood as well. Klasno Kruto is not getting out of this one. Focus gets a double. And the lane started so well for Sibe as they applied pressure on Focus, forced out a lot of regen. Then they just died. The fatal bonds on the top lane were almost fatal for Liru, and yep, not almost. He's gonna be taken down. There will be an upheaval. You're not running away from this one, so he stands his ground, and actually the upheaval overtime damage, that small amount of damage, lands the kill in the end. Nesvir, he wanted the kill, and Nesvir, he won't be getting the kill there. Race will be dominating the mid lane quite a lot. Nande, yeah, he can't do anything. He really can't do anything. As bottom lane, despite that first blood and second blood, no more kills have been happening, but the Seeker is crushing the lane. So we have an Invoker that's being shut down, and we have a Brewmaster that's being shut down. The Invoker is getting some CS with 8 denies on the Kunkka. Make it 9. This is not gonna be too nice. Erase isn't missing anything here in terms of CS. He's just getting every single one from what it seems. Seems like he missed 2 creeps since the start of the lane. That's a really good success story for him. Oh, Nande trying to get a couple of those CS there. Of course, once he gets the Spirit Vessel, it's going to be a little bit easier for him to deal with the Kunkka, but it's only later on in the game. So far, he's just going to have to take it like a man. Take the beating. Take the splashes. It is what it is. No, he's only a child, a kid invoker. Better to grow up now than later on, right? We're denying the childhood to the kid invoker. Tidehunter, 2 points in the Kraken shell. He's no longer a viable target. Nesfir is actually going for this one. They're gonna use the blood grenade, and I don't think they will be able to kill Liru, especially with Skylar coming over. Nesfir jumps in. Well, you don't have the crits just yet, my friend, so there's not gonna be enough damage to land the kill. We'll see if that does change. Liru isn't that healthy, but he still has the Shadow Realm now, so even if they do make an attempt on his life, he's most likely getting out alive. So to be honest, his presence in the top lane isn't really needed. So if he can find something else to do on the map, that would be nice. Bottom lane would be even more kills, as Tidehunter is not gonna get pushed out by the PA and the Warlock. It's just how it is, especially with 2 points in Kraken Shell. His focus is going for Emptiness. Is he getting this kill? Yeah, it looks like he is. Emptiness is in a lot of trouble. He has no stick charges. He has no fairy fires. He's just gonna run him down. This is one of the funniest kills that I've seen recently, right? You just run him down from the start of the lane to the end of it, and there's nothing he can do. Poor guy. He was full HP as well, so definitely wasn't expecting that. Nesfir has the Orb of Corrosion. I don't know if that's the way to go versus the Tidehunter, especially when having the Warlock with you. Because you're not doing any damage to this Tide, and that's not going to change. Nesfir has a solid amount of CS, but the Tide is holding the lane in a perfect position for himself to get all the knives, all the last hits that he needs to. And Nesfir, he's just trying to pull there to the side. Finally, the creeps will enter the tower, so a little bit of lucky break for Nesfir. He will be getting some creeps towards his part of the map now. His Invoker inside of the Ghost Walk, just healing up. They did nerf the amount that you heal, but it's still there. He places a ward right under a sentry, and that looks like a very dead Dark Willow. Blood Grenade and the Upheaval. They have the X, they have the Torrent. They don't really need the boat to kill the Dark Willow, and it is gonna be another kill for Sibe. Onto the Kunkka, who's already having a good time, and poor Emptiness dies once more. DD picked up by Nande. He doesn't have the mana for his Ghost Walk, so you have to be kind of careful. The Torrent will miss, so will the boat. The Hex does come out onto the Kunkka, but they don't really have the damage. Even with the DD, they would be crazy to attempt to kill this guy. Especially with the Invoker lacking mana so much. Let's see. Both of the supports brought to the mid lane. Spartan? He does come over, gets silenced up. The Upheaval will be slowing him down. He gets the Hex off onto the Kunkka, but the Inkswell does connect. Kunkka doesn't have his ulti. He has to be careful. The Shackle will connect Nande. He's just dying from the Fatal Bonds, and he has to be careful not to lose his life as Nesfir coming over. They had that sentry. He's going to be getting the kill. He might not be able to kill the Tide, but he can TP to the mid lane and get some key kills as well. It's going to be the Invoker that went his way, and the Fatal Bonds really making a difference there. Oh boy, this is the problem. You come over to fight a Kunkka with 2 bracers, the fabled Dum-Dum build. It's usually a Dum-Dum build on the Dragonite when you have a maxed out Dragon's Blood as well, but it is very tough to deal with this. So PA after that will get a nice kill, will be ahead of the Tide. Of course, Focus still at the top. And when we look at it, the guy is crushing it. He's gonna have a Maelstrom in no time, and this is gonna be one tough guy to deal with. He's actually TPing to the top lane. He knows there's no TP on the PA, so if you do get ruptured, Nesfir, you're just dead. He did pass through the portal. Nesfir seems like he's leaving, and that is a very nice call from the PA. Gets himself out of there in time. He can't really stop the Tide from using the Meteor Hammer once it's up, so you might as well just run away. The Seeker will show himself, and Nesfir knows now he's made a good decision. Nande, he hasn't made a good decision, staying in the mid lane. X Torrent, he will be taken down. Both not even needed. He didn't have the mana for it, but even if he did, it really wouldn't. He really wouldn't need it in the end. As they do finish off the Invoker one more time, the mid lane tower will be taking massive amounts of damage. Focus, he does kill Klasno Kruto, who was a little bit too deep there. The Rupture used. You get the kill, and Klasno Kruto is actually doing worse than the Invoker, which is hard to imagine for a hero that lost the lane way too much. The Tidehunter got his level 6 and is TPing to the mid lane. He wants to defend it as much as possible. He will be able to. Really, you don't really kill the tide, but that is pretty solid from Sibe. Forcing Skylark here, that will allow the tower to stay alive longer. Though look at the positioning of Spartan and the TP in from the Bloodseeker. They're going towards Nesphere. This is amazing, just an amazing play from KZ team. They get the Hex, they're gonna have the shackles. Nesphere is not getting out of this one alive on the top lane. The TP from the Kunkka, actually, Focus is the one that is in trouble. He'll be slowed down, and there's DX the boat. Oh, this is so huge. If they can kill him, the boat will connect. They're doing so much damage to him, the Torrent as well, and a couple of crits will seal the deal. Spartan, he gets the shackles on the Nesphere. He didn't want him to get the kill, but even Erase getting this one is a big deal. There will be a slow on Spartan. Erase gets himself a double. Here comes the Ravage, blink to the side, and the PA survives. They just didn't have the damage. Nesphere gets himself out of this one, but can you get yourself away from the Kunkka? That might be just another one that he is gonna be killing. At least the Dark Willow is juking through the trees. Erase cannot find him. The Bramble Maze will be used. Erase still on the chase. That's also the Ravage used, and even Nesphere didn't die. That Seeker losing his life. He had such a good time in this game. This kind of a death, it's not something you want. Bottom lane? They're going for the Seeker again. No way he dies one more time. They're gonna be using it onto the Flame Panda there, the Shackles. But he has been lifted up into the air, pretty speedy on Focus. Will be able to run himself away. A lot of the heroes are missing HP, especially the PA, so that will give him the movement speed necessary to run away from the split. Rain does get taken down way too deep there. And finally Nande gets something going his way. So that's going to be the earn charges, much needed ones at that. He is going for a Midas next on the Invoker, and this is now a start of his comeback. We'll see if it will ever go that way. Meanwhile, mid lane, the tower will be falling, and top lane, Nesphere will be continuing his path towards the Battle Fury. One more hit from the Siege Creep. Erase, he wanted it for himself. That's not going to be happening. Sibe, they have a 1k gold lead. It's pretty solid, though. Most of it because of the supports, right? If you look at the cores of KZ team really aren't doing all that bad.
Tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Sphere, Cornucopia is there. Gonna be a lot easier now to stay healthy while farming. It's not going to be the fastest Battle Fury, however. He's not even at the top, though. The 2 towers falling now, that extra gold will definitely come in handy. They are targeting Nesphere at the moment, as he knows about it. Actually sees Liru and is staying a little bit too long. Nice positioning from Rain, who has the golem to drop it if need be, and will put down a ward on the high ground as well, making sure that they can spot anything that's happening. But Nesphere is still gonna be caught. The PA in trouble, is dropping low, and the PA will not lose her life just yet. Finally, Skylark does bring down Nesphere. Oh, now there will be the Serpent Wards. Rain caught inside of them. He is gonna do his best to get out, but they have already done way too much damage onto the high ground. No high ground misses. He will be taken down. 2 kills. Very nice for KZ team. No split for Klasno Kruto, so he put himself in a very uncomfortable position out of which he will not be leaving. Liru comes over just with 1 punch, gets the kill, and the Kunkka makes his appearance. Let's see, 1 versus 5. He has already killed 1. He wants to kill all of you. The Ravage, it is available, and Spartan will be taken down there by the supports or by the Golem, and Emptiness coming over as Rain. His Golem will be expiring fairly soon, but it is still on the chase, especially with the Inkswell. They're gonna be stunning Liru, and Rain, he gets a double kill post more than none. They tries to run away. Nesphere comes over to cut him down with the crit, and then just 1 more slash to finish him off as well. And in the end, KZ team, they overstay their welcome. The second that the Kunkka arrives, everything falls down the drain, as this guy is way too powerful. Erase is gonna have the money for the shard even before the 15-minute mark. It just goes to show how farmed this Kunkka actually is. And you know what? He wants more. They're going for a smoke. KZ team, they have to be careful. Their Bloodseeker cannot die again. He had such a good start, and now he doesn't even have 1 component to his BKB. They used the scan perfectly, but he used the scan more perfectly as Focus now just running himself away. Race is not going to be fast enough. Is he going to be able to spot him? DX, oh, very close to connecting there. A couple of times. Focus. Torrent will be used. He's not going to be caught by this one. Inks, well, they know exactly where he is. This is a little bit too deep, but they're still going for it. But look at KZ team. He has baited his enemies. A very uncomfortable position, threatening with the terrorized. Kunkka will get himself away from that one, and they're just going to leave Klasno Kruto to die. He's trying to go for the split. He will be able to get it off, and now the Soulbind with a double silence. That's going to be the Bloodseeker dead 100%. Skylark, he takes care of the silence, but he just cannot do anything, even with his Ravage. That Sphere is sleeping to the bottom lane, coming to assist this team. Klasno Kruto, he gets the Tidehunter up in the air. Imagine the strength of those winds when such a fat guy is in the air. Klasno Kruto will give himself an urn and uses the Cinder Brew as well to ease the pain. The Curse Crown will be used on him as Spartan is coming over. Are they maybe running in too deep? The Sunstrike has been used. Klasno Kruto not going to be caught by it, and he gets himself away safely. He's still alive. Kunkka about going in. There is gonna be the Ravage. Meteor Hammer not gonna be connecting onto anyone. Klasno Kruto trying to get himself out, uses the sticks, and there's the Golem with the Fatal Bonds. You have bonded, and together you will die. The Dust is there to make sure that Nande doesn't escape. Emptiness running away from the Tidehunter, and here comes Nesphere to slow the Tide down. He's gonna be using the Gush. Emptiness still running himself away, and he does have the sticks. He was just baiting you, Skylar, though this is gonna take a very, very long time. Even the crits don't do any damage to the Tidehunter. He's gonna be slowed down again. Erase didn't manage to bring down Spartan, and there are the crits finally kicking in to bring down Skylark, and Focus didn't even want to come over to assist this team. Spartan is going to be the only one that survived that engagement from his teammates that were in it, and he's really the least valuable of all of them. He has more net worth than the Dark Willow though. Thorin gonna be used just for the vision. Here comes the boat, and Race is waiting for the boat to connect, but very nice tornado come out from Nande. It is gonna be the blade mail, and this Kunkka looks very much that he has 20 stick charges. If he can get, actually, he might actually kill them all. The TPs, the help is coming for him, but it's not gonna be there in time. Finally, they bring down Erase. That's gonna be a huge chunk of gold into the pockets of Nande, and this time around, it will be the Kunkka that went a little bit too deep. Speaking of going deep, Nande in a lot of trouble. Do they have the vision for him? No, they were lacking it. Nice dodge on the Terrorized. Nesphere gets out just before it connects. But luckily for Nande, the crits from Nesphere just weren't there enough for him to fall, so he'll be able to survive. If the PA was level 12, that was a death, a certain one. So the Invoker is going for a Midas. He's not gonna have it soon. He went for a Spirit Vessel, understanding how hard it is gonna be to kill the Kunkka. And the Brewmaster is going for a Midas as well. He is a little bit closer currently, but really needs a little bit more time till it's there. I guess the Great Healing Lotus. Smoke is going to be used, split at the ready, still level 1. Rain from the other side, doesn't have the Chaotic Offering, but he has the Fatal Bonds, who was caught. It is going to be Spartan, and with Inkswell, with the Silence, they're going to get the kill. Emptiness is the one who secures it. Nothing to pick up here other than the Spartan kill, but the Seeker actually, after a couple of minutes just farming in the jungle, he's again very close to the top of the network chart, even though they slowed him down quite a lot with a couple of deaths. Bedlam used, trying to kill him. He goes for the split every single time. They attempt the same. Nice push into the boat. Both of them are gonna be drawn. Kunkka, you are the one who sunk this ship, but the ghosts will be haunting you forever and until your death. Kunkka brings in his boat to get the kill. The perfect usage of the tidal wave as they're chasing for more. They have found the Seeker. He's not getting out of this one alive. The greed of Focus will be punished. Very nicely done there by the Storm Panda, finding him, getting him up into the air, and at that point it was pretty much certain that the Seeker is gonna die as well. Sibe playing a much cleaner game, and KZ team for now seem to be pretty helpless. Oh, the Golem gonna be used, these two supports. Have they just offered themselves to a Kunkka though next to the Serpent Wards? He's going to be taking a lot of damage, going to be using the Tidal Wave. Erase will be taken down. The Spirit Vessel really coming in handy. The Tornado perfectly placed. Nande uses those spells well. There will be a silence onto the Tidehunter. He does have his rep still, but he cannot use it at the moment. Klasno Kruto getting inside of that ice wall, and he does get the kill. Look at the smacks of the Skylark. There's not that much damage, but the crits will be kicking in, and the Imps just coming out there from the Shard. The Ravage does come out. Skylark just trying to survive as Nesphere is slaughtering everybody in the back line, and he will finally fall as Focus comes into the fight to clean up house. That's gonna be a huge chunk of gold for the Seeker, getting him very, very close to the BKB. Only 500 gold away. Speaking about BKBs, the PA will have one in a little bit over 1,000 gold as well. So both of the carries will have them possibly for the next fight. I think Erase might decide, yeah, he's going for a BKB. He's not going to be going for an Aghanim Scepter. I think the Kunkka needs it in this game. Very annoying to play versus the Invoker, the Shadow Shaman, and the Dark Willow. You just cannot move as a Kunkka, and you want to get all close and personal. The Warlock has overtaken 2 of the cores of KZ team in farm. After the Tormentor died, he got his shard, and now he's ahead. This is insane how much farm he has. He has a Solar Crest, he has the shard, and a plate mail on top of it. Liru will get caught, Liru will get killed. Erase gets the kill there with a tidal wave, and Nesfir on the PA didn't even want to get involved. That is a dead guy. This guy's an assassin. He only hunts the living. As Kunkka will have the BKB soon. The Bloodseeker has his. It's being delivered at the moment. Race uses DX already. Always you have to be careful, as the tornado from the Invoker could keep you in place if you're not careful. For those of you guys who don't know, you cannot purge off DX, but if the Kunkka is in the air by the Yules, by the Invoker tornado, or anything similar, he will not be returning to his X marks the spot. So that can be an issue. That he really has to keep in mind in this game. The gold lead is just continuing to increase. The Seeker is the only hero that KZ team have. I don't know what he will go for his next item. I kind of feel like he needs an MKB, as nobody else can really deal with the PA once she has the BKB. But maybe he can get away with one more item and then going for it. It is a tough choice. Would you go for a Manta? I don't know. Spartan dead. Focus. Pops his BKB. There will be a Ravage, so they do bring down Emptiness with the Sunstrike. Nope, Sunstrike was there at the very end. Focus uses the Silence. Class Cruto. They won't be getting into it. Nastu Tornado to cover for Focus, but nobody is low, so Nesfir will be finding him, and the Spirit Vessel is on him. No heals for you. One more crit to end it all. And KZ team, they lose 3. They're going to be losing 4 as well. What an easy fight for Sibe. They've only lost Emptiness, and Nande, the only reason he survived is because he bailed before even all of his teammates were dead. This opens up possibility for Roche. PA is level 18 as well. Once level 17 as well. Once level 18 comes out, that's where the real damage will be kicking in. I'm really liking this upheaval now with the imps. The amount of damage it does, it's actually pretty high. Yeah, very high level on the PA. For Roche, no chance in hell he's gonna be surviving this one. Finally, there's a Midas on the Invoker, so yeah, he might use it to take over the Warlock in farm. Why is the Warlock so farmed? What the hell? He has 9,000 net worth. He might even take over Focus. I mean, guys, this is a Bloodseeker who had the freest lane in the world, and a position 5 Warlock is just taking him over. Dosibe, they are super far ahead. They are looking like a much stronger team than KZ team. I mean, coming into the series, we kind of knew that this is what's gonna happen.
Dire are scanning. Radiant structures are fortified.
But this is a little bit too brutal, even for my taste. I like brutal games when one team is crushing the other one if they're playing clean Dota. But this kind of seems nasty. KZ team are completely helpless. They're tied in their Invoker. They feel like supports. Their damage is like support damage, and well, they only can kill the enemy support as Sibe. They have 4 cores from what it seems. Back to port. There will be a smoke arcane rune on the Kunkka. He still doesn't have his Aghanim Scepter. Only the point booster was bought as Nesfir running onto the top part of the map. He did see Nande for the time being still inside of the blur, so Nande doesn't know about this. His blur did end, but his teammates are coming from the side. Kunkka gets in focus. He's gonna be needing to use that BKB. The tidal wave already brought him in the BKB to run away from the rupture. He's not using his boat just yet, but he might need to for the damage reduction. He used the X and TP to the base just to make sure. Oh, actually, he just TP to the base. Nesphere, it's on you. No problem. I can do it on my own. I need no Kunkka here. He is actually jumping for more Nesphere, being very, very bloodthirsty. Won't be finding anybody in this engagement. Still has a 9-second BKB to work with though. The Tidehunter blinks out. The problem for him is that the X was already used, so he will be returned exactly to where he was. He does get the tower down, but now he's just being thrown around by the Kunkka, and in the end, Klasno Kruto, he takes away that revenge that the Kunkka was looking for his entire lifetime to kill the Tidehunter. And a freaking Brewmaster. It just happens, right? You tell your friend, your drunk friend, like, oh dude, I really want to do this in my life. Sure bro, yeah, right, whatever. And then he is just drinking his Cinder Brew. You're doing whatever you wanted to, and he just comes over and he destroys it. Okay, I'm not gonna be talking about my life frustrations here anymore, but KZ team, they do seem pretty frustrated themselves, as it seems like it's impossible for them to do anything in this game. They're still playing. They still don't want to go out playing like men until the very end. They will give up their lives rather than give up their homes. So their homes might be taken down, destroyed easily by Sibe, who are currently way too strong. The X does connect. It will be the Dark Willow caught. The boat is coming through. Nothing that Lero can do about this one. He uses the Terrorize, and the enemies run away in fear. Oh no, we killed him. Oh no, death. Oh, whatever. They're done with running away. As he races, running forward, has the Shadow Word on himself, as well as the run buff still. But nobody else will be showing their face here on the top lane. The Invoker is pushing out the lane, but Sibe are looking to take out other outer towers. The bottom one did fall. The tier 2, now the mid tier 2 will be dropping down. They use the glyph. This is going to be opening up a potential high ground push if they want to. They still have an Aegis for a minute. Oh. EP from the Grimstroke. Skylark. He's going to be fine. The Grimstroke doesn't even finish that one off. They're doing a good job pushing the side lanes here, KZ team. They are buying time. The problem is I'm looking at the game and I'm thinking, what are you buying the time for? Maybe for Nande and the and Skylark to take over the Warlock in terms of net worth, so as not to feel inferior to Sibe in game number 2. I guess that could be an approach. Though this is what happens when you use the glyph for your tier 2. Your tier 3 just falls. The glyph will be refreshing now for the last time for KZ team. Let's see if they're gonna be using them for their axes. Sphere, he leaves. Doesn't want to get caught with his pants down there with the Aegis expiring. So that's gonna be a lane of racks for them. They seem to be looking to push the bottom lane too. There is a glyph on KZ team now, so they can kill the next creep wave with the tower if they want to. But I don't know how they win a fight, right? If the Warlock is in a good spot, no matter what kind of initiation you come up with, there's gonna be a Golem dropping down, a split being used, and you're gonna lose the fight. Do they have a blink on the Tidehunter? Yeah, they do. Agnes maybe on the Invoker. Okay, that's the way to go for it. It's not a maxed out Exort, but he needs one more. The split was used, very smartly done by Klasno Kruto, understanding the dangers of the blink Tidehunter ulti. He will be losing the Storm Panda immediately. Spartan gonna be slowed down, has to be somewhat careful about what he does, as Nesphere could destroy you, literally. The tower does drop low, but Sibe, they're not going to be risking it. You want to wait for the Ravage to get used, as the Cataclysm could change the fight, and KZ team going for a smoke. If this fails, they might just call GG, especially if they lose a lot of heroes. Coming into the jungle, it used to be their own, but now it is owned by Sibe. The Brewmaster will get caught, turned into a little chicken, but Inkswell is protecting him. Nobody's coming over. Nesphere pops the BKB, goes on to focus. There's the Cataclysm, and they did kill Class Kruto, Nande in a lot of trouble. The Terrorize will connect on Nesphere. Nesphere is actually gonna be caught right now. Nobody is very close. It is gonna be the Golem drop down, but nobody will be saving Nande. Two heroes dropping down and they want more. Now Rain is gonna be next on the menu. Have more net worth than me, will you? Going for a TP out, and no way that he's getting himself out of this one. That would have been a huge kill. You could count it as a third core as well, but he gets himself out, TPing right next to the enemy team who have a billion stuns. Invoker, Dark Willow, Shadow Shaman, and they just didn't have anything left in the tank as they used everything for Nesphere. Still a very nice fight, a reveal of the Cataclysm. Pretty big. We'll see if Sibe can do something now with the Ravage being down. They could go for a push. Top tier 2 does look pretty juicy, just to open things up and then wait for the next Rosh. I think there's no reason to rush this one. Once you get the Aegis cheese, then the game will most definitely be over. And focus. He has the Mjolnir. He will have the Aghanim Scepter in no time as well. Just in 500 gold, it will be there. K gold lead for Sibe. Pretty tough to get back from that one, but KZ team, they're doing their best. It was shown that they can kill the PA. Once the Shadow Shaman is level 20 and the Hex breaks, I'm just kidding, Spartan is level 13. His level 20 is gonna be here in 30 minutes. And if the game lasts that long, then, well, KZ team might actually have a good shot. Titan Slaver on the PA. That is a big one. Just making sure that those stuns don't last as long is a big deal. I'm actually pretty surprised why he didn't just kill heroes faster with his PA when he jumped on them. I don't know what the problem was. Was he unlucky with the crits? He has a Deso. Now he has the Shard as well, so should be able to kill them faster even. Psychic Headband for Spartan. That's actually quite big. Focus. Going for the Shard next. Wants the lifesteal, he wants even more damage. PA is level 20, so more attack speed from the Phantom Strike now available. Focus with that Aghanim Scepter will actually be a big nuisance. He is keeping up in net worth. He's right at the top. They're only 1,000 gold behind Nesphere, which at this point in the game isn't really anything to brag about. The Rosh will be here in a minute. The Aegis cheese is something that Team Sibe will be looking to get, though. The question is, can KZ team protect it? They're gonna have all of their ultis. They will have the Cataclysm and the Ravage, and that is something that can change everything in this game. One more good fight, and they could be back in it, especially if they will get Rosh after that one. The win probability is still heavily in favor of Sibe, only 6% for KZ team. I guess that's about right. You're a lane of rags behind. You are behind 16k. You're playing versus a PA in the current meta, so I think that's a pretty valid calculation by Dota Plus. Though it is still not over. 6% is not 0%. As long as we are alive, there is always a chance. Race is level 18 on the Kunkka. He does have the Aghanim Scepter, the Torrent Storm, also one big spell that could change the fight, the flow of it. Nesphere having the enemies just be stunned up constantly is going to be a big deal. AC done, Basher done, Aghanim Scepter done. Big timings, Brewmaster level 18, PA level 20. Team Sibe, they have everything they need. The Seeker, he did buy his Shard. Buybacks are going to be very important in this next fight, and it seems like it's going to be a Radiant side Rosh. So KZ team, they're going to have an advantage there if they do have their buybacks. Invoker and the Dark Willow currently the only ones that have them, but the Tidehunter and the Shadow Shaman are very close to them as well. Seeker, on the other hand, he just bought out, so he's not really going to be doing anything there. Going for Rosh. And goodbye. The crits from Klasno Kruto just flying out there in the Fire Brawler stance. It says grants 20% chance to critically strike, but if you use the Cinder Brew on the ground, then it triples? Fire stance now additionally grants attack speed, bonus triples when brewed up. Yep. Brew up, the bonus is triple. It's actually insane how much it does. Even though people aren't playing the Brewmaster onto right clicks, there is still that possibility maybe in the later portions of the game. And I've seen one or two Brewmasters, not in this tournament, I think in the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 3 that I saw, at least one. I don't know, maybe I've seen two. The PA going for an Aghanim Scepter next has that Basher. Abyssal Blade is not something that Nesphere wants right now. Refresher is done for the Invoker. Double Cataclysm. They can win this game. They can win fights. But can they find the right initiation? That is the real question. They have a glyph, of course, no refreshes. Their one tier 3 did already die. There's a blink on the Grimstroke, so now he can keep his distance. Deadly focus on the PA Lotus Orb to remove the Cursed Crown. And Nesphere gets himself out of the TP to the bottom lane. Who was caught? It seems to be the Seeker. And the Seeker is going to be in a ton of trouble on the bottom lane. They need the PA with the Basher. Actually, it goes for a TP out. Golem is going to be dropped. You don't need the Basher. You have the Chaotic Offering, and he's going to be using the Rupture on terrain. How dare you stun me? Skylark going to be caught there. No more Kraken Shell. He has the Ghost Scepter, however. Nullifier not there just yet. Skylark will be able to get himself away. Actually, the dagger does land on him, and Nesphere needs to remove the anchor. Will be able to get rid of the dead in the water, but he won't be able to make the Tidehunter dead as well. So Skylark does live. Very nice that he has the Ghost Scepter. Without it, he would have been a goner now. But you are still in a situation when your carry isn't there. He's the only guy that has solid net worth on your side. 19,000 net worth down the drain, making the current difference in net worth 40,000. Nande, can he do it with a double Cataclysm? Can he bring the end to the world? And with that, the end to Sibay. Nesphere going on to the Shadow Shaman. One bash is enough. He does bring down Liru as well with the with a Battle of Fury Cleaves. And it is gonna be a dead lane of Rags. Just like that, KZ team, they were preparing for the Cataclysm. They were preparing to win the fight. The X will be used on Nesphere, so he will be able to get his man up. That's pretty nice. Buys a couple of mangoes as well. He saw it wasn't doing that much, and actually does finish the Abyssal Blade. Focus, deeping in, Ravage will be coming out. There's the double Cataclysm, and goodbye Warlock and the PA with an Aegis. You did nothing with it. Now let's see, maybe now they can kill the PA. The Inkswell is gonna be there on him, trying to jump himself out of this one, but he has the anchor on him, turns around, and actually they will be bringing him out. Nesphere, taken down.
This is a good opportunity to learn. I've always wanted
He didn't have the BKB. Very interesting. I don't know what he used it on. Did he use it at the end of his life just before he exploded to the Cataclysm? Very weird. But KZ team, they get themselves a nice kill. They defend their base in a situation where it looked like it was over, and they saved the glyph. I'd say that's the most important of the things. There's no buyback on Nesphere. This push of theirs could change things now. Can they get anything big? At least a tier 2? I would say though, right now, if I was KZ team, I would push out all the lanes. I wouldn't be looking for towers. Push out all the lanes. Put yourself in a position where you can win a fight on the aggressive. If you cannot win the fight on the aggressive, you cannot win the game. Kankai is level 20, so now the Torrent AoE is there, making the Torrent Storm even more of a nuisance as a spell. You will be having an overwhelming blink in no time, around 500 gold needed to finish it off. So Kunkka is the one sporting the gem. EA no level 25 just yet, not even close. The one that is the closest to level 25 currently is the Seeker, who is approaching level 23 as we speak. There is still a cheese on the Kunkka. He has only 3k HP, so until this overwhelming blink is done, he does die to the Cataclysm as well. Maybe he dies anyways to it. There's now a blink on Nande. He doesn't have the refresher for 70 seconds, but his Cataclysm is ready again. MKB done on the Bloodseeker. Things are getting real. They're not even saying for buybacks any longer. They believe in their ability to find the fight, to find the connection. The boat coming through. It's gonna be going onto the tide. He has the Kraken Shell to remove it. He's being slowed down. The Torrent gets him up into the air. He's still gonna be fine. Another Kraken Shell makes sure he can just walk himself away. Brewmaster uses the split. Nesphere coming over. Doesn't have the antagonist just yet. Only the Blade of Alacrity was purchased. He doesn't have the buyback either. Things are looking dangerous here for Sibe, considering how far ahead they are. Serpent Wards will be put down. They do bring down the tier 3. And jump in from Nesphere. He's going for the Seeker. He's gonna be caught, but the X was used. And now the Ravage does absolutely nothing. You got baited in so hard. What a play from Sibe. No Ravage, and without it, defending your Axe is gonna be almost impossible. They do lose the melee axis there. Split does way too much damage to it. Rosh, it will be coming out in 2 minutes, or in 2 minutes we're gonna be knowing when it will be coming back up. Invoker, he didn't have the refresher. They got baited in so hard that X on the PA. KZ team, they thought they had the PA again, and they thought wrong. Now they only have one Rax remaining, and that is a range Rax. Cannot be healed. Luckily for them, it's currently full HP, but I'm pretty sure that Sibe won't be allowing it to stay that way for a long time. Kunkka now 4k HP. Now he's a beast on this Kunkka. Can actually survive a little bit longer. Jumps in with that overwhelming blink, and the Torrent Storm will be used. Golem gonna be dropped down, and the Soul Bind. He cannot run away. No, why am I just chained to the slowest guy? This is like playing sports in school, and they want you to play with the slowest kid, the one that can't play that well. Or Seeker, super athletic, is gonna be caught together with a guy that literally cannot move. His race is being pushed back by the MP, but he has a pushback as well for Nande. We'll be bringing him in. Nande doesn't have the BKB, he doesn't have anything. He went full blast cannon. The buyback was Spartan. Won't be successful to do absolutely anything from his fountain. He's trying to do something, and the PA comes in to destroy him. The Ravage comes out this time around. It will be connecting onto 5 heroes. A 5-man stun changes absolutely nothing, as the follow-up will be nowhere to be found. And that's gonna be game number 1 for Team Sibe. KZ, I don't think they really had a shot in this one. The biggest shot they had is when they got the Cataclysm and the Ravage, but Team Sibe are not the type of team that are just gonna throw their lead away. They've been leading for the entirety of the game, and even if they would have been losing, I think they probably would have found a way to play this game, right? But when they have a 20,000 gold lead, it's really not that hard getting the game to end, and they will be winning game number 1. KZ team coming in as the underdogs, and they won't be able to win game number 1, but there is still more to play. It is a best of 3 series. You need to win 2 games, and KZ team, this is really rough. You need to be winning this series if you want to stay in the tournament. It's a bummer that you're playing versus an undefeated team, a team that had only lost 1 game so far in this tournament, and it seems from what we have seen in game number 1, it's gonna stay that way. But we are still gonna find it out if it really is gonna be the case, or if KZ team can get themselves a win in 1 game, but it will all come after the break.
dancing in the moonlight. The world just stops and stares. We got no destination. I'd take you anywhere. All the doors we've opened and all the books we've closed. Words just come together, story that we never told. So far safe in for.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Game 1 looked easy for Sibe, but that doesn't mean that KZ team do not have a shot. KZ team have had their ups and downs in this tournament, and sometimes they would play a perfect game. Though I don't know, ever since Focus joined the team, if they have had any success. I want to check. He has been playing for the last 3 series, so they did win versus Moneymakers with him. Still losing a game, though. Even before that they did beat Vivo Kidstars, but they lost 2-0 versus Marsbet. So it is hard to say, but inconsistency is definitely their problem. On the other hand, Sibe have been consistently good throughout this tournament. They're looking amazing. So if we are to guess, this is gonna be a 2-0 here at the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 4 tournament, brought to you by Gaming Malta, home of gaming excellence. And if you wanna know what they're all about, gamingmalta.org is where you be getting all of your info from. But the players are in the lobby, so we should be getting ourselves into the game fairly soon, as the coin has been tossed. We're gonna be looking at the schedule once more for people that didn't that maybe didn't watch the stream thus far. Though question for those guys. What the hell have you been doing? Everybody is here all day, every day, just watching the games. And it's Sunday. Like, what the hell am I going to do? Go for a walk? Go outside? No, of course, I'm going to be inside watching the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 4. If I have to go for a family gathering, I still have my phone. So I'm going to be here watching these amazing games, this amazing Dota that has been... definitely a nice thing in my life, hopefully in all of your lives as well, in the past week or so. Guys, today is the 7th day of the group stage. That means that tomorrow the group stage will end. Tomorrow we're gonna have only 3 best of 3s. Unfortunately, the 4 best of 3 group stage days are gone, but we will be having 4 best of 3 series a day in the first 2 days of the playoffs, or 1 day of the deciders and 1 day of the playoffs. Then once the semifinals start, that's again gonna be 2 best of 3s a day, and then in the grand finals 1 best of 5, of course, to end things. There seems to be 1 player missing in the lobby at the moment. KZ team did choose first pick. Everybody was in the lobby a second ago, so I can assume that it might be a problem with the PC or something, restarting it, and everybody will be back in no time. We're looking at Group A, which today we're going to be knowing all of the standings. Moneymakers, they've played all of their games. Marsbet team, they've played all of the games. Sebe and KZ team, they're going to be finishing their last game this time. And KD Stars versus Four Zoomers, that's going to be the last game of the day and the last game of Group B. It was a long group stage, I have to say, though. We put it in as... not in as many days, but as little of the days as we can, so that we can get into the playoffs as fast as possible. But we're gonna get as fast as possible into the draft, as it has started here in game number 2. Sibe versus KZ team. Game 2 will commence right now. This is where you already have to be thinking, coming to the conclusions. What do we ban? What do we pick? How do we approach it? Do we win this way? Do we have a chance if we go for this combination of heroes? This is where the real battle starts, the battle of the minds. You know, everybody is smart until the strong guy gets mad. Then it's time to move away and stop being smart. You guys know it, you know, that one guy, like, ha ha ha, look, he's not that smart, but if he's strong, no, you're awesome, bro. And Sibe, they are super strong, but to be honest, they're looking super smart as well in this tournament. They're getting the heroes that they want. They're getting the heroes that they need for victory. Is going their way. KZ team, they will ban out an Invoker as the first hero here, something that they played. I think it... Let's see who's picking. It's Spartan, yeah. Probably none. They're saying, yo guys, I want to play an Invoker again. And Spartan say, oops, banned out. I used to do that to my teammates. Not in competitive games, but in scrims. If I wanted to practice something and some of them were like, yo, I wanna try this out, I would sometimes accidentally ban it. So we don't have to try it. And Sibe, they ban out the PA. They're not gonna be like KZ team, all easy going. Oh, we can beat the PA. Nope, they don't care. They want this to be a 2-0, and they want to rest until their day to return here at the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes, and that is gonna be on October the 4th. So they will be giving themselves 2 days to rest on the 2nd and on the 3rd. As on the 3rd, the deciders are being played, and well, the first and the second team in the groups are not a part of it. The Treant gonna be banned out here by KZ team. They're wasting too much reserve time here in the first phase. Sibe haven't lost a single second of reserve time just yet, and they're not gonna be starting right now. The Sven and the Beastmaster will be taken out on top of the Nature's Prophet and the PA there in the first phase. So KZ team, what do they not want to be playing against? I guess you could ban out the Venge here. Could be a solid one. You could leave the Venge and pick a Gyro. I wouldn't mind that if they want to go that route. I know Focus has played a mean Gyro back in his day. But they're really taking their time. This is a problem when you have this much reserve time being taken away from you in the first banning phase and you're banning out 3 heroes. It's a problem. They'll get rid of the Pango. That's something that the race has been playing really well, and they will be picking up the Vengeful Spirit. Okay, so now Sibe, they can go for a Gyro if they want to, though I don't remember Nesphere really playing Gyro in this tournament. They'll go for the Brewmaster. That makes sense. This hero has brought them solid success. No, then play the Gyro. No Gyro. Nope. And versus Mars Bet. Nope, no Gyro. No Gyro whatsoever from Sibe. So they don't really hold the hero in high regards, even though I feel like it could be an S-Sphere hero. He tends to be this farming guy, and then he just appears when he hits critical mass. Hitting critical mass with the Gyro isn't that hard if you have a good laning stage, which the hero usually does have. KZ team, they ban out the Kunkka and the Warlock this time around. They're not going to be wasting out any more reserve time. And, I mean, they can't. They don't really have the luxury anymore, as they've already went through quite a lot of it. So Sibe, they will be getting rid of the Slark. We're not gonna be not gonna be seeing him in the game. The Sven was already banned, so I guess the Slark not as valuable when the Sven is out of the pool, but he is one of those heroes that is very hard to control by the Brewmaster. And who knows what Sibe actually do have in mind. Will they go for... no, they won't go for the Warlock. That's what came to mind, and I just mentioned it got banned. Warlock has been on my mind in my dreams. It's the other way. I'm summoning him in my dreams, as we've been watching quite a lot of him. The games here. Now, guys, I sometimes talk in my sleep, usually, if there's something I do a lot of. So let's say back when I trained my dog, right? It will be like, sit, sit, come, stay, right? And when I play a lot of Dota, then it's a problem. And if I cast a lot of Dota, an even bigger one. So my vocal cords, they cannot even rest in sleep, as the Skywrath Mage will be picked up here by Sibe. So I'm guessing I'm screaming Warlock, Warlock in the sleep quite a lot. But it's no problem. Everybody who lives with me has gotten used to it, so it's fine. KZ team. Let's see what will they get. They are, again, taking it slowly. The Gyro is in the pool if you want to go for the Gyro Venge. I feel like if you have the buff for the Gyro, the hero is still pretty viable. A lot of the teams have been staying away from it, even though we have been seeing it getting banned out quite a lot. But with the Venge, it actually makes a lot of sense. Plus, you can kill the Brewlings later on in the game once you have a lot of damage. They'll get the Phoenix. Okay, so some team fight for them. Will they go for a Tide or something that actually helps you defend the egg? I'm not seeing a lot of combos like that. Like, very rarely we see a Mars. Obviously, Mars is not the best one currently in the meta, but he's not bad. He can be played. He's still pretty tanky himself. And there are multiple ways to build the hero, and that always does give you options in how you're going to approach the game. And, well, there is going to be a tanky hero that, rather than turning his front, he's going to be turning his back. And that's going to be making him pretty unkillable. You are playing versus a Skywrath Mage, though. The Mystic Flare is something that you don't necessarily deal too well with. And the Bristleback is one of those heroes that you're just going to be lifting up into the air as a Brewmaster. And it's going to be a problem for him, though. I have to say, the new Aghanim Scepter on the Bristleback, I like the old one better. The old one for me was was stronger. It was a bigger of a timing. They get the axe now, and I just don't see it as that powerful. The Primal Beast and the Ancient Apparition will be coming out. I like this, as already you have the Sun Ray to be healing the Bristleback, and considering the Bristlebacks usually go for the Aghanims into a Bloodstone build, the AA will be making sure that it does absolutely nothing. Though you don't really have a lot of stuns to keep the Bristleback in place, so if he isn't the one being pulverized, there is a good chance that he's not going to be caught inside of the AA ulti. The TA coming out, seeing the Skywrath Mage and the AA, probably KZ team were like, oh, we have to one-shot them, and that's gonna be so much minus armor from KZ team. Now you ban out the Naga and the Terrorblade, though you have the Phoenix, so even those heroes shouldn't be that big of a problem. But anyways, you get rid of the high armor heroes, illusion-based heroes, and you're fine. Though, I'm seeing a cool PL game here. I would love to see a PL. He's the type of hero that can ignore the Bristleback, kill the TA, kill everything in his wake, and then just make sure the Bristleback doesn't do anything. They ban out the Drow, so that's a hero we're not going to be seeing. Would be pretty annoying with an AA, I guess, but I'm very much surprised with that ban from KZ team, actually. I have to say, I don't like Sibei's draft. I like KZ team's draft. I think they have a little bit of a problem with the lockdown, but it can be solved if they pick up an offlaner that does do well with that. Mars still is a viable option. I would like to see it, as it is something that's going to be benefiting from the minus armor as well. Tidehunter, also not too bad, but he doesn't have a constant stun. He just has the big Ravage. Still would be a pretty decent pick as well, and it's still in the pool, right? So Sibei, I think Tide, yep, and the Mars ban make a lot of sense. I don't know if there's anything else really that you want to be getting rid of. It also depends what they want to pick on Sibei, right? As they do have the last pick. No, they don't have the last pick. No, actually they do. They're Radiant and last pick. Cool. So they got themselves both things. Oh no, you want the first pick. Yeah, Dire first pick and Radiant last pick. It's always how it goes. Sorry, guys. As I said, Mars. Night Stalker would be a good ban as well, I think. Skywrath Mage and the AA would have problems. Yeah, Night Stalker is an amazing ban. It's a problem that you won't have that much in terms of stuns, but if you have all the info necessary, it's going to be a problem. Plus, Brewmaster hates playing versus it. The Ancient Apparition, Skywrath Mage, I don't even want to talk about it. Yeah, the Night Stalker is the best possible ban. 100%. Like, screw the Mars. You can play versus that. Versus the Night Stalker, you're going to be in trouble. And I don't really see a hero that's really going to be punishing the Night Stalker in the lane all that much. They ban out the Dawn, it's going to be a Lycan. It's not a Night Stalker, but you know, werewolves and vampires, they're always in the same series. That's fine. And there's the Naga Siren. Not going to be a PL. Kind of a bummer. I really wanted to see him, but the Naga is something that Nesphere does play. It lanes pretty well versus the Lycan. It saves the supports from the Lycan. It goes for the ulti, you go for the sleep, you buy him some time, and you can escape. This is the type of hero that you needed for sure. Something that can counteract 3 very strong cores on the other side that hit the timing at roughly the same time as well. The way that you counteract it is that you push out the waves with the Naga Siren with your mirror images. I do want to say that KZ team have a better shot in this game than in the previous one. So they have this 25 to 30 minute timing where they need to be completely crushing their opponents. If they cannot deal with illusions that are constantly shoving out the waves, and you cannot find fights when the time has come for you to fight, it's going to be a problem. Focus is laughing there. I really think they got the better end of the draft here. It still doesn't mean that they're gonna win. As we saw the previous game, we saw the entirety of the group stage, and Sibei were a much better team for every part of it. So I'm definitely on their side for this one, but doesn't get much better than this. I think KZ team did set themselves up for success. Nanda is playing the Bristleback, so his focus is going to be in the mid lane with the TA. I'm not sure, though. Bristleback versus the Primal Beast would be actually quite decent, I think. I'm now looking at this set of the Primal Beast, and he's kind of ignited in his face and arms, or front legs, whatever they are, but his tongue looks like a leaf. It is ignited, right? But it has those segments as a leaf does. Pretty weird. Looks cool though. Looks dope. Again, Focus is flexing. I would like for somebody else to flex here, just to show us what they got. Don't fear. No, he doesn't want to be showing his power level. He's hiding his power level, but if he would show it, it might be over 9,000, as they would say, which we all know is in nowadays DB standards pretty low, but back in the day it was scary. The game is paused again, same reason. Why not? Everybody wants to get into the game and then instantly pause it. We'll be waiting for the players to get themselves into the game, and Focus will be disconnecting, so there seems to be a little bit of an issue. Hopefully it does get fixed fairly soon. Maybe he was laughing because some problem arose again, so it was more of a Walter White laugh when he finds out that he doesn't have the money to escape, a crazy one. But I doubt it. It looked pretty sincere as they were having fun. He will be reconnecting right now, so I'm not sure if there's gonna be a thumbs up. I'm hoping that the thumbs up does come out as nope, it's gonna be a thumbs down as he does disconnect once again. So Focus is not gonna be in the game just yet. I'm looking more and more in this draft, and I'm feeling more and more sorry for the Skyrath Mage and the Ancient Apparition. These two heroes super slow, super low armor. Skyrath Mage has 0 armor at the start. You're gonna have to be dealing with a TA, with a Lycan, and with a Bristleback. So you can literally die from them maybe stepping on you while they're killing somebody else. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to kill you, but you just died because you're so weak. Those kind of things can happen. They're gonna be very, very scary for sure. Here for them. But overall, for now, we are just waiting for KZ team to say that they are ready to go, and Spartan just gave that thumbs up, so the game will be back in 3, 2, 1. Let's get ourselves into it. And there we are. The game will commence. It is game number 2. Currently it's 1-0 for Team Sibe, the third best of 3 of the day. Don't worry guys, we have the 4th one as well, so the Dota will not end after this one.
You're a beautiful person with a charming personality.
Good luck, have fun. Rico's Dota. Who is Rico's Dota?
I've always wanted to be a giant space crab.
Oh, Nande, he called GG. It was a misclick. This is why a lot of players just remove it from their chat wheel when playing competitive games. Imagine what kind of a reflex that is when you cannot stop yourself from just spamming it all the time. Usually it's the toxic players that do it, but Nande is not necessarily toxic. Those guys that spam well played. It has become such a thing that when somebody says well played to me in Dota, I literally think that they mean something bad. Even though it's right after a good play. I'm like, there's no way that this would ever mean good job, as it probably means like, oh yeah, well played, you noob, you don't know what you're doing. Of course, we're not going to be using any harsher words. As we all know, we are a family-friendly stream. That we are. Skylark, he wants the rune. Who's gonna be clicking faster? It's gonna be Rain. So the Skylark does deny the other bounty, so it is gonna be a 2-for-1 in the end. It could have been a 3-for-0 if he was clicking slightly faster there, but Skylark just not gonna be able to do it. Denying the rune though, good enough. Very cool play. So it will be the TA versus a Primal Beast in the mid lane. Primal Beast has 4 armor though versus the Meld. That's not gonna be too easy. There will be a pause again. KZ team obviously having some issues. Yeah, we just want to look at beautiful ladies. True.
You're a beautiful person.
And Naga Siren's model face is actually quite Quite nice. TA is not so much. Top lane. Through the wave of terror, you're gonna have to deal with the quill sprays as well. That's gonna hurt. There's gonna be a lot of things that hurt in this game. I'm expecting Erase, if he gets level 20, to get the armor talent. It's gonna be cool if he goes that route. Rain, not gonna be melted just yet. Level 1 Phoenix, he doesn't burn all that bright. It's like an old oven, right? Doesn't work all that well. You need to wait a long time for whatever you're cooking. As top lane, the lane will be pushed in, obviously, with the minus armor, with the spams of the quills. Of course, there's going to be a lot of wand charges, stick charges here for Emptiness and Klasno Kruto. So they will probably be able to survive. They're getting themselves decent amount of CS. Actually, Klasno Kruto is ahead of Nande, and considering that there's a wave coming to his tower, it's going to be even more so. That's one thing we haven't talked about, the laning stage, though when you look at it, none of the teams really have an advantage in the laning stage. It comes down to the CS advantage, who does better in that department, and currently, Sibe are crushing it all around the board. Very nice last hit from Erase. He will not be getting the range creep, unfortunately. But overall, things are looking pretty solid. Bottom lane, neither of the cores actually have a lot of CS. Not sure what the problem is, but they seem to be missing quite a lot of them. There's 4 CS on the A, though most of them are probably Lycan Wolves. Okay, again, A range creep will get denied. Probably didn't get a point in uproar. Usually you might see it there versus a TA. But you're gonna be fine. Spartan, he's being smacked down by the creeps. One more arcane bolt, one more hit, it's not enough, and Spartan does live. Emptiness is gonna have to get himself away. Nande did chase down Klasno Kruto. Nice attempt to escape there onto the other side, but Nande just a little bit too speedy. Level 1 quill spray doesn't usually do that much damage, but level 2 does. Nande coming over, minus armor will be there, and the Kakanse shot will keep Nande away. He just wanted to create space to pick up the healing Lotus, and he'll be doing just that. Doesn't have that much mana now, but with the healing Lotus, he'll be fine. He also has 2 mangoes to work with on Nande. Erase. His boots are coming out. That's going to be a little bit dangerous for the TA until she gets boots. Meanwhile, Spartan is dropping low, and Spartan will be losing his life. Emptiness takes him down. He will be paying with his life. Actually, Nande, without the mana, he won't be able to kill him. Now uses the mango, and Klasno Kruto has to get himself away. That's a lot of quill spray stacks on him. He's actually going for this kill. He has so many creeps to work with. One more pop, and Klasno Kruto will be going down. That's way too much damage coming out from Nande. And the Brewmaster, well, nothing he could do about it. So killing that Venge wasn't worth it, as he doesn't have the TP. Will be 15 seconds on cooldown when he spawns. Bottom lane, they are pressuring this Lycan, but underneath the tower he should be able to farm quite nicely, using the wolves there to make sure both of those creeps do get last hit. Very nicely done by Skylark. A lot of the players would just use the Lycan and both of the wolves to last hit that creep, and then you would have the backswing, wouldn't be able to secure the other one. Did Nesfir get a point in the net? Yes, he did. And there it is. The cold feet will be used. TP from Emptiness, and Liru is just going to be going down. Erase dies to the neutral creeps. He was being chased down there. TP from, actually, wait a second. Skylark is being chased down as well. Way too much armor from Nesfir, and he's going to be using his illusions to tank the tower. Pretty much doesn't care even if the tower is attacking him, as you do have 1 billion armor on the Naga Siren. 6+2 at the moment. That's 8 armor. The tower doesn't really hurt you all that much, but the mid lane is the biggest difference. The TA crushing the Prowling Beast. The trample is not too bad versus the TA. You go through the charges pretty fast, but the damage difference is obvious. That's why I wanted to see an uproar. First to help you with the minus armor, and then Oh, Klasno Kruto. He's waiting. He's baiting. Nande, has he gone too deep? The answer is yes, especially with the race coming over Spartan. He's gonna have the magic missile right now. Gets it out on the race, but Nande is not getting out of this one alive, especially with Cinder Brew being used. They're gonna try to give the kill to Erase, but actually creeps do finish off Nande. I'm not sure how that happened. Maybe the siege creep got that hit from the low ground, but ultimately it is still a dead that bristleback. Spartan might follow. He does have 4 stick charges, so should be able to live through another arcane bolt. It's coming through. The concussive shot is the one that's gonna be a problem for him. Still trying to run away. One more hit. It is gonna be Emptiness, who gets himself a killing spree. 3-0-2. He has participated in every kill thus far. Emptiness is everywhere. Pulverize is gonna be used onto the TA focus. He won't be getting the shield rune. Erase is going to be the one that picks it up. And of course, there will be a trap to stop him in his tracks. He will go for the onslaught to the low ground. And the TP from Spartan only used to refill the bottle. No kills on the Primal Beast will be happening. Very hard to play Dota now in the mid lane versus the TA traps. You go for the trample and he just stops you instantly. You will never have the moon speed necessary to stay on top of him. Even once you have the phase boots, it doesn't change a damn thing. The Naga Siren will be left alone on the bottom lane versus the Lycan. Of course, you're gonna be ahead. There's no doubt about that. In terms of net worth, actually the Naga Siren is the one that is at the top. I thought it was gonna be the TA, but of course they are very close to each other. But the Naga Siren just slightly ahead at the moment now. Catching the Lycan, Erase comes over. The Trample is gonna be doing so much damage. They have the Pulverize as well. They did get juked a little bit there by a hero without boots. I really wasn't expecting that, but in the end, they're still gonna get the kill. Erase uses the Pulverize, and Skylark is just gone. So another nice kill. Very nice movements from Sibe. They are losing in CS a little bit, but they're just getting kills over and over again. The silence onto the Phoenix. They're going to try to finish him off. Some more minus armor with the Riptide. And the Phoenix, a very low armor hero, will not stand a chance. He has 2 armor, so once the Riptide comes over, you just go into minus. Klasno Kruto running away. He wants to survive this one. Will be going into the Storm Brawler form, so the movement speed will be there. And he just gets himself away. Nicely done. Nande, he's still going very aggressively, as of course with the Brewmaster you just want the experience, you want your level 6. That kind of a dive can easily get punished if you do have it. Top tower is taking a lot. Oh, the silence onto the Phoenix, he's gonna be slowed down. Emptiness doing so much damage. He has the Veil of Discord already, and with Raze coming over, he just needs to catch it with a Polarize. Will not have the movement speed necessary. His phase boots were on cooldown for just a second. Klasno Kruto running away. The next Will Spray wouldn't kill him, so he's definitely gonna be fine. Will still be used there. They're still trying to get the tower down, and it will fall. KZ team, very aggressive movements here in the top lane. Bringing down the Brewmaster's towers early on, it's not as detrimental as, say, versus a Beastmaster. Emptiness, he has a lot of kills. He has participated in a lot of kills as well, so a big streak will be given to Focus, who has the Arcane Rune, so you really don't want to get close to the TA now.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Very high level on Sibe supports, and that is a big deal, as their level 6s are very, very important. Rain, slow down, the stun will connect. Focus, you will have another trapped in a second. They do lose a courier, and I saw a smoke, really not sure who used it. Was it Spartan or was it the AA? Oh, Pulverize, Cold Feet. That is a very dead Focus. He's gonna get stunned up, silenced up as well, and he'll be taken out. He stood his ground and tried to fight to at least bring down the Primal Beast, but the problem is that Spartan doesn't really contribute anything to the fight. Now the AA Blast and the Mystic Flare are available, and KZ team, they had this time until these ultis were there to actually do something to these supports, to punish them, to get them the lead. They're still behind. Liru is gonna be caught. Erase doesn't have the Pulverize, but has the Onslaught. He's gonna be going for the Phoenix. Tries to go with the Onslaught now, and with the stun, it's gonna be a kill. Spartan died on the other side of the map, so heroes are just dropping like flies. That is the first Primal Split used in the mid lane, and the tower does take a good chunk of damage. We saw just how much structural damage this spell can do in the previous game. Despite all this, Sibe are slightly ahead, but that's again because of the supports. I mean, look at Spartan. He's poor as hell. But if it comes to farm distribution, I'd say KZ team are actually quite happy coming out of the laning stage. The problem with this is that the level advantage is gonna be huge. It's already 4 levels, and at this point in the game, it can be a big deal. Gonna be losing the bottom tower. Skylark isn't there with the Lycan to defend it. He does have level 6 and the Helm of the Dom, So Lycan has a way to fight, to push. Beast, Invis Rune. Phoenix only level 4. It's not looking good for them. Race was to find somebody. Skylark would be a much better kill. He's thinking about it. Nesphere pretty low. Pulverize onto Skylark. Silence is there. He did get the ulti off, so the Lycan should survive. The A-Blast only clips him. Now he's actually turning around and going for the Skywrath Mage. He gets himself a kill. I'm actually surprised he got the ulti off there. He probably had the idea of killing the Skywrath Mage, and that's why he went for it. So, a bit unfortunate for Sibe. And Liru getting some ancient stacks. You have the TA on your team, so you want to have as many of those as possible. Even the Bristleback is a big deal. Nande, Vanguard, and Aghanim Scepter is going to be next. For those of you that don't know what it does, you turn your back to a side, you start moving towards there, and then suddenly, after how many seconds, you start spraying everybody with the cool sprays. So you rotate, yeah, after 0.5 seconds, so half a second. Then 6 cool sprays come out, so it's quite a lot of damage. Bristleback is on the menu. They have the Mystic Flare. He's gonna be found. There's the Veil of Discord, and he has no chance of surviving this. The A-Blast is going to be flying through as well, but his life has already been taken. KZ team, they weren't here to defend their carry, they weren't here to defend their tower, but they were here to place down a ward. So they're going to have some vision in their jungle until maybe it gets taken down. We'll see. But that ward before that just stood there gave a false sense of security to Nande, and because of it, he'll be dead. Nesphere always goes for the Midas on the Naga Siren. I still remember the days when attack speed didn't give anything to illusions, right? So Midas wasn't really an item that you wanted to build. Maybe a PLs took it from time to time, but didn't really want to have it. Spartan is going to be ignited. He has the swap if he wants to go that route. Klasnokruta has the split. He wants to use it, and we'll be using another Spirit Vessel. Now, Erase coming in. They have the Pulverize. The egg will be used onto the other side. They're focusing on the TA. And just gonna let him go. The A-Blast will connect. It's gonna go through the refraction charges super fast, so we'll see if he'll actually be able to survive it. Emptiness using some spells before he gets taken down by the Lycan army, and Rain will be eaten as well. Why are there so many dogs going for me? And they're not gonna be getting Brain Freeze. Focus again, gonna be caught in so much trouble, and he's coming in with the panda. He's gonna be standing next to him, burning him. No, not more Fire Phoenix. He needs less. He needs to cool off. Liru now, he'll be stunned up as well. He doesn't have the egg any longer. Looking towards Spartan, will be lifting up in the air, and Klasnokruta, it is time to run. He does have his Primal Beast to cover for him, so all in all, they're gonna be fine. They lose the supports, but they bring down a very, very farmed hero from the side of KZ team. And Sibe, they're doing it on the enemy side of the map, so you could say it's a win for them. And if you look at the positioning of the Naga Siren and how aggressive he's farming, it's a big deal, especially if he's able to take some of those ancients. As he comes over to the fight, there will be a Sunray. Liru has to be careful as the Spirit Vessel is a problem towards him. He'll get ignited there by the Cinder Brew as well, but he will be able to live on the Phoenix. Sentry's taken down. The ancients are gonna be brought down as well, and Sibe will be increasing their lead even further. This Naga Siren, look at how farmed Nesphere is. He even steals the Wisdom Rune, and there's absolutely no chance that KZ team are going to be able to do the same. Even though they've taken the top tier 1, you can see that they're not playing aggressively, as losing the Bristleback at this point in the game would be detrimental to their lineup. So they have to be keeping him somewhat safe before he has the Aghanim Scepter. But Naga Siren is the type of hero where you can be in the enemy face. He does have his sleep at the moment, and his team don't have anything to stop his TP once he does use the sleep. Sibe, though they're not done, they still want something. They still want death and destruction to rain down upon their enemies. Race is kind of low in terms of experience, level 9, but they're gonna be fine in focus. Poor guy, Mystic Flare is gonna be taking him down. They don't even use the Pulverize. A Blast coming in, that's gonna be a dead focus. And Skylark is trying to kill Emptiness. He will be able to do so. Let's see how fast he actually is. His ulti not gonna be expiring anytime soon, so he should be able to get himself away, but nope, he has been caught in a sleep. A nice lullaby gonna be sank to him. The onslaught stunning him up. Rain gonna be slowed down. The stun does connect as well, so they will be bringing down the AA. Race coming forward, they're being used, and they need to run away from it, but Dante is actually quite low here, so he's the one that has to be careful. Nesfir will catch him in a net, and he just came over to fight Nande. He's just gonna die. He doesn't even have his Aghanim Scepter. He did buy those, spending the gold in the chase. Spartan is dropping low. Erase dropping lower. Focus makes his presence known. No, he just came back to the world of the living, and he's gonna be caught surrounded by enemy heroes. Silenced up. We see you clearly, my friend. He will not be getting himself out of this one. Dying for a race, I don't think that's worth it, as he was just alive for a couple of seconds and decided to go deep into the enemy lines where he just got murdered. The Prana Split came off cooldown just at that moment. Ancient Apparition, he has a Vanguard. He's going for a Crimson Guard. Wants to make sure that they're not dying to this Lycan. And actually, when you look at it, the Crimson Guard looks like an amazing item. It's around for Sibe. 2 supports, killing the Lycan. Oh, you like hunting us, do you? Well, this time around, the dog is the one that's gonna get euthanized here by these two. Ines has to be careful. Nande's coming over. The silence will be connecting, but he already used his Aghanim Scepter. Look at how much damage it did to the poor Skyrath Mage. He is kind of speedy, but definitely not speedy enough to escape the Bristleback. The Brewmaster is in the vicinity. Goes on to Spartan. Has to be somewhat careful as Nande is coming over, but the Primal Beast in the vicinity as well. Going on to Spartan. Destroys him completely. And look at Nande. He's slowed down to a crisp. He's turning his back. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna smash your head into the ground. And the Phoenix in a lot of trouble as well. Going for a TP out. That's gonna be very hard to succeed, but he gets himself away barely in the end, and Sibe won't be getting that bonus kill. But again, it is a victory for them. They bring down Nande, and they only lose a position 4 support. Nobody really cares about him, and actually it's a position 5 if you look at it. When you look at the net worth, the AA is the support out of the two that is actually having a better game, and we'll have a Crimson Guard in 150 gold, so good luck killing this AA. He is actually the same level as the Lycan. Even has higher experience at the moment. Naga going for a butterfly. It is not gonna be a heart. I understand it. You're dealing with physical damage mostly. The Phoenix is the only real magical damage dealer. And Spartan caught again. Poor guy. PA does have a shard though. That is a big one. That is a timing that KZ team could use here, but you're going versus Nesfir. This guy's a beast. He doesn't have the Manta at the moment, so that could be a little window that you could use. KZ team just seem too weak at the moment. Really, when you look at their lineup, they need to be ahead. They need to be the ones taking Roche, taking camps, taking kills. Shapeshift gonna be used. Rain doesn't have that Crimson Guard just yet, so he will be taken down. It was being delivered, but not in time. Has the split on the Brewmaster. He might need to use it here. Can lose his life if he's not careful, but the TA has been caught. Mystic Flare bringing down the TA. Nice swap just in time. Raze taking some damage, has the onslaught. He's going to be chasing the TA, gets on top of her, and the egg has been used on the high ground, but there's the sleep. There's the split as well, and Nande will be surrounded by a billion pandas. Let's see if he can get himself away. Goes onto the high ground where the rest of his teammates are. Sibe seem to not be chasing at the moment. They dispersed. They've lost 2 of their supports. That is a lot of their damage, so you don't really want to push it. They bring down the TA, however. Race has the blink, has the blade mail. Spartan gonna be sniped. Poor guy. Poor guy. He thought he was safe, and Rain just got him from, well, the other part of the map. Nagasiren also now has the butterfly. As I mentioned, you don't really need the heart. The heart is if enemies can use their magical damage to bring down your illusions. Not the case in this game. I mean, you can still get the heart now after the butterfly, but this route is better because you're going to be farming faster. That's number 1. And number 2 is the enemy cores can't deal with you, so you're going to be having to send the supports or combos or 2 of 2-3 heroes, and that's just to deal with the illusions.
Is under attack.
Is in a smoke. Race has found Skylark. He'll go for the pulverize immediately. Classic Kruto in the vicinity. He doesn't have the shapeshift, and he's gonna be dying a man. It is not gonna be the concussive shot that gets the kill, even though Emptiness tried his best to be the one to steal it from his enemies, from his teammates. The Ghost Scepter is now there on Emptiness, on top of the Veil of Discord that he had super early in this game. So now it's gonna be increasingly harder to actually kill him as a Lycan. His ability to bring down the supports is diminishing with every passing minute. A top tier 2 gets denied. It's only 20 minutes into the game and you already don't have a tier 2. This is just looking like a stomp. You know, the Piranha Beast does literally stomp on you. Poor Spartan, caught again. Yeah, let's not look. Let's not look. You need 18 plus to go to pinnacle.gg and get your bets in there. Use our beautiful odds, and it seems like you have to be 18 plus to watch these games, as well as they are quite brutal. Sibe, they have no empathy. Nande is trying to kill the Tormentor. He will steal the rune and die.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Okay. Oh, that is the funniest GG I've seen. Okay, this is a very fast series. Nande is like, guys, I can't even kill a neutral creep. It's time to call GG. If I'm not killing a neutral creep, how am I killing an overfarmed Naga 20 minutes into the game? The game was probably over, but that was the last nail in the coffin. After this, KZ team, they are gonna be in a situation where they have -3 points, so now they are gonna be hoping that Vivo Keydstars lose to 4 Zoomers with a score of 2-1. If Vivo Keydstars win the series, it is over for KZ team and they're getting eliminated. And I really want to see Vivo Keydstars in the playoffs, as they are a TI team. I want to say that they are definitely not taking it super seriously here, as when I saw them at their best, they were amazing. Of course, some ping issues, but not high ones for them. But we might have just said goodbye to KZ team after this. With this, in Group A, Sibe and Moneymakers are going to be going into the playoffs directly. Sibe are going to be the first seed and the Moneymakers are going to be the second. After the next game, which is going to be 4 Zoomers versus Vivo Keydstars, currently the last 2 teams, we are going to know exactly the standings here in Group A. Tomorrow, Group B will end, so we are going to be focusing on them tomorrow, as there's going to be 3 best of 3s all in Group B just to end it all, and then we are going to be knowing which 2 teams are going directly into the playoffs, which 2 teams are going into the decider bracket to fight versus the directly invited teams, and which 2 teams in each group are going to be eliminated. With that being said, guys, because this series ended so fast and Nande couldn't take dying to the Tormentor, we are gonna be having a very long break. It's gonna be around the 55-minute break, so hopefully all of you guys are gonna be here after those 55 minutes, because the group stage here in Group A of the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 4 ends after this 1-hour break. So see you then.
Sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
You told me I'm your anchor. I told you you're my bow. Through the wind and fire, we try to hold on. We build this ship together, searching for a home. Despite the storm that hit us, we are still on board. Dancing in the moonlight, the world just stopped and stares. We got no destination, I'll take you anywhere. All the doors we've opened and all the books we've closed. Words just come together, story that we never told. So far saying for my own, you said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. From our failures we have grown. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. I'll be your captain. I'll always be your captain. I'll always be your captain. You told me I'm your anchor. I told you you're my bow. Through the wind and fire, we tried to hold on. All the doors we've opened and all the books we've closed. Words that come together, story that we never told. So far saying for my own, you said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. From our failures we have grown. You said just keep holding on. If you're about to break, I'll always be your captain. Be your captain. I'll always be your captain. Seagulls flying overhead, towels down in the sand, little crabs walking over our legs, and we were together just like lovers should have been. Like the changing tides, you have changed your mind, and now you are no longer mine. Last summer, you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. And I miss the salt in my hair, and I miss your emerald stare, and I wish you were still here in your red sundress, watching the sunset by the pier. In your red sundress, watching the sunset by the pier. Last summer, you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. That was last summer. Like the changing tides, you have changed your mind. Now you are no longer mine. With tears in my eyes, I recall the times when I had you by my side. Last summer, you were holding my hand. you wanna be a bad man? Yes, you do. Do you wanna taste sweet salvation underneath the summer moon? Do you need another hand now? Yes, you do. Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Down in the city, there's a place that never sleeps. You can see it all up past 57th Street. Music is hot and the drinking there's free. It'll turn you upside down before you count to three. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You own it, they got it, they flown it, you bought it. Ow! Do you wanna be a bad man? Yes, you do. Do you wanna taste sweet salvation underneath the summer moon? Do you need another head now? Yes, you do. Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Columbus Avenue. Ha! Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. Columbus Avenue. Ha! Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus Avenue. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. One, you're looking for a helping hand. Two, you need a friendly face. Three, feeling good you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You own it, they got it, they flown it, you bought it. Ow! Go see Miss Josie down on Columbus
I miss that sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I will lose control. Love you every night, no checking the time. Just us loving you all night long. I can let you go, baby. It's the right thing. I'm ready, you know, and we feel it. I really do. I said the truth. We can't go any road. Need you now. I'm your queen and you the king right now. It's a kingdom. Let's play it how you like. How does it make you feel? Or you wanna change? I'll be whatever. Watching my week and dance. You got to move tonight. Stars are watching us in the sky. I wanna last it forever. It's a sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I won't lose control. Love you every night, no checking the time. Just us loving you all night long. I can let you go, baby. It's the right way. Already know, and we feel it. I really do. I said the truth. We can't go any road. Need you now. Let's change the clothes we have a drive. You know how you make me feel alive. Come close to me. I'm obsessed with your different kind of style. Don't you ever leave, step by my side. Hold my hand 'cause I don't have much time. I wanna hug you forever. I miss that sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I lose control. Love you every night, no checking the time. Just us loving you all night long. I miss that sexy smile, looking forward to see you. I hope I lose control.
told me I'm your anchor. I told you you're my pole. Through the wind and fire, we try to hold on. We built this ship together, searching for a home. Despite the storm that hit us, we are still on board. Dancing in the moonlight, the world just stopped and stares. We got no destination, I'll take you anywhere. All the doors we've opened, and all the...
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Only one more series is left in the Group A of the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 4, and it is gonna be 4 Zoomers versus Vivo. I'm Harry Freak, and we'll see if 4 Zoomers can beat Vivo Keystars, or will that series versus KZ team be their only victory thus far here in the tournament. Considering that we are ending Group A right now, let's go into it to remind ourselves how the standings are there. And as I mentioned, tomorrow we are going to be focusing on Group B. Sibe and Moneymakers, they're going directly into the quarterfinals. Marsbet team, they are going to be the ones that will be in the decider bracket. And Vivo Keystars or KZ team, who's it gonna be? If Vivo Keystars, they win just one game, it is pretty much over for KZ team. But to be honest, they're coming in as the heavy favorites into the series, and the series is 4 Zoomers versus Vivo Keystars. So let's focus on these 2 teams, going into the rosters to see the amazing names that are playing for these 2 teams. Sammy, Zip Zapper, Sunlight, Taiga, and Q11, Q11, and Zip Zapper coming in for this team in the later stages of the tournament, and they did manage to allow this team to land a victory. They have a major winner on their side. So is that gonna be enough for these 5 or 4 handsome fellows and the 5th one that we don't know how he looks to win versus the other 5 people who are actually going to be this year's TI attendees. Costa Bila Analog, FCR, King RD, KJ. They won the South American qualifiers for TI, and here they're looking to set themselves up for success in the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 4. They haven't been looking that great thus far, but they have had some amazing performances. When these guys start playing their Dota, it is not easy for any of the teams here to really stand up to them. Though, as I said, inconsistency has been a problem. I want to say for the entire year for them, because they were dropping for Division 1, Division 2. They have played some other third-party tournaments where one tournament they would win, the other tournament they would lose in the group stage. It is just weird, but I think we are preparing, guys. We're trying to learn from the games, or we've came here to kick ass. One of the series in this tournament, they did kick ass. It was versus Marsbet. They crushed them so much, they literally gave them a schooling in Dota. So let's see if they're gonna do the same to 4 Zoomers, who really haven't been looking all that great. They did win 2-1 versus KZ team, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just check that. Yeah, they did win 2-1 versus KZ team every single game, not just series, every single game. They did lose before then. So in my mind, this is gonna be another 2-0. Meaning that the day will end with just 9 games being played out of potential 12, but it is what it is. Both of the teams are in the lobby, everybody is there. Vivo Key starts choosing first pick, and 4 Zoomers are gonna be on the Radiant side. And guess what? Well, these teams, they're fast to enter the lobby, our admins are fast to start the lobby, and we are fast to get into the draft. And there we are. Draft of game number 1 will commence right now. 4 Zoomers versus Vivo Kid Stars. Curious to see how 4 Zoomers will approach this, because they have already been eliminated, right? Let me just check. No. Actually, if they win this series with a 2-0 score, they will actually go through. Okay, so they're not already eliminated. They can try to win it, because they won versus KZ team. A head-to-head will be calculated. If they win versus KD Stars, well, they're gonna be going through. So 4 Zoomers still a chance to go into the decider bracket, though. I kind of feel like KD Stars are gonna be going through for sure. They did lose versus KZ team, so if Vivo lose this series with a 2-1 score, it is going to be KZ team that goes through. So a lot of possibilities. 2-0 KD Stars, they go through. 2-1 KD Stars, they go through. 2-1 for Zoomers, KZ team goes through. And 2-0 for Zoomers, 4 Zoomers go through. If that was hard to understand, guys, just go to the Wikipedia page. You can do the calculations yourself. We all know the Dota players and Dota enjoyers are very, very smart people. So I'm going to assume that everybody understood what I said. Also, maybe some of you guys weren't present, but we did announce the 4 directly invited teams that are going to be waiting for the 3rd and the 4th seed from the groups. Luna Galaxy, Nouns, Infinity, and Bait are going to be the teams that are going to be directly invited into the decider bracket. It is going to be very, very fun. Though I think Nouns coming into this tournament, they're definitely going to be one of the favorites, though. Of course, there is going to be some ping issues for them for sure as well. So we'll see how much that does actually play a part when it comes to them playing this tournament. As I don't know if you guys heard me say it, Vivo Key Stars, I asked their players. They said their ping is between 97 and 100. That was pretty specific. So they're definitely okay. Anybody who has high MMR and has played NA in the evening, or in the night, deep into the morning even, because you cannot find games on Western or Eastern Europe any longer, then you play NA, knows that playing on a 100-150 ping, it's not the worst thing in the world. You can still play quite good quality Dota. Vivo Key Stars, they ban out the PA. They could have picked it first, but they'll go for the Brewmaster. The Warlock isn't in the pool, so that's not something that they're gunning for with the Brewmaster and the Warlock. And for Zoomers, they're going to respond with the Nature's Prophet immediately. In the previous series that we watched, the Nature's Prophet was banned out both times. Considering how much Spartan has played that one, I understand why it was banned out. So, Vivo Kid Stars, what do you want to ban? Maybe some burst type hero, something that's gonna be a problem for your Brewmaster. I'm trying to look at the bans and see if there's anything interesting. The only thing a little bit out of the ordinary is the Invoker. He's not always banned out versus every team, but Vivo Key Stars are one of the teams that do not shy away from the Invoker. And versus Marsbet team, they really did play a hell of an Invoker game. So we're not gonna be seeing it now. No reason to talk about it any longer. Pango has been banned out all the time. This hero in a meta where Grimstroke is super good, where the Bloodseeker is decent, people are still banning the Pangolier. Just goes to show how strong of a kit this hero has. Also, he was slightly changed. For those of you people that don't know, Shield Crash no longer gives the percentage-based damage reduction. It gives you a shield of a set amount, so it really has been nerfed somewhat. And his lucky shot no longer disarms, but actually reduces attack speed by quite a lot. So it's close to a disarm, but not quite. You know, some of those heroes with a lot of stats, they will care, but they're not gonna care as much. A hero like a Tiny, however, is gonna be he's gonna be needing a hero to be stunned up for like 3 seconds for him to actually get a hit in. The Gyro and the Dawnbreaker will be banned out by Vivo Kid Stars or Zoomers. What do they not want to play against? They are taking their time with this ban. They already lost a little bit of a reserve time, but Vivo, they lost a lot more. There will be a ban on the Treant Protector, and for Zoomers, they pick up Avenge for themselves. I actually wouldn't mind if they banned out the Venge and picked up the Treant, but this way, I guess you have less teamfight, but more potential to actually burst down the Brewmaster. So Vivo, what's it gonna be? They are gonna be picking up an Undying. Okay, wasn't expecting that whatsoever. Nature's Prophet and the Vengeful Spirit are actually pretty decent at bringing down the Tombstone, as they're both supports with range, so you can kill the Tombstone without actually committing all that much and can disperse from the side. Of course, running into a Tombstone and a Brewmaster ulti, it's not going to be easy, but also you have the Vision giving from the Sprout and the Wave of Terror to help you take it down if it's in a position that you cannot catch it. I have to say, I don't like the opening from Vivo Kid Stars. They went for the Shadow Demon Undying, so they have absolutely no lockdown. The Disruption is the only thing that allows you to break a TP between these two supports, and their damage isn't even that high. Sure, Shadow Demon can stack up the damage with the Shadow Poison, but overall, it's not that big of a deal. So this is something that can be punished by 4 Zoomers. As I said, it's Vivo Kid Stars. I have a sense that they're not taking everything 100% seriously. They wanted to probably play the group stage to try some things out, to see what works, what can work, without probably revealing everything that they have in store for TI. Of course, a lot of the teams, probably most of the teams, are not looking at Vivo Kid Stars as any kind of a threat. The International, though, as I said, these guys, they can surprise you. As for Zoomers, they pick up a Centaur, so looking at the stuns, 4 Zoomers have quite a lot of those. They have a lot of burst magical damage now with the Centaur available, and they have a lot of magical damage overall with Muerta coming into play. The Shadow Demon's Demonic Purge does not purge off the Pierce the Veil, so you cannot get her out of her ghost form, which means trouble. I would be okay with the Juggernaut now, but the problem with the Jugger I have is, well, there's no stuns, and that immediately is a problem. So would Vivo go for something like a Morphling, or maybe go for a carry that actually contributes with a stun? They will go for the TA. Okay, now this makes sense a little bit more with their lineup, as they're definitely wanting to hit a timing. So when you don't have stuns, you want to have this timing-based lineup when you're going to be mowing down towers, and with that, you're going to be forcing your enemies into a fight. So then even if you do not have stuns, they're running into you and coming into your high damage. And if they're not defending anything, well, no problem. Then you're just going to be taking all of the objectives, all of the gold, getting super strong, and ending the game in a decent timing. With this fourth pick, it's going to be a little bit tougher for Zoomers to ban things out, as this could be a mid TA, it could be a carry TA. I'm thinking more in the carry department, as you then won't care about the overwhelming damage that the centaur can do, as you're going to have the refraction charges. Plus, you lane pretty well with the Undying. He reduces their HP, you reduce their armor. Suddenly, you make the centaur super squishy. Even with a double ring of protection, with the melt strike, you still take him into minus armor territory, right? And imagine if he is like 500 HP, which versus the Undying can very easily happen. That's like 3-4 hits and he's just dead. So Vivo Keystars, they will be banning out the Dazzle. Would have been pretty good for 4 Zoomers, not gonna lie. As when you look at it, you don't have that stun to actually catch him in the backlines. So dealing with a core that can actually save enemies and you have no way of really controlling him other than maybe the Cyclone, it makes things very hard to make happen. This Vivo Keystars draft, it is not a hard thing to execute. But one mistake can cost you the game. So in that sense, you have to be consistently good throughout the game if you want to land the victory. It isn't the draft that I would necessarily like to play. It really does put a lot of weight on every single move, every single spell usage that you do, and it is not comfortable, I have to say. Though, who said that a Dota competition needs to be comfortable, right? Does a football player feel comfortable on the field when he's getting punched, kicked, taken down? I'm talking about real football, not that American thing you some of you guys watch, right? Football, not American football. Some of you would say soccer. Now I'm gonna get hated by the American part of the viewers. Anyways, Vivo Keystars, they won't have the Shaker or the Earth Spirit. Those would have been good picks for them, for sure. I really would have liked those. You do need some kind of a lockdown. You could go for a Puck, but the thing is that the hero is easily counterable in the mid lane. Kunkka would have been good for them, but they'll go for the Keeper. Okay, full on, without stuns. Stuns are for cowards. And for Zoomers, they need now some catch for the Keeper with Light. So, Puck looks amazing. I see no reason not to pick up a Puck. Just get it. Puck, Ember. Considering the Ember is not that great nowadays, I think that's the way to go with the Puck. If you can catch this Coddle, if the Coddle dies, it is a big hit for Vivo Keystars. That's going to be their only damage early on. But they're going to go for the Storm. It is still a catch hero, though in the laning stage, you're going to be a little bit annoyed as you like to get close and personal with the creeps, meaning that dodging the Illuminate will be pretty much next to impossible for you. I mean, I don't know what to say. For Zoomers, they have a better draft, definitely. The problem is that with good movements and good timing, Vivo Keystars can win this game, and they are coming into the series as the favorites, as the heavy favorites, if you ask me. So, if Vivo Keystars win this one, I think it's going to be a 2-0. If I would have to put my head on the line, I'd still go for Vivo, despite liking the 4 Zoomers draft more. Though, of course, you guys might have a different opinion. That's why you can go to pinnacle.gg and stated there we have some amazing odds for you. Of course, you do have to be 18 plus, and we do advise you to only put down as much as you're willing to spend. But of course, it is to spice things up a little bit for yourself. We should be getting ourselves into the game fairly soon here between these two teams. I'm looking at this laning stage for Vivo Keystars. Their laning stage is very dangerous, right? You could lose all 4 lanes if you're 4 zoomers and lose the game that way. The thing is, if you're smart, you can dodge them out for a very long time. You can dodge their timings, get a kill here and there once the centaur gets the blink. And even in the laning phase, Taiga is a X factor on his Nature's Prophet. But will that X factor work? Can it bring the win to 4 zoomers? We'll find out once we get ourselves into the game. Game 1 starting now. Okay, we're not going to be getting ourselves instantly. Yeah, Techies was a little bit late. You know, getting cold feet there. I mean, anybody would get their cold feet there. You're literally a kamikaze.
Now I'm feeling it.
And I don't know if the Techies feels like it's a great honor to blow himself up. I just feel like the 3 Techies goblins are just dumb and crazy, right? They know their way around the fuse, but they're not really the smartest of the bunch. As or zoomers will go for a smoke, a pretty late one. This is the team that always goes for the play. It just feels like, guys, we need this advantage. We're just not doing all that great. The Brewmaster is in a really good position to break the smoke. If he starts going up the high ground there, yep, okay, now he has broken the smoke. They're gonna know about the ward 100% as he started moving away the second that the smoke got broken. So it's not like the smoke didn't bring anything to them. 50 for 100 gold. You're gonna be happy with that. King already wastes a sentry, so even more gold there taken away. Illuminate gonna be charged up, and that is some really bad communication between them. If Samson have gotten hit by the Illuminate, that would have been enough damage. Then after that, you can go for the disruption. He would have taken a much bigger hit. But it is what it is. They didn't really talk it through all that well. I've seen so many times in the lane that Muerta just gets absolutely destroyed by her own illusions versus the Shadow Demon. So even though the Demonic Purge doesn't work versus Pierce the Veil, as it should not, as it's an ultimate ability, the illusions of Muerta are very strong. Undying is dropping low. He just got destroyed on the top lane, and that's the power of the Nature's Prophet. He showed himself on the bottom lane. Taiga has been trying to go for these kills in lanes for the entirety of the tournament. This time around, he will be very, very successful at doing so. And with 3 heroes, well, they do more than enough damage. As Taiga returned to the bottom lane, he's gonna be in trouble. Taiga is dying, and he will pay for his sins. No problem. We have avenged you. KJ will immediately throw out a tip to him. Yeah, I like TPing. Now he's not going to be able to TP and assist the Muerta, so this is actually a catastrophe for Taiga. He definitely shouldn't have allowed himself to die there, but it happens. And this leaves Samson all alone. He's gonna be drenched there in the Cinder Brew, and he just turns around and fights. This calling, it is just such a strong spell. Then inside of it, he's actually able to stand his ground versus 2 heroes. Of course, underneath the tower, but it is still something. Mid lane Sunlight is actually farming quite well for himself. As this lane progresses, should be much better. TA going down. Taiga, TP stop again. That's a pretty big one. And KJ, he won't be dying, but, well, obviously it's in his name. But losing your TA is a big deal, and TA only has 4 CS. So I talked about the laning stage could go the way of Evo Keystars quite heavily, but Taiga is the X Factor. It seems that the X Factor is working, despite his mistake of dying in the bottom lane. Muerta is farming well, much better, or better than FCR, and much better than the TA at the moment. Sunlight seems like he's having some issues. Taiga as well. The Storm Spirit is back to being a panda. For those of you guys that have played Dota 1, you do remember how the Storm Spirit actually used to look. The Ember Spirit as well. They were panda brothers. And then they were turned to these spirit type stuff, and that is the most beautiful spirit in the game. Just kidding, guys. The Spirit Breaker is the most beautiful one in the game. Okay, I was talking about beauty and stuff, not about who can scare the most children in a minute, because that's literally where the Undying would win.
First die.
cheat death. How you can't cheat death? Has Samson watched Harry Potter? Like literally the third brother, he took the invisibility cloak and he cheated death. And then he just welcomed it as an old friend. And I hate when people make statements like that and they're just uneducated. As Taiga is still to return. There's a 1k gold lead here for 4 Zoomers. They're even winning the mid lane. The Storm is doing pretty well. When you guys come to NA. Nobody is answering him. They're like, shut up, Samson. Oh boy. Like we don't want to talk to you. Poor guy. That is a feel bad man moment. You tried to have some friendly banter. Oh, we're gonna come in 3 days and then start preparing for TI there, right? Nope, no, they're just like, yo, shut up, bro, and let's go play Dota. I like it when I'm casting with Bowie and he's explaining how pretty chill people in South America are, that there's a lot of banter, but very rarely it is, you know, toxic. We hate you. We want you to lose and stuff like that. Game ruining very rarely happens. KJ doesn't bring down the Centaur. Costabile. He does manage to get himself away. The Taiga TP once again bringing them a kill, and Costabile once again will be zoned out of the creeps. Samson, however, his lane got pushed out, so he's not gonna be too happy now, not having the help of his support. It was the one picking up the healing Lotus, so that's definitely gonna help if it comes down to him dying. But the TP in from the Nature's Prophet, Taiga is gonna be coming back. I'd say these rotations from Taiga, they have given quite a lot to his team, especially because Samson not really being shut down. He's starting to lose the lane, but it's only natural when you have been mostly there as a solo hero, and Taiga really has been able to accomplish things on other lanes. You can see it from the 1k gold lead. I'm still very surprised the Storm Spirit is winning versus the Keeper. We'll see if the Keeper, once he gets some stacks out, can equalize this first CS, then net worth.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And finally, they do punish Samson. It is gonna come at a cost of FCR, and Samson gets a kill post-mortem. You get it? Muerta, she's dead. She's getting... I'm gonna stop now. But for Zoomers, they do lose their carry for an offlaner, and the offlaner, he dies second. So it is gonna be some nice experience for FCR. Much needed one, as you do want the levels on this hero as fast as possible. And he's having a good time. The Keeper of the Light is wanting to go for an Orchid. Analog, I've seen him play this Coddle over and over again, and it is just stupid how good he can be. He does have some nice stacks made for himself, and now he's going to be taking them down with ease. Does have another Illuminate. He's going to be using it. Now that's going to be doing a lot more damage to the Centaur, as the small Centaur was dead, so he does give magic resistance. Muerta dropping low. He's not going to be dying there. If there was one more shadow... Oh, the shadow poison. That last one actually connected as well on Muerta. But of course, he didn't wait for the stacks. Samson now. Gonna be caught again. It is gonna be the Sprout that is defending him. Doesn't matter. FCR is going for it. He'll get the kill. Trying to get himself away. Switching stances. Not gonna be happening. They also have the minus armor from the medallion. And it is gonna be an easy way for the supports to get vengeance for their fallen carry. But that's Samson dying twice in a row, and luckily he's gonna have a TP 5 seconds after he has spawned. Taiga, he's not gonna be too mad about it. Actually, Taiga is the one with the medallion. Makes sense. He's the most farmed support on the map, not by far, but a pretty good margin between him and some of the other ones. Boy, I just took a glance on the net worth scale, and Vivo Keystars, they're not looking good. Their TA, especially Taiga, almost has enough as much net worth as the TA. Of course, it's one of the best heroes to come back, as Analog now is going to be targeted. And he does have the Quelling Blade going through there, gets one kill, exactly what he was searching for. Sunlight kills KJ on the other side, and Taiga could be in some trouble. The Solar Bind will be on him. Analog heals himself up with the Illuminate and does even more damage there to Taiga. Gets himself a double kill. This is not good that you give a double kill to Analog. Sure, the Storm is doing well now, but versus an Orchid that can be cast from super far away, that's gonna be a problem. You get the disruption on the Storm Spirit. You start charging up the Illuminate. The Orchid connects. Goodbye, Storm. You're gonna die in seconds. And that Orchid, I mean, he still needs some time to finish it up, but around 1,000, maybe 1,200 gold for it. That's where the Storm Spirit will possibly start to suffer. Costabile, speaking of suffering, he has done quite a lot of that here. He's going to try to get himself back into the game as he does have the power tread, so the farming speed of the TA will be quite decent now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But it's still going to take a long time. This is not something that you want. Of course, once he does get level 6, things could become easier for him. You can return to the lane, but he's a long way from there. And of course, you're going to have traps to slow down the Centaur, but good luck slowing him down through the Stampede. It cannot be done. The Brewmaster is level 6. He's the first side laner to get it. Coddle has been caught in the mid lane. They're trying to kill Analog. The disruption will be protecting him. Sunlight, he will be able to bring him down. Q11 might be the second casualty of this battle, but he's just gonna come forward and does lose his life there to the tower. But in the end, it doesn't matter as the Storm gets a double kill, and this is a big thing. This Storm wants to be ahead so that he can hunt the Coddle over and over again. Samson, he does pop the calling, no problem. You're gonna be joining those spirits. He actually goes for the Pierce the Veil and the TP out. Not gonna be happening. The Cyclone was ready. Now Samson, he's not gonna have his TP to come back to the lane to farm, and his tower might actually fall from the split. The split will end, however, so it's not gonna be that much of a damage there, but the Tombstone will most definitely help with the damage onto the tier 1.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, that's a very nice usage of the Sprout. Coddle, caught again. Analog, he does have the blinding light. Sunlight, not gonna be getting another hit in without the slows. The Vengeful Spirit cannot get the stun out. Even if he did, I just don't see that as being a kill, as you were already deep into enemy territory. Analog was pretty much protected under the tower, and the Storm didn't have any mana to work with. The Storm, though, he's gonna be having a very fast Witchblade. With this kind of a start, he has 5,000 net worth. Storm, 3-0-0. All of the kills going to him. This is perfect. Taiga, level 6, gonna be using his ulti. The Stampede being used. They want the TA dead, and they're gonna have a dead TA. Zip Zapper, he's on a killing spree. Costabile, no chance in hell that he can survive these fast-paced rotations for 4 Zoomers. They're everywhere on the map. Very nice gameplay. The thing is, the only reason they can play this way is because there's no stuns on Vivo Keystars to punish them once they do. So even some turnarounds are very unlikely to happen. They will be going for the tower. Don't have the Stampede, the smoke from the 2 supports. Vivo Keystars coming over. They have the level 6 on the Shadow Demon. He didn't skill up his ulti, however, the TP in from TA. Costabile, he wants some kills. FCR dies on the other side of the map. Costabile, he doesn't have the Quelling Blade. What? Oh yeah, he does, but he was caught in the trees there, so ate a couple of wrong ones. Zombie going for Zip Zapper. and won't be able to get on top of him. Q11 does die. Costabile at least get something. The Silence will be connecting Solar Bind as well. Here comes the Illuminate. He should be able to dodge it. No, gets pushed into it. What's with the damage? Analog. That Soul Burn at the end really did put a dent into Zip Zapper. Dent that cannot be fixed. That's a big one. You got 2 kills, especially one of those going to the TA who is really suffering. Samson, despite dying a couple of times, he is still ahead quite a lot. Costabile, he has died only 2 times, but his inability to get close to the creeps really did hurt him. FCR will have the Midas. Orchid on the Coddle, however, is currently the biggest item on the map, so the Storm has to be careful how he commits. You go too deep, you get silenced, you're not coming out. There's no level 6 on Q11 just yet. You would want to have it just so you can save your Storm if the Orchid does come out there. Q11, the Illuminate will connect on him. They're jumping onto Analog. The Silence will be there, but not fast enough. Taiga is the one that actually gets the kill with the Wrath of Nature, used from afar. Now he might pay with his life. He's being chased down by FCR, but the Stampede will make sure that he lives. Gets himself onto the high ground. Is it really gonna be enough? FCR is still chasing with the Storm Brawler. You can only hit through 1-3 TP out from Taiga, and he does manage to survive. Very nicely done by him. They make sure that a Nature's Prophet lives. They understand how important he is considering he's disfarmed. The mid lane tower falling, that is a huge deal. Why? Invading the enemy Ancients. The TA, the only way that she's coming back into this game is by farming those Ancient stacks that were made for her. But if the Storm Spirit can invade, they get a kill on Costabile there, prevent them from farming those Ancients, and maybe steal a couple of them as well, though they don't really have good heroes for it. It is going to be huge. it will completely screw over the timing of Vivo Keystars, and that's why Costabile is going for it right now. He's TPing to the ball and he has the wave, and after that it is going to be Ancients all the way as Analog running into the enemy jungle is gonna be finding Taiga. Doesn't use the Orchid. Very smart decision there. He understands that they're gonna be needing it for the Storm if he jumps in. Though Storm with low mana, he doesn't really have any intentions to fight right now, though he's deeping to the mid lane. He'll immediately zip to the side, hoping that there might be a rune on the side. Illusion would be amazing for him. That is gonna be a DD on the bottom. You're gonna try to equalize the tower count. FCR, he does have the split, so fighting this one, it is gonna be very tough. No Blink Dagger on the Centaur just yet, so he's focusing on trading at the moment, though he cannot push as fast as 4 heroes together can. Vivo Keystar is something that they're very good at. He's coming together early on in the game. Taiga? Not sure what he's doing there, but whatever it is, it's not going to be ending too well for him. And now Costabile gets on top of him. It will be the Illuminate that gets the kill. No, it will be the Melt Strike. Again, they're giving kills to the TA. He's coming back into the game slowly but surely. This TA will hit her timing. It is not going to be as fast as you would want, but it's still going to be somewhat okay. Pushing the tower, Sunlight, Witchblade is ready. He has been found by FCR. If he gets the split off and lifts the Storm up in the air, he's just going to be landing into an Orchid Silence. So that is something that you cannot allow. Of course, Vengeful Spirit, level 6 at the ready. There is also a Stampede. Nice deny by Sunlight on the mid lane tower. Costabile takes down the Ancients, gets himself back into the game completely. A couple of more minutes and the TA will be ahead of every single hero on the map. Stars, they still... It's very hard for them to kill the Storm Spirit, and that is a problem. If the Storm Spirit creates havoc in this game, in the ultra late game, the Muerta will be a problem. A big problem. You just stand your ground and destroy everybody. Of course, Illuminate is something that's going to be hurting you in Blinding Light, but at some point the BKB will be an option for her as well. Not just yet, but at some point. FCR, smacking down some creeps. Costabile and get an ambush waiting for the Taiga Nature's Prophet to come. He is not that crazy. He has really been active on the map, but that has slowed down. So there's a blink on the Centaur, and it's time to make a play. You would want to open up the bottom of the map. That's why they're going there. If you take that tower down, you're going to be completely overtaking the Ancients and the ability for a Roche approach for Vivo Keystars. And that is literally what their lineup is all about. Ancients and Roche. Sunlight, they go for the invis. KJ in a good position. He breaks the smoke, goes for the ulti, pulls down the tombstone. This is bad. You have to run. You have to run now. Immediately they use the Stampede. Run as fast as your legs can carry. But Zip Zapper, the Solar Bind will be keeping him in place. He does get swapped out, so Q11 will be giving his life away for his laning buddy, as a TP out from Zip Zapper will be successful. Just not that many things that can stop it. And the Storm has been caught. Can they get the silence off of him? Yes, the Orchid is going to be there. They have the trap, so you're not getting out of this one alive with the Storm. Actually, the Blinding Light, is there going to be enough damage? Finally, he falls. The Soul Burn, more than enough damage in the end. And that is a huge deal, bringing down the Storm, both of the cores of Vivo Keystars now topping the network chart. Well, Samson, he is farming pretty fast with this Mask of Madness, but he needs the Maelstrom to really increase that farming speed to a point where he likes it. Still, very big one for Vivo Keystars. All of it set up by KJ. He knew exactly what his enemies were thinking, that they were greedy, that they wanted to overtake the entirety of the map already. And it came back to bite them. Good positioning, good usage of the ulti. Gets this tombstone out, and killing the Undying when he has a tombstone next to him plus the ulti, it is very rough. That is gonna put Vivo Keystars in a 1k goal lead. The Undying actually builds a Pavis. Not an item we see too often, though yesterday I did see one as well. So definitely the teams are experimenting. And I mean, when I look at 4 Zoomers, their physical damage isn't really that high, so I'm very much surprised. Though I guess you want the mana region with the with the Undying, so that might be why he's going that route. Keeper Light has the bots. He has the Ghost Scepter as well, which is quite big. Though Muerta, inside of her Pierce the Veil, she can attack ghosted targets. Scan has been used. Vivo Keystars are not going to be entering that scan just yet. There is no split for 37 seconds, but the Roche is falling super fast. This is big. You're a TA lineup. You want to be the ones that get the Roche, but you're not going to be the ones getting the Roche. It is going to be the Storm. And they killed it without Pierce the Veil. FCR comes up the hill there, and he's just immediately going to be dying. The Pav is not really going to be protecting all that much. The TP in from the TA. Do they really want to fight this? No. The TA stops the TP, trying to get out of the calling. Not going to be happening. The swap in. That's just going to be another kill. Nice silence onto Taiga to make sure that there's no Sprout. But a catastrophic fight for Vivo Keystars. They lose the Roach. They lose 3 heroes on top of it and get nothing in return. They don't even take away the Aegis from the Storm, meaning that Sunlight, for the next 5 minutes, he's going to be a nuisance that you do not have a solution for. Even if you kill him once with the Orchid, what's gonna happen after that? You're gonna have 2 Orchids? Not really. Analog, he cannot kill the Flag Bearer creep. Extra magic resistance. But the Coddle doesn't care. He is smoking a pipe. Makes sense. He is Gandalf. Taiga going for the Orchid as well. Okay, I guess getting into the backlines and finding a Shadow Demon would be quite big. Shadow Demon though has the Ether Lens, so you're gonna have to go really deep behind there. Though even the silence on the Undying is a big deal. Still, there's gonna be a disruption save to 5. Storm, Kaya is done. As Sanjay in quick buy.
Radiant are scanning.
He actually went for the Faded Brooch as his tier 1 item. There's a Faded Brooch in the Keeper Light. I'm guessing there was no Fairy's Trinket, because that's the one that the Storm wants. The Centaur is dropping low while he's farming. What does he want next? It is going to be the Lotus Orb that the Centaur will be looking towards. I'm really liking the itemization for 4 Zoomers. They're doing a good job here. You get that Lotus and this lack of stuns on Vivo Keystars. I want to say that Vivo Keystars are not in a good spot. Sure, both of their cores are topping the network chart, but your timing is slipping away from you slowly. And look at this, Q11, he is halfway there to the Aghanim Scepter. Some big items will be coming out of their supports. I just don't see the supports of the other side having that much of an impact.
Tower is under attack.
As a Vengeful Spirit with an axe, it's gonna be too much. Brewmaster wants the Radiance, and currently we are in farm mode. Oh, it is just gonna be greed. I'd say that works for Vivo Keystars for the time being, but in the long run, it is actually a question if it is something that they're gonna be happy with. As again, it's delay for 4 Zoomers. You survive the second Aegis. Let's say if Vivo Keystars starts running over you, they get the second Aegis, you survive it, and then later on, I think you're actually in such a good spot. The Storm Spirit is gonna be untouched in this game, especially when there's a Lotus Orb on the Centaur, or when there's an Aghanim Scepter on the Vengeful Spirit, so that she can run in first without any fear, and then the Storm can have a really good view of what's going on in the fight. FCR uses the Cinder Brew. Well, Centaur, he seems to have gotten a early call from his wife. He's not gonna be staying there for a drink with the Brewmaster. There'll be a region found. Analog, he denies it. Dire, they kill the Tormentor, or the TA kills the Tormentor. It is gonna be a shard for KJ. Pretty big one. Making sure that you save your buddies. It can make a difference. Now I have 2 saves on Vivo Keystars. There's a shard on the TA, even more silences coming out. We'll see if the Storm actually buys a BKB. He probably should at some point. Muerta wants a Gleipnir and then a BKB. Okay, that's kind of weird. Her lineup isn't that lacking in the stun department overall, but interesting. It can be annoying for a Coddle when the Gleipnir catches you from afar as well. It has quite a long range. Sanjaka done for the Storm, and there's an Orchid on the Nature's Prophet. So some big items coming out there for 4 Zoomers. The gold lead has diminished. We have an equal game here 20 minutes in. The Aegis will be expiring in 25 seconds. So four Zoomers are trying to make something happen. The Storm TP to the bottom lane. The three of their heroes in a smoke. They don't have the Nature's Prophet in it, but he can join anytime. And now they want to try to open up this bottom part of the map again. This time I like the move, as it is definitely not greedy. You probably feel super strong at the moment, but will they be able to do it? You still need to be using your spells pretty well. And the Aegis has expired. Storm jumping in because of it. He's gonna get on top of the Undying Blinding Light a little bit too late, and well, now the split will be used. Trying to get onto the high ground, gonna be a little bit dangerous. Illuminate doing solid amounts of damage. They're going for Samson. The swap out will keep him safe, and they're killing those Brewlings. FCR, he can't do much. E-Blade gonna be connecting onto the center. He's not gonna be dying to the Illuminate, but the Blinding Light will kill him. FCR goes for the Storm. There's gonna be a double silence on him, but he's still gonna be fine. The Soul Burn doesn't do all that much. It will be a 1-for-1, and four Zoomers not happy with that. I thought they were just gonna be focusing on the tower while their Aegis was still active, because that probably would have been a better move. This way, you've lost your core, you've brought down a support, and not really that big of a deal, not really that big of a trade. I think they were trying to be cute with the Aegis expiring, so the Storm jumping in with that regen. I understand it, you become stronger, but and you can zip super far away, but I just don't see it as a good play going that deep in behind the tower. Just get the tower if you can, do as much damage to it. If you open up the map, it is going to be the detriment to Vivo Keystars, as they won't have that easy of an access to their Ancients, and next time around when four Zoomers are going for a smoke, Vivo Keystars are going to have to go behind their Ancients, and that means no farm, no gold, no levels, no nothing. Even more chances to delay every single time you're missing off the map. Costabile is going to be feeling really, really paranoid. Now, not really. His tower is still there, still standing. So he's going to be fine. Topping the network chart. Looking really strong. He's going to be going for a... He's going to be going for the Crystallis next.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Analog is 6 and 2. Usually I'm used to this guy being beyond godlike with the Keeper. And also I'm used to him having at least one stun in his team. And no, I don't calculate this Brew split as a stun. It's just not. Maybe he's gonna get a Hex at some point, but for now, once the Lincoln Sphere really does need a little bit of a defensive item. Trap, they're thinking they might catch somebody on the rune.
Radiant are scanning.
They're covering the map, sending living trees around the map there. The Storm doing whatever he wants, as he knows there will be a silence. The Orchid as well. Instantly, they will be going for the Stampede, and the Storm will be fine. Zips away, TP's out, Sunlight will be fine. Pretty obvious that was gonna happen. The tower does survive barely. They can go for a deny. It is one hit away from dying. Taiga could even go for it if he wants to. Not deciding to go for it just yet. He has the Gossamer Escape. Very nice item versus the TA. As her first hit from the meld, it really does hurt. If you're able to dodge it, it's a big deal. Though a lot of the TAs nowadays, they know. They jump in, they hit you. Gossamer Cape pops. Then he meld strikes you, and then it does hurt very much. TA has the Hurricane Pike. Decided that before the Crystallis. We'll see how well it works for him. Tower does fall. This is the timing of Vivo Keystars. Now they need kills. Now they need gold. Taiga TPing away. Disruption not gonna be there. They only saw him at the tail end of the TP, so not enough time to do anything about it. Vivo Keystars, they're the ones that want to force out a fight right now. Muerta has the Gleipnir, no BKB just yet, so it's very dangerous to get inside of the fight. Of course, you always have your Venge to save you. Speaking of the Venge, her Aghanim Scepter is done. Already has the Shard on Q11. This is gonna be a problem, a huge problem for Vivo Keystars. They're dealing with a Vengeful Spirit that is... This hero provides as much as a core in a fight, if not more. And there it is, Taiga in the back of the enemy part of the map. We'll see if he actually tries to go for the tower. The tier 2 does fall. Zip Zapper gonna be slowed down. The Monk Bridge is there, but he goes for the Stampede. Cannot go forward. Solar Bind is still on him. Taiga goes in. The Curse of the Old Growth is gonna be used, but he's gonna be demolished right now. He needs the extra armor. He's gonna be surviving a little bit longer because of the sword, but he does go down. Nice stun from Zip Zapper, but he got a little bit too deep. And Tombstone on the ground. The Storm does have enough mana to get himself away. FCR got a double kill, and they want more. He is gonna be caught. Zip Zapper there. He removes the slow for just a second, but the zombies reapplied one more time. You're not gonna be going anywhere. And yep, no brains, because KJ has eaten all of them. The two supports in the offlaner will fall, and they get a tower. Vivo Kidstars, they cannot be happier with the outcome of the fight.
Dire's bottom tower
Also, no Stampede, so you can go towards the Roche. This fight, Costabile goes for the Meld Dispels. What are you dispelling, though? Witchblade?
is under attack.
I guess. It's not like you can dispel the calling as you are silenced. Guess the minus armor you can dispel as well. Not that big of a deal all in all. Sunlight was also very low in mana there. The Vengeful Spirit, very, very annoying there with their illusion. This Centaur is tanky, but once the TA gets her crits, and there it is now, and also the break, making sure that the retaliate doesn't do anything. There's gonna be an easy kill for her. And that Silver Edge, it's gonna be up in no time. The tier 3 items are coming out, and the TA now has the Enchanted Quiver. Now everybody would like to have a Gossamer's Cape, as really is the only way for you not to get one-shot. And Nature's Prophet has one. There's one on the Wenge as well. And 4 Zoomers in the pit. They do have the Stampede at the moment, and Sunlight is not there. So this Roche is gonna take some time before they kill it. Of course, you don't want to be using Pierce the Veil, and you're expecting Vivo Keystars to come over, and they should know it is happening, but they're all inside of the pit. Q11 will get himself away. The calling will get used. The FCR think about running in, and there will be a silence keeping away. The disruption to save for the time being. Tiger is immediately dead. He has the buyback, so you can get into the fight one more time. Silence onto the Storm. He's in a lot of trouble. He'll be losing his first life, and now he's surrounded by enemies. There's gonna be a trap that's gonna silence him immediately. Where do you think you're going with the sword fight? There's gonna be so much damage, but he has the cheese as well. Everything was given to Sunlight. They effectively killed 3 heroes here, Vivo Keystars, but nobody is dead. Taiga did buy back, so that is going to be a little bit of a hit to his economy, as Samson is being ran down as well. They're going to get the Vengeful Spirit into the air, and that's going to be a very, very dead Undying. Pierce the Veil no longer available, and they will be bringing down Taiga. That's going to be a dieback, and the Vengeful Spirit next on the menu. He still has the Aghanim Scepter, so the illusion will be there, and here comes Sunlight. He loses all of his mana. The Cinder Brew will be used. FCR, he's not in any kind of trouble, but Sunlight is, because he doesn't have the mana. Q11 does go down, but look at Costabile still going for it. Sunlight does manage to get himself out of this one for now, being protected by the Lotus Orb. I'm not sure if he can actually survive it. Samson has been left all alone. The hits from the TA coming through, and the death, so it really does hurt. They're going to be killing Q11's illusion first. No, it is going to be Samson. They're going to focusing down, and Costabile goes onto the high ground and finishes off Sunlight, who didn't directly run into his base. He thought he can maybe turn it around, but he was wrong. 4 heroes dead. No Keystars, they only lose one. They overrun the fight, and this is the timing that they've been looking for. They didn't get the first or the second Roche, but they got the fights that are enough to maybe land them a victory here. We'll see. 8k gold lead does seem pretty decent at the moment, and 4 Zoomers are in fights looking helpless versus Vivo Keystars. The Storm Spirit now has the BKB, but we saw just that jump from the base, the mana being used way too much. The tier 3 will be targeted. They have the glyph. They're trying to outpush the other waves here on the side of Evo Keystars, but Taiga will be TPing to the bottom lane to make sure that that wave doesn't come as well. Still, a next wave in the mid lane is coming. The tier 3 will be dropping down. Costabile gets all of his mana refilled. And the E-Blade gonna be returned there, so you're gonna get a taste of your own medicine. Costabile thinks about going for it. Everybody on 4 Zoomers is alive. It is time to bail. A lot of damage was done to the tower, but it ultimately did not fall. 4 Zoomers, keep it safe. DA inside of the Silver Edge just pushes out the wave. Vengeful Spirit is approaching level 15, so -2 seconds magic missile cooldown, or -4 armor addition to the Wave of Terror. That's quite big for the Wave of Terror, as it's -6 in all. but I don't think you care that much about minus armor, so it's much better to be spamming your magic missile over and over again. Costabile, he wants a BKB as well. For Zoomers, 8-second BKB on the Storm, 9-second one on Muerta, who is also level 18. Let's see, what will they be? Level 18 on the Brewmaster as well. You're going to be dealing with a level 3 split. The Muerta can kill those Brewlings in no time. Of course, Brewmaster has the shard, so he can't stop it. Storm jumps in onto the TA, gonna be silenced up, immediate BKB, but there will be a Tombstone save, so the TA will be fine. Immediately jumps to the side, Sunlight, his BKB is expiring, they have the silence onto the Shadow Demon, and he does go down. Both of the supports of Evil Keystars, they might die. Illuminate healing KJ, so he'll be okay. The Vengeful Spirit will be going down, still has the illusion, the stuns are gonna be flying. Samson, he's surrounded by enemies. Why is he so deep? He was trying to kill the Tombstone, and KJ, he got himself inside as well. There will be a lift on the center, at least he gets himself out with the blink, but that doesn't mean he's gonna live. They have the blinding light, they bring him faster. At least you're not gonna be seeing who is destroying your life, who is killing you, who is murdering you. And at this point, for Zoomers, they should probably close their eyes, as their base is gonna be in shambles as well. 40 seconds before the Centaur, 40 seconds before the Muerta, at least the Centaur can buy back into the game. See if they want to go for more. Pavis put, oh, very nicely done there. He saved the siege creep. Pavis put on the siege creep just before it would have died. We're looking at the fight again. Sunlight really got deep there, but Glimmer Cape saving KJ. He's just not dying that much to the Pierce the Veil. Samson tried his best to do as much damage as he can, but he doesn't have that level 20. And after the BKB was done, he got lifted up into the air as everybody was getting pushed out. So they were pushing forward, but then he was left all alone. Second lane of Rax, they're gonna be losing only the range ones, and everybody for 4 Zoomers is back up. But now you don't have any glyphs, they're not gonna be refreshing, you haven't taken down any tier 2s, you're 14,000 behind. The Roche will be spawning in 3 minutes, or can be spawning in 3 minutes. There is a Crimson Guard on the Centaur. I can't say I like it. This late into the game, it's not really gonna be slowing the TA down all that much. Right? The other heroes not doing that much damage. The zombies aren't gonna be doing anything. So that's something. But usually the Crimson Guard is a lot more valuable early on. Let's see, so 50% of the caster's strength, that's 45 per hit. Okay, 70 plus 45. That's not too bad, that's 115 per hit. I guess now it scales a little bit, and Centaur is a hero that has a ton of strength. But really not that big a deal, 115, yeah. Or Costabile, who packs a really strong punch. Sunlight got silenced up. Can he survive this one? There's a lot of damage on the TA, and he forces himself forward just to finish off Sunlight. He's dead. Costabile, he's gonna be tipped. There were no misses from the low ground. A little bit unfortunate for him as well. Now they found the Centaur. He's going for the Stampede, trying to get himself away. FCR chasing. He is just as fast there in the Storm Brawler as Disruption. Not there in time. King RD, he has the blink, but he wasn't there in time. No split was there. If there was, I think FCR would have gone for it. A dead Centaur would have been a huge deal. He also doesn't have the buyback. You don't necessarily know this, but it would allow you to push pretty much without any fear. Samson is going for the Hurricane Pike. He wants to have some mobility of his own. Samson just isn't doing enough damage. He needs a crit. I think Skadi is not gonna cut it. You need a Silver Edge or a Daedalus, and then the Muerta will really be bringing in the pain. You know, some of those fights where Muerta just kills everybody? She's not doing that with a Skadi. She's doing that with a Daedalus. As Vivo Keystars, they're really not afraid of a Skadi nor a Daedalus as they're going for a push. If hit this timing with their lineup playing without any stuns. They're just ahead, going to show that they're a better team than 4 Zoomers. 4 Zoomers, they're not in a good spot nowadays, and you're playing versus a TI team, so good luck winning versus them. The last outer tower is dead, and now there's only one tower left for 4 Zoomers, not counting the tier 4s, of course, the ones defending the throne. The split will be used. Costapile, he's not going to be jumping into the base just yet, but FCR, he's going to be pushing with incredible speed. Somebody needs to help these towers. Somebody needs to stop them right now. He's going to be sending the Storm Panda in the back, and that's going to be not Mega Creeps just yet. FCR gets out with the Void Panda. They got a little bit too close right now. Doesn't matter. FCR, he still takes it down. Samson isn't doing enough damage. These Pandas way too strong, and they even bring down the Vengeful Spirit. Boy, he had level 20, 1200 Brewling's health. So the Earth Brewling has 4400 HP. Ah, well, good luck killing it. So 18,000 gold lead. Roche will be up in 40 seconds. 4 Zoomers. The only thing they can do now is really wait in their base. They're not that great at out pushing. Muerta is solid, Storm is solid, and the center is solid, but it's you don't have a Sven, a TA, let's say. You don't have a hero that does it that fast. He's still thinking about the Skadi on Muerta, but also thinking about the Rapier. I think Rapier I'd like much more. He is at least level 20 on Muerta, though this game it does look pretty over. Here 4 items. The TA gets the Mindbreaker, another silence for the Storm. He has been dealing with silences for a very long time. The guy just wants to speak. I should become a caster then, not a player, because I tend to speak quite a lot. Taiga has the BKB going for a TP out. He is going to be successful. Nothing that can stop him. You don't have any disables, let alone BKB piercing ones, but it is still a 9-second BKB down the drain. Sunlight, I think he's down to 6, right? Yep. And Muerta should have an 8-second one. Yep, that's true. So they do have those to work with. Roche is being taken. This is the 3rd Roche. It will be the Refresher Shard, as it is a dire side Roche. So Costabile, he gets himself the Aegis. It will be a cheese for King RD. I understand he's the one being targeted first. The Storm wants him dead. He also has the Shard. The Demonic Cleanse is available. Not a lot of things to cleanse, but I guess getting inside of the calling, you cannot get silenced, and that is actually a big deal. Vivo Key Stars, what are they waiting for? Brewmaster level 20. I guess level 25 on the TA is something that you would want. Any big items? Caudle has his BKB. He's relatively close to the Hex if he wants it. Yeah, there's the level 25. So the TA has the extra refraction charges. Good luck. Good luck versus Costabile now. The smoke was used from 4 Zoomers. They're coming out of their base. They're trying to surprise their enemies. In from the Nature's Prophet. The Storm is going to be jumping through. He has the Aghanim Scepter. They're trying to kill KJ, and they will be able to do so. He does not have a buyback. Sunlight lost a lot of his mana. Taiga lost every single one of his HP. Muerta D-Blade will be on her. Pops the BKB. The swap out. Samson, he wanted to fight with that BKB, but their Storm will die. Their Centaur will die. And Samson, guess what? You're all alone. He goes for the Pierce the Veil. He's going to be disrupted immediately. He gets out of this one. He's trying to do damage, but finally he will die to the magical damage. The buyback from the Centaur. He's the only one left alive. There is a buyback on the Vengeful Spirit as well, not going to be used as the GG is called, and game 1 will go in favor of Vivo KD Stars. A very dominant performance, though they weren't crushing it throughout the entirety of the game. There was the first, the second Roche, both of those did go the way of 4 Zoomers, but after the second Roche, that fight went horribly wrong for them. A very long zips from Sunlight getting himself in without mana, and his BKB was rendered useless. Thus, Vivo Kid Stars just overwhelmed the fight completely, and ultimately got themselves a victory with a lineup that had no stuns. The only thing they had is the split from the Brewmaster, and that's about it. And they won with, I'd say, low to mid difficulty. I would call it, as it really didn't seem that even when 4 Zoomers they were ahead, that they were making moves that are gonna be they're going to be threatening Vivo Keystars. But I have to praise Four Zoomers. Their early game was amazing. Taiga going around the map, killing everybody. His performance was really good, and he did set up his team for success in the early mid game, but capitalizing on it, it was a completely different thing, and they didn't manage to do so. Thus, we have the current result, but that can change only after the break, so stay with us.
Seagulls flying overhead, towels down in the sand, little crabs walking over our legs, and we were together just like lovers should have been. Like the changing tides, you have changed your mind, and now you are no longer mine. Last summer, you were holding my hand. Last summer, you were laying in my bed. Last summer, we were more than just friends. But that was last summer. In my hair, and I miss your emerald stare, and I wish you were still here in your red sundress, watching the sunset by the pier. In your red sundress, watching the sunset by the pier. Last summer,
Bowie sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
And welcome back everybody to the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 4. I'm Harry Freak and we might be watching the last match of the Group A. Vivo Keystars versus 4 Zoomers. Currently it's 1-0. If Vivo Keystars win, that's gonna be it for Group A here at the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 4. But don't cry, do not despair. We have so much more Dota to come. Of course, this tournament is brought to you by Gaming Malta, a home of gaming excellence. And if you want to know what they're all about, gamingmalta.org is where you want to be. Looking at the current state in the lobby, just to give you guys a little bit of an update. Everybody is in. 4 Zoomers first pick, Vivo Keystars on the Radiant. So are the sides that have been chosen. And hopefully we're gonna be getting ourselves into the game fairly soon here in this one. We're looking at Group A here, and with Vivo Keystars winning that one, the chances of 4 Zoomers and KZ team going to have decreased significantly. If Evo Keystars win this series, they are going through 100%. KZ team, though, they did need Evo Keystars to win one game so they can get themselves through into the decider bracket, where the 4 directly invited teams are going to be waiting. But from what I've seen from the previous game, I'm thinking this is a 2-0. I don't know if it's going to be a fast 2-0, but I do think that Vivo Keystars do have a definite advantage in this series. And let's see if they're going to prove it once again. Let's get ourselves into the draft. And there it is, the draft of Vivo Keystars versus 4 Zoomers. Gonna be coming up right now. Be a ban of the Brewmaster, so Vivo Keystars won't get their hands on that one. Really was a big factor of their gameplay in the previous game, obviously, as it was the only control that they had. I guess we can call Orchid a control, a Shard on the TA control, a Shadow Demon Disruption, some form of control as well, but not really good form of control overall. As Vivo Keystars, they ban out the Taiga Nature's Prophet. To be honest, I think if Taiga didn't do what he did in the early game and completely crushed it in a sense of TPing around the map, making sure that the top lane goes really, really good for his team and kind of slowing down the TA by quite a lot, that this game, the previous one, would have been much easier for Vivo Keystars. It's not like it already wasn't easy enough, but that thing definitely made it a little bit tougher than what was expected. So props to Taiga, you know, guy who played with OG, has had a lot of success on that team, but ever since he left, it just hasn't been looking too great for him. Hopefully there's gonna be a team that picks him up, or 4 Zoomers suddenly start playing like a tier 1 team, and we can see them in the next season, or whatever you want to call it, because it's not gonna be DPC, just crushing it. I'm just curious to know if, now that there's no DPC, if the TI will be in August again. That would be really cool, right? Like, it's summer, TI's happening, right? That's what we want. We don't want it in the cold October. Not all that cold just yet, at least not where I am, but it is getting colder with every day. For Zoomers, they open up with the Muerta. They did play this hero as 1 and as 4 throughout this tournament. In the previous game, Samson was the one playing it on position 1. Didn't do too well on it. Really never came to that point where Muerta just stands in the middle of everything and kills everybody, though. I now understand how big of a problem for the hero the Undying is, because there's so many zombies, and then your gunslinger shots aren't going to the enemy heroes. You're not doing that much damage to them because you're just killing the zombies all the time. It's super annoying for sure. Oh, and then if you have to focus the tombstone, it's even worse. For all, it's it is an annoying hero to play against. So let's see. Pango does go through. Analog, he has played one of his favorite heroes, being the Coddle. Now he's going to be playing another one of his favorite heroes, being the Pangolier. So good luck playing that. It's not going to be easy for sure. Though Wikipedia says Ember Spirit Puck Kunkka for Analog. Oh, he has curly hair. That's why he's so good, right? Just so you know, guys, people with curly hair are the best at Dota. I should know. The Vivo Keystars, they ban out the Primal Beast. Okay. What will it be? They'll go for the Grimstroke. Pretty good hero to go with the Pango. A lot of the times you want the Pango to get bursted, and when there's a Grimstroke with a shard, it's very hard to do. Of course, inside of the calling, even if you purge off the silence, another one comes in less than a second. So there's a good chance that you're not going to be getting out anyways. So we'll see if there's a chance for Zoomers to really shut down this Pango in the later portions of the game, because that's the way to go. If he is using his ulti freely, it's going to be a problem. But he's not going to be using his ulti freely, as there will be a Winter's Curse waiting for him. For Zoomers, pulling out a hero that has been played, I think, only once in this tournament. I think it was KZ team, or ones that I casted. Let's check KZ team's drafts. Yep, they did play it versus Vivo Kid Stars, and they won with that hero. So Vivo Kid Stars, they definitely don't like it. The Keeper of the Light will be now out for 4 Zoomers. We all know that Sunlight does play this one in the mid lane. Babitic, when he was part of the team, he played it as well. So 4 Zoomers in general know how to utilize the Keeper of the Light quite nicely. I'm curious to know who's going to be playing the Winter Wyvern. Will it be Taiga or will it be Q11? Be gonna be fun to see for sure. I would like to see a Night Stalker now. Night Stalker seems like a godly pick. Keeper Light, Winter Wyvern, Muerta. Like, you use the Dark Ascension, these 3, they're shaking in their boots, as they always need to keep a nice distance between themselves and the enemies. It is gonna be a problem if Evil Kid Stars see everything and can get on top of them super easy, as they do have the Pango, Grimstroke. Both of those heroes do contribute to the mobility department, and then Night Stalker as well, just running around making sure you find the Winter Wyvern and render him completely useless in a fight. I'd love to see a Night Stalker, though we'll see if they go that route. They can get any backline jumpers, I'd be quite happy with it. But they're taking their time. They're gonna take it slowly. They're really thinking hard about what to do. The thing is that 4 Zoomers pulled out something that nobody expected, right? Who expected a Muerta Winter Wyvern Keeper of the Light opening? I'm not saying that I don't like it. I think it actually does look pretty decent. You have protection for Muerta, you have protection from Pango running in, you have a spell that cannot be purged off by the Inkswell. You have mobility on the Keeper of Light, a lot of damage being done. The Solar Bind is great combo with Muerta. So there's a lot of things happening here. But Legion Commander coming out, I can't say I love the pick. I like it because of the Purge, right? Arctic Burn Purge, the Solar Bind Purge, sure. Extra movement speed to get away from the Illuminate. All of that is nice, but how are you ever gonna kill somebody in the duel? There's gonna be a Cold Embrace, so good luck bringing that hero down. Pretty weird, pretty weird. I wasn't expecting the LC for sure. There will be a Skyrath Mage. Okay, now it's a little bit easier, as even with the Cold Embrace, the Mystic Flare will be doing massive amounts of damage. I guess you don't really need the duel for that to work. I still think Night Stalker and then the Skyrath Mage would have been a better one, but doesn't matter. It still works. As saving your friends is sometimes better than just killing the enemies. Make love, not war. Or make love, not Warcraft. Of course, we are gonna Warcraft, Dota, and all of the other things. Anyways, 4 Zoomers. What do you go for now? You could put the Muerta on the position 4. Pick up a Tide now. I wouldn't hate it. Even though the Pango is pretty decent against the Tide. Grimstroke as well. Nah, screw the Tide. It's not good. But you do need a frontliner. So maybe he's the best. They'll go for the Tiny. This is something that 4 Zoomers play. I'm guessing now this is going to be a mid lane Tiny and a position 4 Coddle. And really these two do work really well together as double Avalanche Toss. You can't really double it immediately, but you do reduce the cooldown significantly with the Chakra. That is a big deal, actually. Skyrath Mage and the Grimstroke are easy targets for the Tiny if you see them, right? And there's a little bit of a problem there, as the Pango can more easily enter the battle and hope to survive, come out of it unscathed, and Tiny not so much. Tiny jumps in onto the Grimstroke, the duel comes out, the Silence Mystic Flare, and you're dead. So that's where I don't like it, but maybe you're gonna have a vision hero, maybe you're gonna have something that's gonna be running in front of you, where it's left to be seen, as we do see their offlaner as well. And for Zoomers, they are not the ones with the last pick. It is gonna be Vivo Keystars that will be picking up their carry later on. I would love to see something like an anti-mage. That'd be really cool. Like a complete counter to everything that 4 Zoomers have, as they're doing mostly magical damage. Tiny, he contributes a little bit to the physical department, but not so. Plus, I've been longing for a good anti-mage game ever since 734 came out, but nobody wants to go for the hero. Something that South Americans could do. They ban out the Slark and the TA, so those are the 2 heroes that Vivo Keystars won't be playing. And there will be a Bristleback. Okay, now the anti-mage is not that great. I'm guessing that's an offlane Bristle. Naga? They go for the Void. Okay. I mean, 4 Zoomers are spammers, not gonna lie, so the time dilation actually looks like a really, really good spell. I like it. I do like it quite a lot. You do have solid amount of damage inside of the Chronos, Swashbuckle, the damage from the Mystic Flare, obviously, and Grimstroking, Swells, the Stroke of Fate, all of those things can hurt quite a lot. Yes, Cold Embrace is nice, but again, King RD is going to be doing a lot of damage. I mean, I have no reason to believe that 4 Zoomers are going to be winning this game. I'm looking at their draft and it's a little bit all over the place. As I mentioned, there is some merit to it, but you really need to be finding the backlines in this game, and you don't have the heroes to do so. So I'm hoping that 4 Zoomers can play a really fast-paced game here, as they did in the previous one, but they kind of stopped then. So fast-paced out of the laning stage. From minute 9, 11, right when the Tiny gets his Blink Dagger, you need to be everywhere. Just bam, kill one, bam, kill the other, kill the supports, get the advantage that way, force out the Chrono in a defensive manner, so that either you survive or Void uses it for him to survive, and just continue chasing for kills. I think that's the way to go. Use the nighttime to just go around the map, play around your wards deep into enemy territory. That's how I would see them winning this one. A lot of speed. The thing is, this kind of a lineup, a tier 1 team would have problems executing it. And for Zoomers, they're by no means a tier 1 team at the moment. So, yep, I'm on the Vivo Keystars corner here. I'm thinking this is going to be our last map of Group A here at the Pinnacle Cup. Malta vibes for. Don't despair, guys. Tomorrow we're going to have 3 best of 3s. In the Pinnacle Cup Malta vibes to end Group B, and we got ourselves into the game here. Game 2, Vivo Keystars versus 4 Zoomers. As we mentioned, might be the last map of Group A. Let's see how it ends up being. It has been a very long group stage here for these teams in Group A. We started on Monday, that's September the 25th. Now it is Sunday, and we will be ending the group stage, the entirety of it, on Monday as well. But of course, Group A will be ending it on Sunday, 7 days later, 6 days later to be exact. As I did really have a lot of fun with these Group A teams. Group B teams have been fun as well. They were a little bit mixed up, so I got to see them a bit. Do not fear the light. Fear me. You should fear me. FCR and Taiga are fighting. Taiga is in a little bit of trouble. He goes for the Arctic Burn. There will be overwhelming odds. He's very much slowed down. The Blood Grenade. Taiga is dead. And they're gonna give the kill to Analog. He just needs one more slice, and that's gonna be it. That is really not a hero that you wanted to give the first blood to. But I guess he just wasn't expecting Legion Commander to be over there.
The battle begins.
Oh, Sunlight, gonna be pushed back. It did take quite a lot of damage there on the Tiny. Considering that he has so much HP, it will take some time before this Tiny can heal back up to full. Let's see how much he needs for his bottle. Not too much. Sunlight pushed back. Analog. We will be getting his creep denied. Oh, deny from the Pango. Usually the Tiny comes out ahead, but Analog, he is really hurting this Tiny at the moment. Once you do get the Orb of Corrosion, that is when the Tiny really suffers, especially before his level 6. Top lane, I'm curious to see how this lane will go. Usually DLC should do well versus the Winter Wyvern. You can further off the Arctic Burn, and that's kind of the majority of the damage. Of course, you're not going to have it level 1. Nice low there, FCR didn't. I was about to say didn't want to get caught by it, but Taiga is going to get turned around upon. The Arctic Burn stops, and Taiga will survive, but barely. Bottom lane is going to be annoying for the Faceless Void. This is a lane that 4 Zoomers should win. Let's put it that way. They probably cannot shut down the Faceless Void, but they will... they'll do their best and definitely will be coming out ahead, or should be coming out ahead. Top lane, I really liked the dead shot, as Taiga didn't like his life being taken away. So Samson, what he did is he used the dead shot on one of the heroes, and then it bounced to the other one. That's what you want to do for a maximum damage in the lane, as Samson is taking a lot of damage on the top lane. Analog in the mid lane. He's doing better than the Tiny. Not something that you usually see. Inks well used on the creep, and Zip Zapper. It will get stunned up. That's a lot of damage. Also, the pull. KJ will make sure that at least the range creep doesn't get pulled. 7 denies on Analog. He is schooling Sunlight in how to play Dota. And it all comes down to him starting off with that low HP, really. Also, you can see that Analog was calling out his teammates, yo, take those water runes away. Without them, the Tiny loses. And I think it really is the case. When you crush your opponent this much, you just make sure that he cannot get his regen. Zip Zapper in a lot of trouble. The Inkswell will be doing a solid amount of damage there. The question is, can KJ finish him off? He needs the Stroke of Fate to connect, and he is just taunting him there. He knew that he had him. Zip Zapper will have to accept his death. And this bottom lane, I really thought he was going to be winning. It's a Coddle and a Bristleback, for Pete's sake. And, well, doesn't really matter much. Is Coddle, Bristleback, no problem. We're just going to kill the Bristleback and Coddle. There's nothing he can do about it. He did have the Blinding Light, but not at that point to push the Grimstroke away. 16 to 9 to 7 and 1. He even uses the glyph. Analog, he is... Dude, stop bullying him. This is not fair. Sunlight, not even getting that creep. Swashbuckle to secure the flag bearer. And that could be a deny on the range creep. Just looking super good for him. Costabile has the sticks, uses the time dilation. He knows that it is a problem for Zip Zapper. You're always gonna be fine with the Void versus the Bristleback. It's not gonna kill you, as you can always jump away, but he can be annoying to you. He's gonna be starting to get more in terms of CS. Speaking of CS, the Muerta is having one hell of a time. Sunlight is having one bad of a time. 2 more slashes. Nope, only one will do. He does have the Blightstone, and the 0 armor Tiny stands no chance. He was close enough to the tower to get the extra 3 armor, but it didn't change much. It's still 1 armor that you have, so every kill is literally gonna be a problem for you. Zip Zapper, the Inkswell will connect. He's gonna get his spell refreshed immediately. He does use it once again. Costabile is actually doing a lot of damage. The Stroke of Fate will hurt. Blinding Light gonna be used, and Costabile jumps himself away. He's gonna be pretty healthy compared to Zip Zapper, who is, well, who's in pain. Let's see the mid lane. Sunlight, he did die. Now that is gonna be even worse. 12 denies on the Pango, as Costabile is constantly being punched by Q11. The top lane, Muerta, is continuing to farm super well, of course. FCR, he's no pushover either. The LC has quite a lot as well. But the 2k goal lead 5 minutes in. I think Sunlight, his hands are starting to shake. This is a moment, I understand this, when you start playing and you can feel that somebody's better than you, right? And then you start trying to do more than your hero is actually capable of. and it just turns out into a complete disaster. And I think it's fair to say that this mid lane is a complete disaster at the moment for Sunlight, as Coddle in a lot of trouble. That's Inkswell level 2, gonna be doing a solid amount of damage, goes for the Stroke of Fate. Costabile dropping low, turns back time, and actually there's gonna be help coming in. One support dies, the second one will follow. At least they bring down the Grimstroke, but Zip Zapper, he can't do anything to Costabile. He stands his ground to find the King RD, doesn't have that much mana on either of them, so I'm pretty sure that they're just gonna be dispersing between the two of them. But again, it is a win for Vivo Keystars. At least 4 Zoomers finally get themselves onto the board. Samson farming the jungle. Actually, he's top of the CS chart, but he's not top of the network chart. He's behind the LC, so he got pushed out of the lane, and that's the only reason why he has this many CS. Those are creeps in the jungle. Analog kills Sunlight again, and the poor Tiny, he just stands no chance. There will be a pause. The production says, yo Harry, we're losing the female audience. We want you on cam. No problem, production, you can put me on camera. Yeah, that's okay. Now everybody is gonna be looking at that beautiful face. They did compliment Bowie's smile today, so I'm jealous, right? On our social media. So guys, if you want to follow our social media, follow Eden Esports and follow Pinnacle Esports Dota 2 channels on Twitter. And there you're going to be seeing some news, some funny memes, and we have a lot of nice content for you. Of course, you can follow me here, Freak, follow Bowie, and our other colleagues that are going to be working from 2 days from now, so that you can get all of the info on when the games are going to be happening and all the info about you know, some fun things that we have in store there. Overall, though, there is gonna be a pause still. Nobody's disconnected. Sorry for me moving my head like this. The microphone, the lights. It's not easy to see the other monitor properly, but yeah, nobody was disconnected, and we are gonna be resuming game number 2 between these two teams now. 6 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. Oh, just what the hell. Again, they get a kill in the mid lane. Sunlight will be using the avalanche. He gets the toss off as well. He's been silenced up. He's been double silenced. The Inkswell onto Analog. Okay, he says, okay, I have the Inkswell. That means I have to go forward. The creeps coming in. Analog taking all the damage from the tower. He has to return into the creeps and will be able to do it. And the Tiny just TP'd into the lane. It is a complete disaster for him. Vivo Keystars, they are crushing 4 Zoomers. They did school Marsbet how you play Dota. 4 Zoomers, they're gonna be getting a schooling as well, as they cannot fight versus Vivo Keystars at the moment. Costabile, level 6. Zip Zapper is 5. I'm guessing he has 2 points in the Bristlebacks. He has the Vanguard as well, so this isn't really a kill. But once your supports are level 6, you can use the Mystic Flare to kill him with the Chrono. FCR level 6 as well. King RD, not really all that close to his Mystic Flare, but he is approaching level 5, so not like he's too far away either. Faces Void, can they kill him? You don't really have any lockdown. The calling does nothing. Costabile uses the time walk, while Sunlight, he's gonna be in his fountain again. This Tiny is a germaphobe. He just needs to be taking a bath 10 times a day, so he's just returning into the fountain over and over again. I understand wanting to be clean, but when it becomes this much of an issue and is actually a problem for your everyday activities, like staying alive in the lane, then you should actually think about fixing that. Zip Zapper coming over, hitting the Faces Void with the rock. FCR might be in some trouble. Sunlight coming over, toss back. Yes, Sunlight will be making a play, and FCR will be going down. Uses the overwhelming odds. It doesn't matter. Oh, Chrono onto the Zip Zapper, Bristleback, and he's surrounded by so many heroes. He doesn't know who to turn his back to. Both of the offlaners will die. And let's look at the net worth, though. I'd say it's still a win for 4 Zoomers, considering that there's a big discrepancy in net worth currently between the two teams, even between the 2 offlaners, but still. You just cannot get a kill and go unpunished. That's going to be the first Chrono usage. That's gonna be a dead Q11. Whoever comes to the mid lane, Analog is there to just punish them. Once he gets the Diffusal Blade, this is gonna be even worse. It's gonna be much, much worse. Imagine that physical damage that's gonna be coming in. Tiny finally hit level 6, and the Pango is gonna be level 9. Taiga is gonna be dead.
Dire's middle tower has
So anyways, guys, have you ever thought about what the weapon of Bristleback is? It's a rock tied to a rope. You know that meme? Like, look at this idiot. He has a rock for a pet. Ha ha ha. And then he smashes him in the face with the rock, screaming, "Down, boy, down." You know that one? That's kind of how I feel when I see the Bristleback. It's the most basic of weapons. Like, look at the Face's Void. He has a mace, actually a Battle Fury here.
Dire are scanning.
A big double-sided axe. And then you have a guy with a rock on a rope. And then you have a Tiny who is carrying a tree, who is now silenced, who is now dueled and will be losing a duel. Wasn't really a fair one, though. To be honest, he got challenged by a girl, so it's pretty okay that she's gonna have some secret admirers that are gonna be helping her. A 6k gold lead for Vivo Keystars. Faces Void. Going for Zip Zapper. The Swashbuckle gonna be used. Minus armor. Slow down. Goodbye mana. Goodbye HP. Faces Void moves away as he lost a lot of HP himself. The Inkswell seems to be the thing that's gonna be getting the kill. KJ is on a killing spree. And 4 Zoomers. You know, it's one of those games.
Radiant are scanning.
It's one of those games where you feel like you need to be taken out. Four Zoomers are being taken out of the map, not the game. That's gonna be their own decision when they're gonna be calling GG. We had a very early GG in the previous series. Because the Tormentor killed Nande. I don't know what's gonna be taking 4 Zoomers over the edge, but this is their last game of the tournament now. I think it's fair to say it. King RD TP out. So if Zapper does enough damage to kill him, you're gonna pay now. How dare you kill our buddy? And it's a triple kill for Analog. He's 10-0-4, already beyond godlike.
Dire's structures are fortified.
But your failure lives on. The diet, your failure lives on. I don't know why the Grimstroke was saying that, as he wasn't the one getting the kill. Duel onto the Winter Wyvern. The Inkswell gets the kill. KJ dominating. He is everywhere. And Tiny has 2.6k net worth. Remember my genius assessment, as I'm an analyst here as well, right? Genius Dota player here.
Dire's middle tower is under
Costa Bila disconnects, unpause immediately. Okay, there was probably some lag there. So the Tiny needs to be playing fast. 4 Zoomers need to be playing fast in the early mid game from minute 9 to minute 11 when the Blink Dagger comes out. Turns out that the Tiny isn't gonna have a 20-minute Blink Dagger if this continues to be the case. Is that plus 90 or plus 09 gold? Like, what the hell? What is that? Oh, it's plus 60. Okay, no. Oh, it's plus 90. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Observer. You're so nice. Plus 09. 09 plus. Yeah, I'm dumb. Bloody dumb. With my assessment of the situation as well, as Tiny Blink is never gonna come out. Grimstroke looks pretty dope. Looks like a Native American there, because he has some feathers behind him. Muerta. Look at the guns. I'm ready to shoot. Right? They should give like some old gangster type persona to Muerta, because she has 2 guns. I don't know. Like I don't know much about those things, but maybe some you know, soprano, or maybe somebody from The Godfather. You know, those things would be cool. Then you have 2 guns, you go around shooting people. As Keeper of the Light, that's a very nice moose he's riding. I think I have that as well. Void, very nice guy. Pango, straight up from Venice. Very nice rapier there and a very nice gun. As we are waiting for the Faceless Void to come back, we're seeing the battle. I think they fixed it now. It used to be that when there's a pause, the heroes are still blinking, moving their face, opening their mouth. But I don't think that happens any longer. So now when there's a pause, everybody just stops. Right? It used to be that the heroes just decided to stop, like it is a gentleman's agreement. But actually not any longer. Now they're just frozen in time. Look at the Skywrath Mage. His whole life devoted. A girl with clipped wings. That's true love, guys. That is true love for sure. Now we're gonna be looking at the neutral creeps as well. Cobbled Foreman, actually, he looks quite friendly. Look at him. Like, have a sip of my delicious wine. Why don't you try it? The other guys look like hoodlums, but he actually has a pretty nice smile. Maybe that's just to bait you in, then he punches you with the cup, or maybe maybe you end up like Joffrey, because that kind of looks like the same cup. As we're still waiting for the Faceless Void, 4 Zoomers, they're praying at the moment, though. Even if they would win this game, they would still get eliminated. So yeah, but they could be praying, please, God, please, Lord Gaben, do not allow him to reconnect here. Yesterday we had a situation where Dota crashed for everybody who was in the lobby, and it when we came back into the game, the players could not resume, so we had to restart. It was Marsbet versus Sibe, I think. Everybody was crying in the chat. Why do we restart? Why did they get the default win? But in the end, Sibe won anyways. Red. Oh, we might get to a 22-3 score here. Pretty well known in the Dota community. Please, come on, 4 Zoomers. When it's 22-3, just call GG. Please. As the chat will love it, right? It's for the viewers. We know that the only reason we're here is because there's other people watching it. I have my job of looking at the video game and explaining, quote unquote, what's happening in there, but mostly just screaming at my screen, right? You guys get to play Dota for a living because of our viewers, so do it for them. It would be really fun. I'm waiting for a Chad move from a team like that in the future. Solar Bind on King RD, gets the silence on Muerta. There will be a Winter's Curse, and now they've gotten into a fight. The toss in from Analog. KJ in a lot of trouble. He gets the Ink Swell off, and he's still surviving. The Illuminate will finally bring him down. Cold Embrace doesn't matter. Mystic Flares does way too much damage. There will be a duel onto the Poor Keeper Light, and Muerta inside the Pierce the Veil, really not doing that much damage. Taiga brought down, and Samson is thinking, why am I all alone? Don't worry, my lady. The Bristleback comes over, but is it really enough to do anything? Swashbuckle there onto Samson. There will be another lucky shot, so goodbye armor. FCR comes in with the overwhelming odds. He's slowed down quite a lot, but not enough, and it will be the Zip Zapper staying the only one alive. Tennis is back there. Analog is gonna have another Swashbuckle in a couple of seconds, so if you're not careful, you could die as well. The bummer that's happening right now is that the Faceless Void is farming, and that Vivo Keystars have 23 kills, and there's 4 and 4 Zoomers, so Mech being used. Q11 saves his body. Sunlight finds FCR, and Sunlight gets a solo kill. Level 8 on the mid lane. Tiny overtakes every single support on the map. He is doing it. Blinding Light onto Analog. Swashbuckle onto the both of them and kills Zip Zapper. 12 kills on this guy. He is not done. Does he look done to you? There will be a silence, however. Can they finally bring him down? The tier 2 tower, it hurts, and he tries to Swashbuckle to the side, but he will be dying in the middle of it. Loses his big 12-0 streak. Because he was greedy, because he wanted more. A Tiny, after that solo kill, he's gonna be only 1,000 gold away from his Blink Dagger. See how fast he can get it. FCR coming back to the world of living. You dare fight me when I don't have any HP or mana? What about now, bro? A little pebble gets squashed. And FCR gets himself a kill. 25-6, a 9k gold lead. And rising. Or Zoomers. What's gonna be their next move? Taiga, his next move is gonna be a move into the fountain. Yeah, he's gonna have an Arctic burn. Costabile jumps to the high ground. KJ misses with the stroke of faith. He gets the silence onto Taiga, swashbuckle, and here comes the big guns with analog. But Costabile, he's the one who set it up. He's the one who should get the kill, and they allow him to have it. These are true bros. This is what Bowie was talking about. These guys, they can throw shade, throw banter, but they are they're noble, right? Faces Void, he's the one that set up that kill. He's the one that should be allowed to get the credit for it. As nighttime is coming, smoke, where are 4 Zoomers going? Only have the Vanguard on the Bristleback. He's dreaming of a Lotus Orb, not even thinking about the Aghanim Scepter at the moment. Their Muerta is farming. Samson, he will have a Maelstrom now if he wants to buy it. Faces Void on the menu. They would want to kill him. He only has farming items, so he would be an easy grab. But they're inside of a triangle where nobody is at the moment. But they're going statue area. Costabile, he's gonna be in trouble. Avalanche connects, and he is looking very much dead right now. Actually, he turns back time. He will be surviving. Turns around, uses the chrono. Let's see, who's he gonna be attacking? Nobody. He just runs himself away. His teammates are coming over, however, and they are hungry for blood. You tried to assassinate our carry. Zip Zapper is going to be in a lot of trouble because of it. Rolling Thunder will be used. Mystic Flare duel. Goodbye. Now looking towards it. Oh, look at how he got stuck. That's actually quite nice there. Swashbuckle to finish off Q11. And it will be the double off lane of 4 Zoomers that kicks the bucket. They almost killed Costabile. They had him. He was 1 hit away from dying. And it wasn't enough. He does survive in the end. Grimstroke, he's the one with the Atos. He's going to be setting his Skywrath Mage for success, and the Skywrath Mage is going for an Aghanim Scepter already, so just rushing it. Let's see how close it was, how much HP. Two free. Oh, I mean, when you're unlucky, you're unlucky. Maybe even he had the 1. No, it was 1. It was 1. What the hell? Imagine you watching that replay. It doesn't matter. It's not like it's gonna change the outcome of the game, but surviving on 1 HP. Oh man, that feels bad. You know what the good part is? They don't know about it. It's, the bad matter move right now would be for one of our admins to say, yo guys, you were so close to killing the Void. Like, how much HP did he have? 1. The game of Dota is sometimes brutal. Really. Yeah, even the Tiny is laughing. You should be. At this point, it's better to laugh than to cry, because those are the only things that you can go for. Either go for the insane laugh, like, okay, nothing is going well for us, or you're gonna start crying. They have 5 times the kills of 4 Zoomers here on Vivo Keystars. But the blink on the Tiny is done. So let's hype it up. Tiny now, he has the initiation tool. Maybe if he had it earlier for the Faceless Void, would have been able to kill him. Muerta on the high ground. Samson gonna be slowed down. They're going for him. They're going for him. Mystic Flare, bye-bye. Atos will be there in the duel as well. Another duel victory for the Legion Commander. 132, 18 minutes into the game. Not even a contest, as he would say. And this game doesn't really feel like a contest. Though, you know what? 4 Zoomers, they're not tapping out. They're not like Conor McGregor. They're gonna go to sleep like men. Why you tap? Go to sleep. You know? That's what Khabib said.
Radiant are scared.
Imagine now the new and improved buff Conor McGregor watching this stream and he says, Harry, I challenge you to a fight. That would be a bummer. I was just kidding. Tapping out there was really cool, Conor. That's fine. As analog, he will be TPing to the top lane. Uses the swashbuckle, goes for the creep wave. He is still topping the network chart despite that 1 death of his. He didn't really give gold to anybody. It was just spread between 4 Zoomers who are going for a smoke. They're still fighting. They still have some fight left in them. Let's see if they're gonna have it as well after this engagement. Now there is a chrono ready. Only Thunder in 10 seconds. He has an illusion on here. It's very hard to bring him down. Buckle used, blink. Avalanche uses the illusion rune, will be able to get himself away, has been silenced, then the purge and the tiny. He has 3 silences on him. They used the Winter's Curse onto the LC, but it will be expiring fairly soon. It was only the Pango illusion that was doing anything to him. Samson, he has been caught, Phantom's Embrace on him, he's dead. Taiga next on the menu, gonna be bashed up until he dies. He goes for the Cold Embrace, and even the Cold won't save you. Zip Zapper next on the menu, they're looking towards Q11, but they are gonna be focusing on to Zip Zapper. They're taking away his mana, they force him into a duel, so he cannot turn his back, and the Chrono to seal the deal on this fight. A 5-0, an easy victory for Vivo Keystars and 4 Zoomers. They're still enjoying their time here in the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 4. They really did play their hearts out. It might not have looked like much, but I understand it. They really did try their best, and some of these teams were too big of a bite for them. They did win one series. Other than that, no other games did go their way. Tostabile going for a BKB. It's done. I have to say though, it's fair. KZ team and 4 Zoomers were the worst 2 teams in the group stage here. Marsbet and Vivo Keystars, they had some consistency issues. The Team Sebe were by far the best team, and Moneymakers, I mean, they were also in the middle. It could have been any one of the 3 Vivo Keystars, Marsbet or Moneymakers at spot number 2, really. With their game, I'm looking at the gameplay, not really only the victories, the way that they've been playing Dota. It usually does give you results, but not always. Sometimes you can have one bad day and it's a problem. Yoki Stars, though, I have to say, when they played versus Marsbet, they looked amazing. Here, I can't really judge them. I mean, they have 6 times the kills of their opponents. It's looking easy. The Tormentor will die in Q level and will have his shard. So he has the recall. I guess you can move your people around the map. It's somewhat nice. There's an Aghanim Scepter on the Pango now, meaning even more damage from Analog. Roche, lucky shot on him. Analog, he gets the Aegis, Q11. He's not going to be able to call anybody for help, as he will be dying to a duel of FCR, who now has, is it 200 damage? 188. Pretty much the same. He's going for an Aghanim Scepter. I haven't seen that one on a LC for a very long time. The damage reduction from outside sources is 50%, but to be honest, with this much damage, everybody is just gonna die. It does increase the duration quite a lot. 7.5 seconds. You're dueled forever, right? How long does the Cold Embrace last? 4 seconds. Imagine somebody gets dueled. You instantly use the Cold Embrace and they still die just from the LC. And I kind of feel like that's what's gonna be happening, as this guy has way too much damage. He gets a couple of hits in, and none of these guys on the other side are going to be surviving. Second tier 2 on the menu. Vivo Keystars, they want to end this one. Go and rest. Prepare for the decider match. I'm not sure who they're gonna be fighting up against. Has it been set? No, we're probably gonna be finding out tomorrow. But don't worry, guys. We're gonna be giving you that info. Oh, duel again. Bye-bye. That's now over 200 damage. Make it 216. For those of you guys that didn't get the info, the directly invited teams into the decider part of the playoffs are Luna Galaxy, Nouns, Infinity, and Bait. So they're gonna be the ones that are gonna be entertaining us there, fighting for the grand prize of $22,000. But even more important, whoever wins the tournament is going to be going to a 5-star hotel with an exclusive bootcamp. Taiga is he's not going to be taking a dip in the seas of Malta, but will be taking a dip in the fountain once again. Tiny again behind both of the supports here on the other side. Q11, he just can't get a break. He does have a chance to survive here, and he actually will use the Tumbler Story to get into the fountain. That is going to be a dead Analog. Use the Swashbuckle. There's a toss on Sunlight, so let's see if they can actually kill him. Blink away, and the duel coming in has the BKB. It's not going to be a double duel. Okay, this is now just the problem. The Soul Bind is on them as well, and your souls are connected. And we're gonna disconnect them, as you know, till death do us part, and that will do him part. And Pango, that will do him part as well, as he gets tossed into the fountain. So he's gonna be getting a dip into the little fountain that he has been sending the enemy heroes so much in. Huh? How do you like it, Analog? It's not nice being here, is it? You can't cheat death. Again, guy didn't watch Harry Potter. Costabile has the BKB, has the Chrono. He wants to go that route, but he's gonna be TPing for more farm. He did bring down the did he bring down the melee Raxes? Nope, actually no Raxes have fallen. They brought down the tier 3, and the tier 3 on the bottom lane did get very low. LC now 244 in terms of damage. He would probably like a soulbound duel just to get even more. Now he has a double damage. Yep, that's 550 damage per hit, 552 if you want to be exact. So who wants to be on the receiving end of that? Probably nobody. Still doesn't have the Aghanim Scepter. Zapper coming over. He's gonna be dueled. Mystic Flare. Bye-bye. FCR gets the kill. Cold Embrace not gonna be used. FCR now has the Inkswell on him. He's going onto the poor Winter Wyvern. The Inkswell doesn't heal him all that much, so he has to run away, but the Soulbind is keeping it away still. Here comes Analog. The Chrono will be used. They are mine! Costabile gets a double kill. He didn't see Q11, who's trying to run away. It will be a triple kill for Costabile, and other two just die as well. Finally, 4 Zoomers will decide to tap out. They've had enough of a beatdown. They don't want any more mace to the face, sword to the back, or anything of the sort. They're just gonna accept their defeat and their exit of the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes 4. Guys, that concludes our day here. We had 4 best of 3 matches. Yellow Submarine versus Level Up opened up the day. That was the only 3-game match that we had. Level Up won it with a 2-1 score. Moneymakers won versus Marsbet with a 2-0. That did make sure that they were going to be the ones going into the quarterfinals directly and not into the decider part of the bracket. And you see here, now we know that KD Stars are going to be 3rd, Marsbet are going to be 4th, KZ Team and 4 Zoomers. We're going to wave them goodbye. It was a nice run. I had fun casting them. Hopefully you had fun viewing them, but they just weren't as good as the 4 teams above them. Definitely not as good as Sibe team. Let's move on to Group B to see how the standings are there tomorrow. That one will end, as tomorrow we will have matches between these teams. Every single team from Group B will play tomorrow. Nemiga will be going up against Yellow Submarine. That should be an easy one for them. Level Up versus Storm, easy one for them. And Navi Junior versus Team Tickles. That is the one I think should be the closest, but Team Tickles should have an advantage. The Yellow Submarine tomorrow, if they do well versus Nemiga, they have a shot of staying in the tournament. But if they lose with a 2-0 score, it is going to be Nemiga, Team Tickles, Level Up, Navi Junior that are going to be going through. Level Up, though, they're hoping that Team Tickles drops the ball versus Navi Junior. They win 2-0 versus Storm, and then they have a shot of going through, though Team Tickles would have to lose with a score of 2-0 themselves. So that does conclude the last day of Group A here at the Pinnacle Cup Malta Vibes. Tomorrow is going to be the last day of Group B, and with that, the last day of the group stage. We're going to have the 2 teams from each group, so 4 teams in total that are going to be going into the quarterfinals. We're going to have 4 teams in total, 2 from each group that are going to be going into the decider bracket, and of course, we're going to have 4 eliminated teams. We already have 3, as Storm is 100% eliminated. 4 Zoomers and KZ Team are already eliminated in Group A, and we'll see tomorrow, is it going to be Navi Junior or Yellow Submarine that leaves the tournament as well. So that's it for today. Tomorrow we're going to have 3 best of 3 series. As I mentioned, we are going to be starting them at 14 CEST, so a little bit later than what you're used to. I don't know what you're going to be doing between 11 and 14. Hopefully you're going to be finding something to have fun with, maybe play some Dota, but when 14 CST comes, be sure to be here. But until then, have a good night, and bye-bye.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. With such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way. Go on, go back. That's it. That's better. Keep going. Let's bring that down here. No. Keep going. Go. Roll. And cut. Cut the thing. I'm going. Where are you going? Where are you going? Hey, come back. Guys, ladies. I don't know if that's correct. No.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Down on Columbus Avenue, Columbus Avenue. Ha! Go see Miss Josie. Down on Columbus Avenue. You're looking for a helping hand. You need a friendly face. Feeling good, you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You're looking for a helping